When Emo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern Earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 1951. People eventually change. Nie Xuanxuang's place wasn't small. There was a garden. Her cultivation room was separated with her sleeping room. Nie Xuanxuang's bedroom was simple but elegant. Emo liked it this way. It seemed more real. Nie Xuanxuang poured a cup for Emo and sat down too. Xuanxuang, you seem to have something on your mind? Emo felt Nie Xuanxuang wasn't right. No. Nie Xuanxuang shook her head. I've lived here for 100 years. My master is very nice to me and she's still in solitary cultivation. Thinking about how I'm about to leave her in the Ice God Palace, I'm a bit sad. Suddenly, Nie Xuanxuang seemed to have thought of the past and sighed. Brother Yi, do you still remember my first pet Luan Luan? I actually miss it a bit. I love reminiscing the past. Brother Yi, it's just like the first time I saw you. I feel this serenity on you. I like that feeling. I'm even thinking if many things were like the past I would be very happy. Emo quickly interrupted her. Xuanxuang, don't bring up the past. I'll take you to leave this place. This isn't a good place. I'll take you to a better place with many friends. Machem, Brother Yi, I don't want to stay here too. Nie Xuanxuang nodded and suddenly asked in confusion, Brother Yi, you said I was only a chi gathering cultivator before. How did you bring me to the immortal realm? It's luck. Emo hesitated and said, Xuanxuang, I'll tell you after we go out, it's nothing amazing. Nie Xuanxuang nodded obediently. Okay, Brother Yi, what's your current cultivation level? I've never seen the big palace lord and third palace lord greet a man at the same time. Emo didn't hide it. I had some fortune so my cultivation speed is fast, but it's not as high as your palace lords. It's mainly because my pet is strong and likes to bluff, that's why the two palace lord are concerned. Nie Xuanxuang was only golden immortal primary stage. Emo didn't want to say his cultivation level in case she felt the difference was too huge. Is it the dragon horse with wings? Nie Xuanxuang asked in surprise and joy. Emo felt more and more uncomfortable. He felt this wasn't the words he wanted to talk with Nie Xuanxuang now. However, he still nodded. Yes, by the way, Xuanxuang, where is your shadowless worm? Emo knew that shadowless needed too much resources to grow. Even if Nie Xuanxuang was in the Ice God Palace, she might not be able to feed it. He asked this to find a way to help her feed it. I've kept it somewhere. I'll go get it. Brother Yi, thank you for bringing me to the immortal realm. Nie Xuanxuang thanked again. Emo frowned. Xuanxuang, you don't need to be so polite. If you didn't save me with your life, I would be dead already. What I did for you is nothing. Nie Xuanxuang's eyes went red and she sobbed. No, Brother Yi, I pretty much did nothing. Before meeting you, I only knew loneliness. After knowing you, I had friends. I'm forever grateful to you. This was the first time Emo sensed Nie Xuanxuang's real emotions coming here. He reproached himself for thinking so much. He quickly got up and said, Xuanxuang, let's not talk about this. We'll talk about this after we leave. Machem, Brother Yi, this is my bedroom. Wait for me a bit, I'll be back soon. Nie Xuanxuang left with a red face and closed the door after leaving. Emo sat in her room and felt a little unnatural. This room was hers, but he had this strange feeling. If this wasn't Nie Xuanxuang's bedroom, Emo's spirit sense would have scanned out carefully. Nie Xuanxuang had been in his golden page world for many years. It should be fine if he checked right. Emo scanned his spirit sense and immediately got up. This was indeed a bedroom, but everything inside had never been used. Emo's spirit sense scanned out and found his spirit sense was blocked by the door. Without hesitation, Emo dashed to the door and pulled the handle. Brother Yi, sorry, you saved me a few times and I only saved you once. But this time, I'm going to take it back. I'm really sorry. I have no other way. You really shouldn't have come to find me. You already touched the bottom line of our Ice God Palace. You can leave, rest assured. If one day I can go back to Earth, I will build a tomb for you. Because, I truly like you, people eventually change. I changed, Brother Yi, I'm sorry. Nie Xuanxuang's voice stopped as the huge cracking sounds enveloped her voice. Yi Mo found this place was completely sealed by all sorts of restrictions. He couldn't break free at all. At the same time, an extremely terrifying frost smashed down. It was hundreds of times more terrifying than the ice forest. As soon as Yi Mo scanned his spirit sense out, it was freezed cracking and there was this pain in his sea of consciousness. In that instant, Yi Mo knew that regardless if he could break this formation or not if he stayed here, he would die. Even an immortal emperor peak stage with immortal god body tertiary stage wouldn't necessarily be able to resist this coldness. The ice god palace was too scary. They could mobilize such terrifying cold, even spirit sense wouldn't be able to move in this cold, much less body. Yi Mo went into the golden page world without hesitation. This was with him being immortal god body middle stage power. If his body refinement was a little lower, he wouldn't even have time to go into the golden page world. In the golden page world, Yi Mo wasn't angry at all. It was just as Nie Xuanxuang said, she saved him once and now took it back. Yi Mo was someone who valued emotions. He came over just for Nie Xuanxuang but was ambushed by her. There was only disappointment coming from the bottom of his heart. People would eventually change. Perhaps Nie Xuanxuang's words were true, but Yi Mo found that he had never changed from the start to the end. He didn't know why Nie Xuanxuang did this. He checked her and knew she wasn't being controlled. Even if she wanted to stay in the Ice God Palace, she didn't have to kill him. Yi Mo carefully reached his spirit sense out, and as soon as it left the golden page world, it was turned to nothing by that terrifying cold. He could only feel that the golden page world was brought into the depth of the earth by this cold. A few days later, Yi Mo felt the golden page world had stopped before he scanned his spirit sense out. The cold was much better than before, but he still couldn't send his spirit sense out for long. Yi Mo knew that he didn't have to go out now. He only needed to wait. Even the formation builder wouldn't be able to see inside. Yi Mo believed that no one in the Ice God Palace now had the power to set up such formation. It was definitely left behind from ancient times or just used by the Ice God Palace people. He suspected he didn't even go into the Ice God Palace. Shadowless didn't dare to speak after knowing that boss was ambushed, so he went to small ginseng to research the wine. After knowing now wasn't a good time to go out, Yi Mo took out the time formation disc and started spirit controlling those few bone arrows and the other short dagger. In a palace within the Ice God Palace, the big palace lord, third palace lord and Nie Xuanxuang sat together. Xuanxuang, do you like that, Yi Mo? Third palace lord suddenly asked. Nie Xuanxuang quickly bowed yes. When I was in the mortal realm I liked him, but that was a long time ago. Third palace lord nodded that Yi Mo was rather devoted in Yi Mo to find it all the way here. His cultivation level isn't high, but his immortal pet is good. After 49 years and the formation opens, if his immortal pet is still there you can take it. The big palace lord added Xuanxuang, you will be reaching the highest divine emperor in the future. Our Ice God Palace will never stay in one corner. You saw your own past life, you know the path you need to take. Let go of what needs to be let go. It might be hard at first, but you will cherish your decision in the future. You did very well now. Xuanxuang will remember the two palace lords' teachings. Nie Xuanxuang quickly said. The big palace lord sighed. Xuanxuang, you don't need to be so polite in front of us. Your origin isn't simple, your future won't be simple either. As though seeing Nie Xuanxuang's eyes seemed a bit dim, big palace lord stopped and said softly, Xuanxuang, go rest first. I have some things to discuss with third palace lord. Chapter 1952. Shangru waking up. After Nie Xuanxuang left, third palace lord said in confusion, Martial's sister. Xuanxuang said she forgot to ask Yi Mo about the shadowless worm. This big palace lord sighed. Xuanxuang is having a hard time. Her Dao heart isn't firm. After all, Yi Mo was someone she liked and now she killed him personally. Although it would benefit her in the future, she can't let go yet. As for shadowless worm, she intentionally didn't ask. After all, she met with Yi Mo due to it. Martial's sister, what do you feel is that Yi Mo's cultivation level? The big palace lord asked again. Third palace lord thought for a moment and said, Martial's sister, that Yi Mo's power is no lower than yours. He came from the Qingwei Abyssal River. He definitely saw the secret of the Ice God Palace. We must be merciful to such a person. I've never seen someone who could cross the Qingwei Abyssal River, but this person could. Plus, if what Xuanxuang said is true, I really can't imagine how he reached Immortal Emperor in such a short time.
There definitely is a huge secret on him.
I believe since he fought with Wei Feng Grand Emperor, he would be famous in the immortal realm. We only need to send someone out to investigate.
That works.
The big palace lord nodded. No matter how big his secret is, when the ice god formation opens,
it will belong to us.
Half a month later, Emo refined the third bone arrow to the 48th restriction. Then he breathed easier. The third arrow was harder than the previous two combined. When he spirit controlled it to the 48th level of restriction, Emo felt that the third arrow was much stronger than the first two arrows. If he spirit controlled all 108 levels of restriction, Emo suspected that 3 consecutive arrows might even take out a divine emperor. He carefully put the 3 arrows away and then spirit controlled that dagger. Afterward, he found out that the name of the dagger was Melt Space. Other than that, he really didn't find any use for it. Emo scanned his spirit sense out of the golden page world again. He found that coldness had become much weaker. Emo didn't hesitate anymore and left the golden page world. The bone-piercing cold instantly turned his clothes into nothing.
Emo was shocked.
Even his immortal god body middle stage body was shaking under this coldness. This coldness once something flames could stop. Emo used his body refinement cultivation method and took out formation flags made with top-level materials. In order to leave this space, he had to find a way to break the formation door. This took time, so he needed to set up a place he could stay. The golden page world was safe, but he couldn't leave the formation. Emo's formation skills were beyond level 8 immortal formation grandmaster. In half a day's time, Emo set up a frost barrier formation and the nearby coldness immediately weakened.
Then, he put on a new set of clothes. Emo thought that with his formation skills and deriving capabilities, he would be able to leave here if he settled his mind. But when Emo derived this formation for half a month and had zero clue, he realized he was too optimistic. Emo even called out Small Ginseng. Small Ginseng only recognized it was a natural attack formation. One could only wait till the formation opened up naturally. Emo knew this too, but he didn't know when it would open and he didn't want to wait here. A few months passed and he still didn't open this formation.
Emo became worried. He suddenly thought of the Blue Bead small world and the Golden Page world. If he had the slightest respect for Ice God Palace before, it was all gone now. He took out the small world and started to spirit control it. With his immortal monarch peak power, it didn't take much time. In just half a day, he completely spirit controlled this small world. The inside of the world clearly imprinted in Yemo's spirit sense. Yemo went into the small world without hesitation. The small world wasn't big, only 1,000 km radius. There was blue mountains and lush green waters. The immortal spirit chi here was also extremely dense. There was a row of exquisite houses in the most obvious place in the small world. Amongst the houses, there was a 1 km tall tree. It was the tree Yemo found in the Ice God Forbidden Grounds. There was a black ice bed at the tree roots and on the bed was Qing Ru. After all these years, Yemo was still shocked by Qing Ru's beauty upon seeing her. She was too beautiful. Jin Bingyu and Luo Ying's beauty could make people feel close, but her beauty didn't seem real. Even after laying here for all these years, her body was still the best Yemo had seen. The only one who could match her was Jin Bingyu, but that was after Jin Bingyu cultivated body refinement. This woman probably naturally had this perfect body. Yemo put a heaven heart soul recovery pill in her mouth. Yemo was the only one who had the pill recipe. This was the top level 9 immortal pill he made with dark weed, level 9 immortal spirit herb Hai Tian Lan and In Blue Plum. If the essence spirit was still alive, the pill could save the person. Yemo was certain Qing Ru's soul hadn't disappeared. As long as she had a sliver of soul, he could save her and ask what this formation was. The pill immediately melted in Qing Ru's mouth. Yemo soon felt many immortal spirit chi insert into Qing Ru's body. Indeed, in less than half a day, Qing Ru opened her eyes. She seemed a little confused and looked around before sitting up. Soon, she realized this was her small world and breathed easy. But when she saw Yemo not far from her, she landed on the ground in shock. "Who are you? Why are you in my small world?" Qing Ru asked without hesitation. Yemo said plainly, "It's not important who I am, what's important is who are you?" Yemo was actually shocked when the woman woke up. Her cultivation level seemed a little too low. She was only abstruse immortal primary stage. How did she get to the cultivation realm? "I'm Qing Ru," Qing Ru said and then frowned. She immediately said in shock, "I remember, you're the person I asked to take me away?"
That's right, I took you away from that place. Yemo nodded, thank you. Shinru quickly bowed and didn't blame why Yemo was in her small world. She could feel her small world had been spirit controlled by Yemo. May I ask, Martial Brother, where is this place? Shinru scanned her spirit sense out and could only feel coldness and a very sophisticated formation, Ice God Palace. Yemo answered. Shinru's face showed a surprise and joyful expression completely different to her sad look before. You really took me to Ice God Palace? I want to see Ice God Palace, Palace Lord. Shinru said, and then realized she was too desperate and said to Yemo, sorry, I'm too desperate. She didn't even ask how Yemo came to the immortal realm nor Yemo's name. Yemo sneered, I was planning to take you to see the big Palace Lord and I indeed saw her. But before I can take you out, I was ambushed by your big Palace Lord and third Palace Lord. I'm trapped by an extremely cold formation. What? Shinru called out in shock, this is impossible, impossible. Yemo ignored her and took out her of the small world before pointing outside, impossible? Have a look at yourself. Ice God Formation. Shangru murmured to herself, Chapter 1953, Xuan's Flying Ship, what is Ice God Formation? Yemo saw that Xingru actually knew this formation and quickly asked with hope. He used his level 9 immortal pill, right? Xingru said seriously, it's the number formation of the Ice God Palace. Even if a divine emperor comes, he would be trapped by the Ice God formation. What atrocity did you do in the Ice God Palace? Otherwise the big Palace Lord would definitely not use such means against you. Bullshit. Yemo yelled in fury. I brought you back to Ice God Palace in goodwill. The old farts of Ice God Palace didn't thank me and instead ambushed me. What atrocity! I didn't even touch a small grass of Ice God Palace. Then Yemo added in his heart, I didn't break the mountain. Hearing Yemo's words were coarse, Xingru frowned immediately. She remembered she was heavily injured. How could she suddenly wake up? Thinking about this, she immediately asked, you saved me? Yemo sneered, what do you think? I used all my fortune to get a level 9 immortal pill and I used it to save you. Yet your Ice God Palace tries to kill me. Yemo felt he was becoming more and more like Shadowless. If it was Shadowless, he would probably say that from beginning to now, he had used all his time to gather immortal crystals to buy this pill. Xingru seemed to be someone easy to talk to. If he could get on her side, she might be able to tell him a way out. Wait, it's not right. Xingru didn't become all grateful to Yemo due to his words. She just woke up and there were a lot of things she didn't think. Now her brain was slowly away and she remembered how could Yemo be fine after the Ice God Palace activated the Ice God formation. Even her small world was fine. This didn't make sense. Even a small world can't resist the force of the formation. She knows how long she had been asleep. Even if Yemo ascended when she fell asleep, there was no way he could cultivate to a stage to survive the Ice God formation. How did you block the Ice God formation? Xingru asked. Yemo sneered, that's my business, it has nothing to do with you. Your Ice God Palace owes me, not the other way around. Yemo felt this Xingru wasn't simple to be able to recognize the formation, but he desperately wanted to go out, so he didn't bother asking why she went to the cultivation realm and ended up in that situation. Regardless of who is right, the big Palace Lord won't casually use the formation against you. She's about to reach Dao Vindication Divine Emperor. How can she do that? Plus, the big Palace Lord is very nice. She would never treat someone who helped the Ice God Palace like that. Xingru shook her head. Yemo said in contempt, Dao Vindication Divine Emperor? Keep dreaming. How can someone like her reach Dao Vindication? Xingru frowned and said, I can't see your cultivation level, you're probably much stronger than me. Otherwise, the Ice God Palace wouldn't use the Ice God formation against you. When I left the Immortal Realm to the Cultivation Realm, the big Palace Lord was already Immortal Emperor peak stage. There's no way that she hadn't improved after all these years. Yemo was confused. Was there something wrong with that big Palace Lord? He waved out an image. This is the big and third Palace Lord who attacked me. Huh, this? Xingru stared at the image in a daze. How could this be? This isn't your Ice God Palace people? Yemo asked. Xingru fell silent for a long while before saying, the big Palace Lord you said is the original second Palace Lord, not the big Palace Lord I mentioned. The third Palace Lord is a martial uncle of mine, I think. you think the original Big Palace Lord is gone? How long had you left the Ice God Palace?
Perhaps it's the second Palace Lord who harmed your Big Palace Lord with others,
Yemo said.
Xingru shook her head. No, Martial Uncle Rushu is Big Palace Lord's disciple.
Sulian Palace Lord respects Big Palace Lord greatly.
I believe something must have happened in the Ice God Palace all these years I wasn't here.
Yemo frowned. You go deal with whatever happened in your Ice God Palace. I want to leave here. Do you have a way out?
I brought you to the Ice God Palace and used my most precious pill to save you. I don't care about what the Ice God Palace did to me, nor do I want any relations with them.
If possible, I just want to leave. Yemo didn't want to stay here. He didn't like this place.
Although Nia Shuangshuang saved him once and he wouldn't kill her, he didn't want to have anything to do with her.
Xingru bowed to Yemo again. Sorry, no matter who you are, you saved me. I have a way out. I haven't asked for your name yet. Yemo waved his hand. Xingru didn't keep asking Yemo's name. She resisted the urge to ask how Yemo survived in the formation and how he cultivated so quickly. She didn't know why the Ice God Palace used such formation against Yemo, but she could feel Yemo wasn't the evil man she thought. Xingru didn't lie.
With her explanation, Yemo immediately realized why he couldn't go out. The formation was no ordinary formation. It was a top natural Ice God trap formation. It could be activated by cultivators. If outsiders didn't understand the theory behind the formation, then the formation flags they made would be useless.
Only 2 people could release the formation according to Xingru.
The original Big Palace Lord and her. The reason they could release it wasn't because their formation skills were high, but because they had a formation flag to leave this natural formation. The formation was a natural formation and the 2 natural formation flags were called yin-yang formation flags. It was born with the formation. Either flag could be used to leave the formation, but if one wanted to come in from an activated formation, they needed both flags. Now that Xingru had the yin flag, she could take Yemo out of the formation.
This was countless times easier than Yemo had imagined.
From this, Yemo could see that when Xingru left the Ice God Palace, she had very high status here. Coming back to the snowy landscape, Yemo sighed. A few months ago, he was worried about Nia Shuangshuang, but now, he just wanted to leave this place. He had never thought of annihilating the Ice God Palace. He could tell Nia Shuangshuang's status wasn't low here.
If Nia Shuangshuang didn't kill him, then she would never activate this formation.
Or it was that she couldn't stop the 2 Palace Lords from wanting to detonate this formation.
Nia Shuangshuang could have hinted him, but she didn't even do that. This completely disappointed Yemo. The exit to Ice God Palace is very hidden.
I'll take you out, otherwise you would never be able to find the exit.
Xingru saw Yemo was a bit sad and said. Yemo laughed dejectedly. No need, thanks for bringing me out.
I saved you and you saved me, we don't owe each other.
Go back to your Ice God Palace. Don't worry about me getting revenge, I never thought about it.
Xingru smiled sweetly. Thank you, I don't know your name but I believe you. I won't go back to the Ice God Palace now, I need to find my master.
She isn't in the Ice God Palace. Since you can talk about revenge on the Ice God Palace, I believe your cultivation level must be very high. If you don't want to leave with me, can you lend me a flying magic artifact? No problem.
Yemo had plenty of extreme-grade flying immortal artifacts. He subconsciously took out a ring and stared at the storage ring for a long time before suddenly taking out an exquisite flying ship to Xingru. You can have this, goodbye. Then Yemo disappeared. Ha! Xingru dazed at the flying magic artifact Yemo gave her. It was such an exquisite flying ship and Yemo just gave it to her. This ship was also an extreme-grade immortal artifact.
There was such a generous person in this world?
Thinking about how Yemo gave her a level 9 immortal pill, she believed Yemo was such a generous person. She immediately found a hidden place to spirit control this immortal ship. A few days later, she spirit controlled the ship and saw there was a small row of words Shuangshuang's immortal ship.
Chapter 1954, Sing to the Wine, Shuangshuang's flying ship? Who was Shuangshuang?
She didn't know that the entire storage ring was prepared for Nia Shuangshuang.
Now that Yemo was so disappointed, he gave away this specially made flying ship to Xingru.
Leaving this flying ship was too sad. He might as well give it away. Of course Yemo knew how to leave Ice God Palace.
He came by the Qingwei Abyssal River and now he would leave that way too. When Emo came back to that icy mountain range, he saw Nie Shuangshuang again. She stood before a white icy grave and seemed to be murmuring. Emo immediately flew over. With his current cultivation level, even if he stood before her, she wouldn't be able to notice him. There was a stone tablet on the grave with the words, Yemo's grave. Brother Yi, I really hoped you didn't come here. If you didn't, no one would know you existed and we would forget each other. I would definitely not go find you. Maybe this is just what I wanted, but you came to the Ice God Palace. I don't know who brought you here, but when I do I will kill her and get revenge for you. Today is your anniversary. I came to bring you a cup of wine. I won't be coming back again, perhaps. This is good. My mortal Tao is severed. There's nothing left to reminisce. Goodbye. Then, Nie Shuangshuang poured that cup of wine on the tomb before turning to leave. Moments later, she disappeared from Yemo's sight. Yemo suddenly had this sadness in his heart. There was some misunderstanding when he first met her, but later, he knew that her nature was good. But what she did now completely confused him. Clearly she tried to kill him, but she wanted to kill someone else to get revenge for him. Such people could always find an excuse for themselves. If it was some other woman who wanted his life like that, Yemo would have killed her without hesitation, but for Nie Shuangshuang, he didn't have any intentions to kill her. She could be ruthless, but he couldn't do the same as her. Just as she said, just forget each other, Yemo walked up to that tombstone and left 3 lines of words. Before, I wanted to live with you, but that was an extravagant wish. Later, I want to forget you, but it is still an extravagant wish. Now, we're separated by yin and yang. Yemo kicked and the ice tomb was kicked to oblivion. He then threw out Shadowless and said, Shadowless, speed up and row the boat on the Abyssal River, we're going back. 7 days later, Yemo crossed the Abyssal River and came to the riverbank. Yemo spent these 7 days in cultivation. He needed power. If he didn't reach Immortal Emperor, he would be lacking on foundation. Even if he had power rivaling Immortal Emperor, the river bank was still the same. Yemo had crossed the river twice and been to the Lightning Kill Palace. His spirit sense wasn't just 1 km like before, it was a few kilometers. Some body refinement immortals were still cultivating their bodies on the river banks while finding wine kill stone. The Dunyang Hotel was still there. When I put away Shadowless and went into the hotel, there were still a few people sitting there drinking wine. However, Yemo didn't see Chuchen Divine Emperor nor that old woman. Yemo was only Immortal King middle stage, and when he walked in no one even looked at him. However, Dunyang was startled off her seat and quickly walked out and bowed. Dunyang, greet immortal friend Yi. The immortal kings and immortal monarchs drinking were dazed. They had been here for countless years but had never seen Dunyang leave the counter to greet someone. There were a few immortal emperors here, but even if they came, she only politely saluted with her fists. Who was this youth to allow her to come out and greet? Yemo didn't mind. She was close to Chuchen Divine Emperor. It would be strange if she wasn't scared of him. Get me 1 kettle or white wine and 2 bottles of black wine. Yemo nodded and said, he told Small Ginseng to produce wine, but it had only been this long and Small Ginseng hadn't produced the wines yet. By the looks of it, Small Ginseng seemed very interested in Chuchen Divine Emperor's other wine recipes. Who knows how long it would be before he could drink the wine made by Small Ginseng. Yemo knew that there were much black wine, so he only asked for 2 bottles. Everyone dazed and looked at Yemo in shock. They've been here for so long and seen people buy white wine, but that was in bottles. They've never seen people buy black wine. Now, an immortal king asked for a kettle of white wine and 2 bottles of black wine. However, what shocked them more was that Dunyang took it out without hesitation and didn't even ask Yemo for the wine kill stones first. Yemo was used to eating first and then paying, so he took the white wine and drank. An extremely fierce killing intent filled his entire body. This killing intent was more than 10 times stronger than the blue wine. Before he even refined the killing intent and killing chi in the wine, a terrifying killing intent emitted from his body. The nearby immortal monarchs quickly used their cultivation method to block this good wine. Yemo praised, and his contemptuous opinions of Chuchen Divine Emperor were gone. To be able to make such wine, one's winemaking skills had to reach a new peak, as well as his understanding of killing intent and lethal force. Only then would you be able to turn the killing intent in the wine kill stone into wine intent and allow the drinker to digest it. Small Ginseng didn't understand killing intent much. He probably couldn't make such wine, Seeing Emo drink a big gulp of the white wine, people were already very shocked, but then Emo tipped the entire kettle of white wine down, in that instant. There was only the sound of Emo drinking the wine. The dejected feeling of being ambushed by Nie Shuangshuang was completely melted in this wine. In that instance, Emo only felt the satisfaction of the killing intent in this wine. That killing chi soon swept Emo's entire body. Emo didn't even need to use 3 birth chant to refine it and instead used his body refinement cultivation method to feel the lethal force and killing intent of the wine. The killing intent and wine intent spread. How could the immortal kings and immortal monarchs not realize Emo's power? They all moved back fearing this sharp killing chi would hurt them. This is satisfying. A lot of the dejection in his eyes dissipated and he finished the white wine. He put the wine kettle on the bar and took out the black wine and gulped. An extremely fierce lethal force swept his entire meridian. Even his sea of consciousness was ravaged by killing chi. This killing intent in the black wine was 10 times stronger than the white wine. Emo had never felt drunk ever since cultivation, but today he was feeling a bit tipsy. This time, he didn't finish the black wine in one go but instead took out 100 white kill stones and 20 black wine kill stones and placed it on the counter and then took the other bottle of black wine before saying in a tipsy tone, "Dinyan, thank you for your wine. It's great. When Little Mud comes back, tell him that Emo welcomes him to come to." Emo walked out of the Dunyan Hotel. Everyone saw Emo take out the wine kill stones and realized that he wasn't going to drink free wine. He took out 100 white stones and 20 black stones in one go. Even immortal emperors might not be able to take out that many in one go. Dunyan looked at Emo dazedly, but Emo already walked out of the hotel. Outside, a song came the day before is gone. Happiness if more important than anything, the spilled water can't be taken back. Emo didn't know what song this was, but he remembered in the Beijing bar he was at with Nie Shuangshuang. The bar played this song. Using the murderous chi in the wine, Emo sang this song and melted the sadness in his heart. The song is bad but the wine is good. A sudden voice woke Emo up a bit. Wrong, the song is good and the wine is too. Another voice sounded. Emo's tipsiness eased. The two came up to him and he didn't even realize. As he woke up from the wine, he felt his immortal essence release and his cultivation level finally reached immortal monarch peak stage. Chapter 1955, soon not to be immortal monarch. After Emo's initial joy, he looked at these two people seriously. He was shocked that both of them were immortal emperor peak stage and he didn't know a single one of them. The one who said his song was good was a monk who bared his chest. There were massive beads hanging off his neck. Emo scanned with his spirit sense. There seemed to be countless beads, but then later there only seemed to be a few. Emo couldn't tell if the other person was a man or woman. Who dares to rebuke my words? So it's you again, old man Wuing. Why didn't you stay at the Wujia Sound River? Ha ha. The monk stared at Emo's wine bottle and said, "Your wine seems good, can I have a try?" "Du Feng monk, where I go is none of your business. If you mind your own business, I can give you a bottle after I kill this kid." Wuyin Immortal Emperor said. Emo's eyes went cold. He didn't expect it was Wuyin Immortal Emperor. No wonder he was Immortal Emperor peak stage. He had come back from the void, then Fengkong Grand Emperor was probably back. It seemed he really needed to break through to Immortal Emperor and kill this Wuyin before going after Fengkong Grand Emperor. Emo knew that Wuyin came just for him and worried about Beiwei and them. Meanwhile, the monk stared at Wuyin Immortal Emperor. "Old man Wuyin, do you enjoy abusing people weaker than you? In the Ice Carrot Immortal City. You wanted to abuse a few little girls and I stopped you. Now you want to abuse an immortal king. Thank you Qianbei for helping at Ice Carrot Immortal City." Emo immediately walked up to that monk and bowed. Emo knew that this monk stopped Wuyin Immortal Emperor from attacking Beiwei and them. "I didn't even say it is, and you know those few girls. It seems there's the conflict between you guys. You don't need to thank me, just let me have a sip of the wine. It's Dunyang black wine, right? I've always wanted to drink but I can't afford it. After I drink I'll help you fight." The monk stared at Emo's wine and gulped. Wuyin Immortal Emperor sneered. "Du Luo monk, I can give you face for other things, but I must kill this person. He ruined my sect, took my immortal range and robbed my sect members. How can I not kill him?" Hearing this, Du Luo monk frowned. If what Wuyin said was real, he really couldn't intervene. If he did, his Nanming Heaven Zen Temple would be death enemies with Wujia Sound River. "You're quite bold to do such a thing. I guess you're not an immortal king. What is your cultivation?
The old monk smiled at Yemo bitterly. He suspected he wouldn't be able to drink his wine today. Yemo took away his stealth cultivation method and showed his immortal monarch peak stage power. Thank you, Dufeng Qianbei, but I don't need you to intervene. Old bastard Wuyin captured my wife. I'm long wanted to kill this half-woman half-man. Then, Yemo threw his other bottle of black wine to Dufeng monk. I have another bottle here, you can have it.
Dufeng subconsciously took the black wine and asked in shock, you're a mere immortal monarch power and you want to kill immortal emperor peak stage Wuyin? Immortal monarch power? Yemo laughed, soon I won't be immortal monarch power. I need to have my divine damnation and break through to immortal emperor. Please help protect me, Dufeng monk and Wuyin old man. Then, Yemo glanced at Wuyin immortal emperor in contempt. What? You're going to break through to immortal emperor now? Here? Dufeng repeated in shock. Was this immortal monarch crazy? This was close to Qingwei Abyssal River. There were murderous qi everywhere. Breaking through to immortal emperor here was the most stupidest thing. Wuyin immortal emperor, who was about to attack, suddenly stopped. He had heard that although Yemo was an immortal monarch but could take on Wei Feng Grand Emperor. Although he didn't fear Wei Feng Grand Emperor, he couldn't beat him for sure. Now that Yemo wanted to have divine damnation for immortal emperor, this was the perfect opportunity. He guessed that Yemo wanted to break through to immortal emperor and then fight him. But if Yemo thought he had the opportunity to reach immortal emperor, he would be dreaming. If immortal emperor was this easy to break through to, then this entire world would be filled with immortal emperors. He was 70% certain that Yemo couldn't draw the divine damnation. If Yemo failed to reach immortal emperor, his cultivation level would drop 2 levels. Then, he would be able to easily kill him, even if Yemo brought the immortal emperor divine damnation. So what? As soon as Yemo's divine damnation comes, he would attack. As for immortal emperor divine damnation, it was a joke to an immortal emperor tertiary stage peak. If Yemo thought he wouldn't dare to attack during his divine damnation, then Yemo would be a fool. Yemo knew what Wuyin immortal emperor thought. If Wuyin immortal emperor thought his divine damnation would be an ordinary immortal emperor divine damnation, then he would have quite some trouble. Yemo was certain that even an immortal emperor peak stage wouldn't be able to safely survive his immortal emperor divine damnation. Yemo threw out a few extreme grade immortal ranges and then casually set up a spirit gathering immortal formation. Then he drank all of his black bottle. Dufeng monk stared at Yemo's empty black bottle in shock. He was more shocked about Yemo finishing that in one go than Yemo throwing out a few extreme grade immortal ranges. Although he hadn't had Dunyang black wine before, he had long heard of it. Even the most powerful body refinement immortal or someone who has deep knowledge of killing intent can only drink one mouthful at a time. Seeing Yemo throw his bottle out, Dufeng monk stared at his black bottle and then raised it, drinking a big mouthful. The terrifying killing intent and killing chi instantly filled his sea of consciousness and meridians. The uncontrollable feeling of being torn apart shocked Dufeng monk. He even suspected Yemo didn't drink the real black wine and gave him the real one. He didn't have time to ask Yemo. If he didn't use this time to calm it down, the killing intent would tear open his sea of consciousness. Yemo didn't have it easy either. One bottle of black wine was terrifying. Wuyin stared at Yemo. Dufeng was in trouble himself. When Yemo failed divine damnation, he could easily kill Yemo. As the 3 birth chant ran, the immortal spirit chi of the extreme grade immortal range was swept away by Yemo. Wuyin immortal emperor was shocked at which the speed and power Yemo devoured immortal spirit chi. He made up his mind to kill Yemo this time. Yemo must not be allowed to reach immortal emperor. If Yemo reached immortal emperor, he wouldn't even be able to retaliate. A day later, Duluo monk spirit controlled the black wine and felt its benefits. He forgot that Yemo was still having a divine damnation and drank another mouthful. This was a wine he truly liked. The sky went dark and a rumbling sound exploded in the sky. Wuyin immortal emperor was a bit dazed. He didn't expect Yemo to really bring the divine damnation, but he cast this aside and secretly released his magic artifact. As soon as the divine damnation came, he would attack. Yemo's mind was completely focused on the divine damnation. Like Dufeng monk, he had already forgotten about Wuyin immortal emperor. He ate a Tai Wei emperor return pill. The powerful pill energy mixed with the black wine energy as well as the immortal spirit chi and charged at that immortal emperor barrier. Chapter 1956. So this is it, Rumble. The immortal emperor immediately shook under that charge. Emo rejoiced. He thought he would need to charge many times or even tens of times, but on the first charge, he reached the immortal emperor barrier. He immediately realized what was going on. According to his cultivation progress, he could long reach immortal emperor. It meant that his foundation as an immortal monarch was enough. The reason he wasn't able to reach immortal emperor was because he couldn't reach immortal monarch peak stage, crack. As soon as Emo touched the immortal emperor barrier, the divine damnation fell. Emo threw another Taiwei emperor return pill in his mouth without hesitation. He lacked immortal pills the least. These pills were very precious to other sects, but he had plenty. The lightning flashed and Wuyin immortal emperor immediately released his immortal subjugation tree root. He was going to attack when Emo was struck by the first wave of divine damnation. 9 bluish-black bolts of lightning fell. Wuyin immortal emperor was dazed. He didn't expect Emo's divine damnation was bucket-size thick, but he was more assured. After these 9 bolts, Emo would be heavily injured if not dead. Even if he was caught in the divine damnation, he would at most receive light injuries. Wuyin immortal emperor's calculations were very precise. He followed the 9 bolts of lightning closely and attacked Emo. He was certain that even if he was caught in it, it would be very little. Plus, he released his top-level defense magic artifact Golden Dragon painting to protect him. Crackle crackle. Lightning rained down non-stop. Wuyin immortal emperor was lost for words. Just what divine damnation was Emo this bastard having? The 9 bolts was only a part of the first wave. After this 9 bolts, 10 more equally sized lightning came. These bolts were less than a second slower than the first 9 bolts. Wuyin immortal emperor counted and there were actually 81 bolts. Wuyin immortal emperor's face went pale. Even though he was immortal emperor peak stage, he couldn't stop such terrifying divine damnation arc. He had released his magic artifact now and even clashed with the latter lightning bolts. This meant that he had been caught into the divine damnation. It was impossible to leave now. At this moment, how could Wuyin immortal emperor not know what Emo planned? He was furious, but he could only block this divine damnation. He swore he had never seen such terrifying divine damnation in his life. His immortal emperor divine damnation was a small stream compared to the ocean that Emo's divine damnation was. No wonder Emo could easily kill immortal emperor as an immortal monarch. This person was so absurdly powerful that even the heavens didn't want him to live. If he knew it was such terrifying divine damnation, Wuyin immortal emperor would rather run far away. He didn't believe that anyone could survive such divine damnation, not even Emo. No immortal emperor can survive this divine damnation, maybe not even Truth Divine Emperor, seeing Wuyin immortal emperor get caught in the divine damnation. Emo sneered. Served this old bastard right. Other people were scared of this divine damnation, but he wasn't at all. He had long predicted that his immortal emperor divine damnation would be crazy. This was just the start. He just needed to speed up reaching immortal emperor at the start. Once he reached immortal emperor, his power would be tens of times stronger. This divine damnation would just be child's play. If Wuyin immortal emperor didn't join, he might use Zisu to block a little, but now that Wuyin immortal emperor joined, he couldn't even be bothered doing this. He just used the 3 birth chant and body refinement cultivation method like crazy, devouring the lightning source like crazy while refining his body. At the same time, he gathered all his immortal essence to charge at that immortal emperor barrier. Rumble, tens of water bucket thick lightning arcs kept smashing on Emo's body. Blood and flesh rubbed against each other. His bones were cracking with the strikes, but Emo wasn't scared at all. Taiwei Emperor Return Pill had plenty of power, and with how crazy Emo was devouring immortal spirit chi and lightning source, the combined power was crazy. But even so, this wave of energy could only shake the immortal emperor barrier. There wasn't even a crack. Emo knew clearly that although he touched the immortal emperor barrier easily, it wasn't easy to break it. He ignored Wuyin immortal emperor and just focused charging at the immortal emperor barrier. Wuyin immortal emperor couldn't even protect himself now, much less attack Emo. He couldn't devour those lightning and didn't have immortal god body refinement. The lightning struck him head on. Crack. The golden dragon painting only blocked more than 10 thicking lightning arcs and started cracking. Wuyin immortal emperor also took back the tree root he attacked Emo with. He couldn't even save his own life now. How could he attack Emo? the tree root turned into countless tree roots and extended out. They joined up together to stop the lightning bolts. Bolts of lightning were torn to pieces by Wuyin Immortal Emperor's tree root and clashed with the lightning arcs Emo smashed away. Wuyin Immortal Emperor's heart was bleeding. The first wave of divine damnation hasn't ended yet, but he was already heavily injured. His golden dragon painting was cracking too. This was his best defense magic artifact. He cherished it like his life. Wuyin Immortal Emperor had made up his mind that after this divine damnation, he would immediately leave the range of the divine damnation. He would definitely not get caught up in Yemo's second wave of divine damnation again. If there was a second wave, he wouldn't need to kill Yemo, he would be killed himself first. After refining the second mouthful of wine, Du Feng Monk stared at Yemo's divine damnation dazedly for a long while before murmuring, "This is divine damnation? So that's it. I understand." Looking at Wuyin Immortal Emperor, who might be devoured at any time, Du Feng finally realized why Yemo said he was going to have divine damnation. Even divine emperors would have to watch on the side for this divine damnation. Just who was this youth? He didn't know if immortal emperors had divine damnation to vindicate Tao, but he knew it wouldn't be something as terrifying as this. The 81 bolts were finally used up, but Wuyin Immortal Emperor was like a death chamber prisoner now. He was covered in wounds and his clothes were long gone. His body was covered in blood and blackness. The first wave of divine damnation finally ended. Wuyin Immortal Emperor didn't want to care about Yemo anymore. He didn't even want to see Yemo again. He just wanted to go as far as possible. It was less than half a second after the first wave ended that the second wave came. He couldn't escape at all. After being locked on by this divine damnation, he couldn't even breathe. Looking at another 81 bolts fall down, Wuyin Immortal Emperor moaned helplessly. What did he do? He found such a maniac of an opponent. If he had another chance, he would rather call Yemo grandpa than have divine damnation with him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Another 81 bolts fell. Yemo knew it was the same number of bolts as before, but Yemo knew this wave had more power. When the second wave fell, Yemo didn't want to passively defend anymore. He flew up and raised his two hands. He smashed out lightning spears. 5 lightning spear destruction. He could smash more than just 5 now. He could smash out 50 or even 500. But the more he used, the weaker they were. As the lightning spears smashed out, those thick lightning bolts were smashed apart into lightning light. Those lightning light not only refined Yemo's 5 lightning spear destruction god art but also landed on Yemo's body. Yemo devoured this, and together with the immortal spirit chi he devoured, it smashed towards that immortal emperor barrier again. Chapter 1957, Dunyang Bara Wine. The second wave of 81 bolts passed. Yemo's immortal essence had stacked up to a terrifying amount, but his immortal emperor barrier would only shake and not open. Yemo began to worry. In his past divine damnations, it never took him more than 2 waves of divine damnation to reach the next cultivation level. This time, 2 waves of divine damnation passed and his immortal emperor was still there. This was something never seen before. Luckily, his immortal monarch foundation was big and his body refinement was high, otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to resist these huge lightning bolts. Yemo didn't have the mood to worry about Wuyin Immortal Emperor anymore. The third wave had come and it was 81 bolts again, but even more fierce. The thick lightning bolts were smashed away by Yemo. Rings of black lightning splashed apart, illuminating this murderous place. All the body refinement cultivators of the river were drawn over. For the first time, Dunyang left her wine. Everyone came to Yemo's place to watch this shocking divine damnation. The endless thick lightning bolts and the black lightning shivered every immortal's heart. They were all thinking, how could there be such terrifying divine damnation in this world? Dunyang was murmuring something. No one heard what she said. She had experienced divine damnation before, but her divine damnation was nothing compared to Yemo's divine damnation. It was less than 5% of Yemo's divine damnation. Now she realized why Yemo wasn't even an immortal emperor but could suppress immortal emperor. Now that he reached immortal emperor, no one in this immortal realm would be able to stop him. Other than a few divine emperors, who would be a match for Yemo. As for Wuyin Immortal Emperor, who was struggling to survive between the bolts, he was long ignored. Everyone watched to see when Yemo could reach immortal emperor. Even those who didn't know Yemo wanted him to survive this divine damnation and reach immortal emperor. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The fourth wave of 81 bolts fell and the heaven-covering thick lightning bolts completely covered this space. Yemo had to face this divine damnation carefully or he would be disintegrated. The tattered Wuyin Immortal Emperor looked dazedly at Du Feng as though pleading for help. He really wanted to ask Du Feng Monk to help. He really couldn't keep up with Yi Mo's divine damnation. The first 3 waves completely crippled his golden dragon painting. If his tree root wasn't so powerful and he was Immortal Emperor peak stage power, he would have died in the 3rd wave. Everyone's attention was on Yi Mo. Even if Du Feng Monk saw him, he wouldn't dare to charge into Yi Mo's divine damnation to save someone. Crack. No matter how powerful the immortal subjugation tree root was, it couldn't resist this terrifying divine damnation. Cracks appeared. Plus, Wuyin Immortal Emperor could only passively defend against the divine damnation while Yi-Mo devoured the divine damnation to increase his power. Before the 4th wave finished, Wuyin Immortal Emperor was completely smashed by a thick lightning bolt on his body. Wuyin Immortal Emperor couldn't hold on anymore. He couldn't even control his tree root anymore. Lightning bolts kept falling, rumble rumble rumble, for thick bolts hit him again. Even though he took out all the defense magic artifacts in his storage ring, it was useless. There was a hideous scream. Wuyin Immortal Emperor's body was broken, and as soon as his essence spirit came out, it was disintegrated by the falling divine damnation. At the same time, Yi-Mo felt his body refinement about to break through. His cultivation level didn't break through, but his body refinement reached Immortal God Body tertiary stage. The powerful body made Yi-Mo breathe easy. Once Wuyin Immortal Emperor was killed, almost all the lightning arcs focused on him. Yi-Mo was even feeling grateful to that Wuyin Immortal Emperor now. If he didn't share a part of the divine damnation, he would be more heavily injured. When Yi-Mo reached Immortal God Body tertiary stage, the 5th wave fell without hesitation. If the 9th wave fell and Yi-Mo didn't break through, he would be the only person to have a divine damnation and not break through. The nearby immortals saw with their own eyes Wuyin Immortal Emperor getting killed by the divine damnation. They were very shocked. Not many people knew Yi-Mo, but there weren't many who didn't know Wuyin Immortal Emperor. Wuyin Immortal Emperor was on the level of Wei Feng Grand Emperor, and yet he couldn't survive. This made Du Feng realize that if he went he would be killed too. This was why Yi-Mo could drink a whole bottle of the wine, but he could only drink 2 mouthfuls. Yi-Mo devoured all the lightning source and charged at the Immortal Emperor barrier. However, the 5th wave was about to be over, but his Immortal Emperor barrier was still just shaking. Yi-Mo became more worried. Ever since he reached Immortal God Body middle stage, the divine damnation couldn't kill him, but if he couldn't reach Immortal Emperor, all was useless. If he didn't reach Immortal Emperor, he wouldn't be able to talk to Feng Kong Grand Emperor. Seeing that the 6th wave was about to fall, Yi-Mo saw Dunyang appear. He immediately called Dunyang, "Lend me a kettle of black wine." Dunyang was very shocked at Yi-Mo's divine damnation, and hearing his call, she charged at Yi-Mo with a kettle of black wine without hesitation. "Dunyang, do you not want to live?" An Immortal Emperor, as the Dunyang Hotel called. Dunyang hesitated but still didn't stop and said at the same time, "I like his song." Dunyang charged into Yi-Mo's divine damnation and gave the black kettle to Yi-Mo. She only had one last kettle of this black wine. If it was destroyed by the divine damnation, she wouldn't be able to give Yi-Mo another one. Rumble. The 6th wave of 81 bolts fell. The bolts were thicker than buckets. Dunyang knew that she was locked on by the divine damnation now and couldn't escape. Her pale face became even more pale. Yi-Mo took the wine kettle and smiled. "Thank you, Dunyang, you and Little Mud are my friends. Go out first, I will visit your business frequently." Dunyang just wanted to say she was locked on by the divine damnation when she felt her body relax. Yi-Mo flew up and smashed out hundreds of 5 lightning spear destruction. He also smashed out Zisu. Dunyang immediately knew that she was different to Wuyin Immortal Emperor. The divine damnation that locked onto her was blocked by Yi-Mo. She didn't need to worry at all. She knew now wasn't the time to talk. She saluted with her fists to Yi-Mo and quickly left. Everyone saw Dunyang leave safely and saw Yi-Mo fly up to fight the divine damnation and was even more shocked. Yi-Mo was pretty much battling the divine damnation, and from the looks of it, Yi-Mo had the upper hand. Wuyin Immortal Emperor was killed by the divine damnation, probably because Yi-Mo didn't want to save him. "Dunyang, what is it like inside?" Some people who knew Dunyang asked. Dunyang breathed easy. "If immortal friend Yi didn't help, I would be ashes right now. I can't even block one wave of the divine damnation." Rumble. Yi-Mo's lightning spears smashed with the 81 bolts again. Zisu purple shadows ravaged the sky and endless lightning was smashed away. At this moment, lightning light completely covered the murderous Qi here. When the 6th wave was about to end, Yi-Mo raised the black kettle and drank all of the contents. Chapter 1958. This is Immortal Emperor state.
even those who haven't had the Dunyang black wine could imagine how terrifying it was. As for those few who drank it, they were even more shocked.
Yimo just drank the entire kettle like that.
Even divine emperors wouldn't be able to handle it. The extremely violent killing intent ravaged Yimo's body as though about to tear him to pieces. The next moment, Yimo's body that wasn't torn by the divine damnation was slowly showing blood gashes under this terrifying black Dunyang wine. Blood trickled down eerily. It was as though his body would be ripped apart by this terrifying killing intent. The next moment, the uncontrollable killing intent and lightning spilled apart.
Even those immortals standing far couldn't help retreating.
The killing intent in this killing chi was too scary. Rumble, explosions roared in the sky and bluish-black lightning fell, tearing the entire space. Everyone knew this was Yimo's seventh wave of divine damnation coming down. At this moment, Yimo's body was torn red by the killing chi in the wine. His face became more and more pale.
When the seventh wave of divine damnation came, Yimo took out another Tai Wei Emperor return pill and ate it. To Yimo, if he couldn't reach Immortal Emperor, who knows when he would be able to break through.
He had to reach Immortal Emperor as quickly as possible. Only then would he have the power to stand firm in the immortal realm. Only then would Mou Immortal Sect be able to stand firm. Crackle.
The terrifying lightning struck Yimo's body.
Yimo used all the pills of the power along with the lightning source as well as the black wine lethal force to charge at the Immortal Emperor barrier. The satisfying killing intent turned into invisible blades. These blades were mixed with the lightning source and smashed on the Immortal Emperor barrier again. Before this wave of charge finished, the killing intent came again. Crack, an extremely comfortable feeling welled throughout Yimo's body. At this moment, Yimo felt the entire world open up to him. It was as though the immortal realm was no longer the same immortal realm and space wasn't the same space. Everything became meticulous and Tao waves were extremely clear to him. Powerful immortal essence power and the boundless sea of consciousness filled Yimo's body.
Yimo couldn't help but moan in comfort.
It was as though he could easily pick up the nearby immortal spirit chi around him. He could use the power of the world at any time. When he tried to sense that immortal emperor barrier, it was long gone.
Yimo's eyes finally lit up and let out a long howl.
Everyone knew now that although Yimo's divine damnation hasn't finished yet, he was no immortal emperor. Yimo grabbed casually and the nearby space seemed completely bound by his hand. So this is immortal emperor state.
Yimo murmured to himself.
If someone had his immortal emperor power, then no matter how powerful his immortal monarch peak stage he would be completely outmatched. 3 birth chant was indeed the chaos cultivation method of the world.
This extreme power wasn't something ordinary immortal emperors could compare with. Yimo let out a long howl.
He hadn't seen Feng Kong Grand Emperor before, but he knew Feng Kong Grand Emperor was stronger than Wei Feng Grand Emperor. However, Yimo no longer had fear in his heart. This was his confidence because he was different to other immortal emperors. The tens or even hundreds of times more resources he used compared to others didn't go to waste. Yimo just reached immortal emperor and his immortal emperor force was seeping out.
It made people step back again. Even immortal emperors took in a cold breath. Yimo's power wasn't something same-level immortal emperors could compare with at all.
His immortal emperor force meant that he was tens of times stronger than before.
Who could stop him in the immortal realm?
Only the 4 Grand Emperor or even Divine Emperor can. The 8th and 9th Divine Damnation came at the same time, but these were nothing to Yimo now. He didn't even use God art and just grabbed with his hand. These lightning bolts were either devoured or turned to nothing. The rumbling seemed to have instantly disappeared from the sky, but people didn't see immortal spirit chi cloud falling. Yimo knew his divine damnation rarely had that, and now that he reached immortal emperor he didn't care about it at all. When the divine damnation disappeared, he set up a stealth restriction and quickly cleansed himself and changed into new blue robes. When Yimo put away the restriction and put away the unfinished extreme grade immortal range, everyone woke up.
Yimo's terrifying divine damnation was over, regardless if the immortals knew Yimo. They all came to congratulate Yimo.
Everyone who witnessed Yimo's divine damnation knew that someone who could have such divine damnation would have no opponents in the future.
The immortal realm will be his. Seeing Yimo clean and easy, the people who came to congratulate him were more shocked.
Other people would be covered in injuries after divine damnation and spend a lot of time to consolidate their power.
But Yimo seemed like he didn't go through anything at all.
His newly ascended chi was very stable too. his powerful immortal emperor chi only spilled the moment he reached immortal emperor and shocked people.
After the divine damnation, they couldn't sense it at all. Emo thanked them all.
These people witnessed him reaching immortal emperor.
This was some fate.
Cultivating till now, this immortal emperor breakthrough was the hardest. Luckily Dunyang helped him. Without that murderous intent in the wine, it would be really hard to break his immortal emperor barrier. After everyone finished congratulating, Dunyang came up to congratulate, immortal friend Yi, congratulations.
You've become an unparalleled immortal emperor.
The heavens are yours to roam now.
Dunyang exclaimed. Emo quickly saluted with his fists. Thank you Dunyang for lending me a kettle of wine. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to break through to immortal emperor. Then, Emo took out 100 black wine kill stones to Dunyang.
He didn't think small ginseng would be able to produce such wine, so he might as well give it all to Dunyang. Dunyang quickly waved her hand. Brother Yi, the wine can be my congratulation gift. You don't need to give me wine kill stone. Emo smiled. Dunyang, I know that although I got the wine recipe from Little Mud Xianbei, I definitely wouldn't be able to produce such wine. You can have these wine kill stones.
I'll come to your place to drink again. Dunyang smiled. In that case, I won't be too polite.
Seeing Dunyang take the wine kill stones, Emo took out 2 more jade boxes and gave it to her. Dunyang, this is my little gift, please take it.
Dunyang didn't need to open it to know what was inside.
Emo gave her this jade box before. It was the one containing the Emperor Wood Blue fruit. This fruit was something even Chuchin Divine Emperor needed desperately.
She didn't expect Emo to give 2 in one go.
Clearly, Emo meant to give her and Chuchin Divine Emperor 1 each. This fruit was too precious. Even though she wanted it immediately, she didn't dare to take it. She quickly rejected. Brother Yi, this is too precious, I can't accept it.
Emo laughed. Dunyang, you and Little Mud Xianbei are people I respected. Without this wine, I can't reach immortal emperor. You don't know, but I know. Emo truly understood why he couldn't reach immortal emperor. He cultivated under the bitter bamboo and had no bottleneck. He lacked this inexpressible learning. Cultivation was like living life. There isn't perfection.
How could one see the rainbow without going through the storm? His cultivation level loosened when Xiaoyu Immortal Emperor's flag drew out his heart demon. This time, he was hurt by Nie Shuangshuang and drank the wine in the hotel. His mind state grew again. Okay, in that case I won't be too polite.
My hotel welcomes Brother Yi at any time. Dunyang's best wine will forever be kept for you. Dunyang took the 2 jade boxes and said shakily, this is the Dunyang I imagined. Emo laughed. Dunyang,
I'm a level 9 Immortal Pill Grandmaster and the sect leader of MOU Immortal Sect.
When Dunyang doesn't want to keep this shop, my MOU Immortal Sect welcomes you and Little Mud Xianbei at any time. Chapter 1959, People from the Grand Emperor Estate. Brother Yi, you're a level 9 Immortal Pill Grandmaster too? Dunyang repeated in shocked.
Everyone else also looked at Emo with extreme shock. Level 9 Immortal Pill Grandmaster wasn't that easy to see, and now there was one standing in front of him who was also an insanely powerful Immortal Emperor. That's right, I'm a level 9 Immortal Pill Grandmaster.
If everyone wants pill concoction, you can come to my MOU Immortal Sect. Emo said.
MOU Immortal Sect needed fame now, not just fame in the low heaven domains but in the entire immortal realm. Hearing this, people rejoiced and came up to thank again. Dufeng Monk also came over. He grabbed the huge beads on his neck and said, I remember, you're the person who broke the Jacques secret realm restriction, right?
Amazing, too amazing. Big Monk is from Nanming Heaven's End Temple. Dufeng,
you're very generous. You lent a bottle of Dunyang black wine to Big Monk. You're a good friend. Emo quickly saluted with his fists. Brother Dufeng, you saved my friends at the Ice Carrot Immortal City.
I should be thanking you.
A mere bottle of wine is nothing.
Okay, immortal crystals like people like you. Monk is going to check out Qingwei Abyssal River. Do you want to come? Dufeng was straightforward. Emo immediately said, I just came from Qingwei Abyssal River.
I'm going to pick up my sister, I probably can't come over. Then, Emo said to everyone, my MOU Immortal Sect will be holding our sect opening ceremony in a decade.
I welcome everyone to come. Thank you all for watching out for me today, we'll bid farewell now.
Yemo was worried about Tang Beiwei and them, so he released his spacetime boat and instantly disappeared from here. Brother Yemo is a good friend.
Du Feng looked at Yemo's disappearing figure and raised his thumb. Yes, he's a worthy friend.
Du Nyang exclaimed, hearing Yemo was a sect leader and going to hold his sect opening ceremony. Some body refinement immortals were planning to go.
The benefits of connecting with a level 9 immortal pill grandmaster was inestimable. Yemo used half a day to come to Qingwei Abyssal River from the city, but now he used less than a third of the time. Before Yemo went in the city, he saw Tang Beiwei, Ning Yu, and Eugene Xiong negotiating with someone in the Immortal Rest Tower Hall. Eugene Xiong had reached Immortal King middle stage after a year. But the person talking to her was an Immortal Monarch middle stage.
Eugene Xiong was much stronger than ordinary Immortal King, but she wouldn't be able to challenge an Immortal Monarch. Martial Sister YY, what's going on?
Yemo asked. Tang Beiwei saw Yemo come over and immediately came up, grabbing his hand. Brother, you're finally back.
They thought Yemo would at most go for a few months, but it had now been a year.
A lot of things happened during this time. If it wasn't for Eugene Xiong's experience and they were very careful, things might have happened already. Martial brother, you're back?
Eugene Xiong said, Martial brother.
Ning Yu also came up to Yemo. Yemo scanned at the person who was speaking to Yu Jiangxiang and frowned. Martial sister Yu, who is he? What is he doing here? I believe you're MOU Immortal Sect leader Yemo, right?
I'm the Mager of Feng Kong Grand Emperor Estate Na Ming. I came to invite Sect leader Yi. When I heard Sect leader Yi wasn't here, I wanted to invite a few of your sect members over.
This Immortal Monarch casually saluted with his fists. Bullshit, we said we don't want to go, but you said if we don't go then you'll take us by force. Tang Beiwei was angry. She couldn't keep calm like Eugene Xiong and Ning Yu. Na Ming Immortal Monarch didn't rebuke and saluted with his fists again. That's right, this is the will of Feng Kong Grand Emperor. I'm just a manager and acting out my order. Yemo's face sunk. Go tell Feng Kong, Yemo will definitely come visit.
No, I must go with you. Before Na Ming Immortal Monarch finished, he felt the nearby space squeeze, and the next moment, he saw a foot kick his face.
Yemo's voice sounded piss off. Tell Feng Kong I will sort things out with him. You. Yemo's kick wasn't heavy. Na Ming Immortal Monarch was kicked out of the Immortal Rest Tower and subconsciously covered his face. He pointed his finger at Yemo in fury. Since when did people dare to treat someone from Feng Kong Grand Emperor Estate like this? Yemo suddenly stared at him coldly and said, if you dare to say one more word, I will cut your head off. Of course, Na Ming Immortal Monarch had heard of how crazy Yemo was. He didn't even fear Wei Feng Grand Emperor. Although he was more furious hearing these words, he knew that Yemo didn't lie. There was probably no one in this world that Yemo feared. Na Ming Immortal Monarch didn't dare to say a word and just turned to leave. He trusted the Grand Emperor will bring him justice. The immortals saw Yemo dare to even kick away Feng Kong Grand Emperor's person. They didn't dare to talk more. Brother, Tang Beiwei wanted to say something but was stopped by Yemo. Let's go in the room first. Yemo guessed that something probably happened to them while he left. As they spoke, Yemo realized that in the first half after he left, they were fine here. No one dared to look for their trouble, but half a year ago, an extremely big auction at the city exposed their tracks. This auction was big and the city was running out of spaces. Eugene Xiong and them had a big block. The rooms were big and immortal spirit chi were ample. Many sects and merchant associations who couldn't find a place to stay set their eyes on their block. Many sects forced the manager to persuade them to go and give them compensation. However, Eugene Xiong was once an immortal emperor peak stage. How could she be persuaded away? However, things didn't end there. The day before the sect, Shangwei Heaven Wuya Monarch sect suddenly had someone come to this room and forced them to move out. Their sect had a very important guest and this guest was coming to the auction here. They wanted to find the best room for them. Their dominance didn't force Eugene Xiong away. They were willing to pay double the price, but Eugene Xiong didn't care about that little immortal crystals. She rejected without hesitation. That Wuya Monarch sect was furious and attacked Eugene Xiong. That elder was Immortal Monarch Tertiary Stage, but Eugene Xiong was only Immortal King Tertiary Stage. Clearly Eugene Xiong was no match and got injured. Just when that Immortal Monarch was going to keep attacking Eugene Xiong, Tang Beiwei suddenly said that they were from MOU Immortal Sect. If he dared to keep attacking, her brother wasn't going to let them go. Hearing this, the immortal monarch immediately stopped attacking and didn't dare to keep asking for the room. The next day, the sect leader personally came to apologize. Yu Jinxiang didn't see them. After that, Tang Beiwei and them felt that they were watched. Indeed, a while later, Wuyin Immortal Emperor came. He wanted to take them away but was stopped by a passerby monk. Chapter 1960, Arrogant Immortal Emperor, Brother, where do we go now? Tang Beiwei said, since Feng Kong sent someone to bring us over, of course we need to go. Let's see what his dog home looks like. Yemo laughed. Yemo had to go find Feng Kong, whether it was because of what his threats to them or the woman whom he kicked off the stairs. Martial brother, you're going to see Feng Kong Grand Emperor? Yu Jinxiang asked in shock. She had to be shocked. She knew Yemo's power from Tang Beiwei and knew that Yemo was much weaker than Wei Feng Grand Emperor. Wei Feng Grand Emperor was a far cry from Feng Kong Grand Emperor. Yemo was definitely no match for Feng Kong Grand Emperor. Yes, I have to go see him. Plus, even if I don't go, would he let me go? Yemo knew that since Feng Kong Grand Emperor knew he had Shadowless, then he knew that he was the person who came out from the small heaven domain. Yu Jinxiang knew that Yemo was right. Even if he didn't go for Yu Jinxiang, just with how Yemo kicked the manager away, Feng Kong Grand Emperor wasn't going to let them go. As soon as they were planning to leave, someone came to their place. It was two Immortal Monarch Tertiary Stage. Brother, this is Wuya Monarch sect leader. The one standing behind him is the elder asking us to give out the room. Tang Beiwei said, Wuya sect Xin Huamao greet sect leader Yi. My sect elder offended Mou Immortal sect and now we came to apologize. Sect leader Yi can punish however you like. One middle-aged immortal monarch saw Yemo come out and quickly bowed respectfully. Yemo looked at the presents in his hands and knew that he was waiting for him here. Clearly, what he did at the secret realm had spread all over the entire grand heaven domain. One Bei Wuya Monarch sect elder Quang Feiji. I offended your sect members a few months ago. I'm very distressed. Please punish me, sect leader Yi. That cocky immortal monarch's tone was even shaking. They waited at the city a few months just to apologize to Yemo. Of course they knew about Wuyin Immortal Emperor hunting Yemo. If Yemo didn't come back and Wuyin Immortal Emperor came back, they wouldn't need to apologize, and if they knew Yemo was killed, they would even keep teaching Tang Beiwei and them a lesson. But now, Yemo was back but Wuyin Immortal Emperor wasn't back. Yemo sneered in contempt. He knew how shameless these people were and only acted like this because he was stronger. If something happened to him, Beiwei and them would never get away, but there were people like this everywhere. Yemo didn't have the mood to care. You're a mere immortal monarch sect and you dare to be this cocky. One day, your sect will be annihilated due to your cockiness. Yemo then took Beiwei and them and left. The two immortal monarchs clearly didn't dare to chase up. After they had left, the sect leader wiped the sweat from his head and said to the other immortal monarch, if sect leader Yi wants to annihilate our sect, it would be as simple as crushing an insect. He's right, we're a mere monarch sect. If we keep going like this, our sect would be annihilated. Sect leader, young Master Long said last time that he would help us with this. The other immortal monarch elder carefully explained. Xian Huamao sighed. He couldn't even be bothered explaining. How could you take those words seriously? Even if young Master Long went to find Mou Immortal sect, they would still have to apologize to Yemo. That level of battle wasn't something they had the right to be in. Yemo didn't even give face to Feng Kong Grand Emperor. The biggest in Qingwei Heaven was Hongyu Immortal City. There were few Immortal City that could match with Hongyu Immortal City in the entire Grand Heaven domain. This was because the Qingwei Heaven Lord estate was here. Feng Kong Grand Emperor's estate was here too. Feng Kong Grand Emperor's estate was grand and monumental. Even the top emperor sects couldn't match this. Yemo and them gasped in front of this estate. Yemo just glanced once and knew this estate was not just an estate but a top-level magic artifact. It was even beyond extreme-grade immortal artifact. These cultivation home artifacts were rare. Yemo made some too, but they were just simple houses and mansions. These boundless cultivation home artifacts were far better than ordinary small worlds. Yemo had to be careful of this. Is sect leader Yi here? While Yemo studied this Grand Emperor estate, someone came to greet. It was an immortal monarch tertiary stage. Yemo nodded. That's right, I'm Yemo. Welcome sect leader Yi. The Grand Emperor has been waiting for you. Please come in.
The immortal monarch was much more polite than the one who went to Ice Carrot Immortal City. I didn't plan on seeing Kong today.
I just came to know the way. I'll come visit tomorrow,
Yemo said and then turned to leave. The three girls followed him. Brother, why don't we go in?
Tang Beiwei asked. Yemo said we have no face going in like this. We'll go find an immortal rest tower and let him come to us. I'm a sect leader and when I came to his estate he doesn't even come to greet me personally. He's looking down on me.
In the Kong Grand Emperor Estate Palace, an authoritative-looking man sat in an ancient emperor chair in the clouds. There were tens of beautiful female immortal on the side of the palace. They all stood on rainbow clouds barefoot. There was a black-faced man on the left side of the palace. He was Immortal Emperor Tertiary Stage Power. The immortal monarch whom Yemo just saw stood in the middle of the palace. Kong Grand Emperor was furious that Yemo, being a mere low heaven domain sect leader, dares to act like this. You said that he didn't come in at the entrance because he thought I didn't go greet him personally? Kong Grand Emperor's tone was calm but his eyes were fierce. Yes, Feng Emperor Master.
I heard it with my own ears.
The black-faced immortal emperor bowed. Kong Grand Emperor sneered. Go invite him tomorrow.
If he doesn't come tomorrow, I will go greet him personally. I'll see if he can handle it. Secret, it would only be a secret if you can keep it. A mere immortal emperor dares to be this cocky.
Grand Emperor, even Wei Feng Grand Emperor suspected Yemo didn't reach Immortal Emperor, but now he suddenly shows Immortal Emperor primary stage power.
This is really strange.
The black-faced Immortal Emperor said carefully. Kong Grand Emperor thought for a long while before saying, I'll know tomorrow. No matter how long he had ascended into the immortal realm for, he was only Great Eternity Immortal Tertiary Stage when he entered the small heaven domain. There's quite some strange things on him for him to reach Immortal Emperor this quickly.
Perhaps the one who entered the small heaven domain wasn't him?
The black-faced Immortal Emperor added. Kong Grand Emperor nodded regardless.
I'll know tomorrow.
There were plenty of immortal rest towers at Qingwei Heaven.
Yemo and them soon found a place to stay.
After going in, Yemo set up a powerful barrier formation and told the three to not leave at all. Yemo came to look for trouble with Kong Grand Emperor. How could he not go in because Kong Grand Emperor didn't come to greet him? The main reason was because he was scared to go in. If he went into Kong Grand Emperor's cultivation home artifact without any preparation, it would be suicide. Chapter 1961, Kong's Garden. Yemo couldn't spirit control Kong's cultivation home, but he had the confidence to set up an immortal formation outside the magic artifact. If Kong activated his cultivation home, he can teleport out immediately. With his formation skills and the formation means he learnt at the Lethal Force Dimension Palace, Yemo believed that even if Grand Emperor was level 9 Immortal Formation Grand Master, he wouldn't be able to detect his formation unless he studied the formation means of that palace too. Yemo believed that was impossible. If Kong Grand Emperor was experienced in formation, he wouldn't break the formation door and leave through the void. In one night, Yemo completely set up this formation. When he returned to his place, Yemo made a teleportation jade cards and placed them on Beiwei in them. The second day, before Yemo even left the Immortal Rest Tower, someone from the Kong Grand Emperor estate came to invite him. This time, it was a dark-faced Immortal Emperor. I'm Grand Emperor Estate Mu Ruiguang. Please forgive our rudeness yesterday, sect leader Yi. Although Yemo was only Immortal Emperor primary stage, this black-faced Immortal Emperor tertiary stage was still very polite. Yemo laughed. No problem. I wanted to have a look at the grandiose scene in the Grand Emperor estate. I didn't expect Kong Grand Emperor to send Brother Mu to come greet me.
Please lead the way, Brother Mu. Mu Ruiguang was very confused. He didn't expect Yemo was so easy to talk to.
This was the best. He was scared Yemo would cause trouble. He had seen recordings of Yemo's battle. Even if he attacked at full force, he would be no match for Yemo. If Kong Grand Emperor had to personally come invite a low heaven domain sect leader, it would be very shameful for Kong Grand Emperor. Yemo came to the Kong Grand Emperor estate for the second time. This time, Yemo went straight in without hesitation. When he came here, he felt this place had a sliver of familiarity. Yemo didn't feel it was his memories but the scene at the Samsara path that was causing this. Sect leader Yi is very famous now. Kong is very honored to have you at my estate. Before Yemo even came in the Golden Palace, Kong Grand Emperor got up from his seat and walked forward a few steps. Yemo smiled. You have won the 4 Grand Emperors.
It's my deepest honor to come here today too.
After the fake greetings, the immortal spirit fruit and immortal wines were brought here.
Feng Kong Grand Emperor said, Sect Leader Yi, I invited you over this time to discuss some things with you. Would Sect Leader Yi have some private time?
Of course, I have people here to accompany your sect members.
Yi Mo rejected without hesitation. No need, there's nothing I can't share with them. They're all excellent sect members. Seeing Yi Mo didn't listen to him, Feng Kong Grand Emperor's face sunk, but that was only an instant. He recovered his smile immediately and said, that's fine too.
I heard Sect Leader Yi has a dragon horse.
Would you be able to call it out and broaden my views?
Of course.
Yi Mo said without hesitation.
Then he told Shadowless to come out. It's a dragon horse indeed.
Feng Kong Grand Emperor had a shocked expression.
Although he called it dragon horse too, only he knew that it definitely wasn't dragon horse. He had never seen such immortal spirit beast. He heard it could even devour domain and god art. Such immortal spirit beast was absurd. I wonder where Sect Leader Yi's dragon horse came from?
I heard it appeared at the small heaven domain.
Feng Kong Grand Emperor just glanced at Shadowless once and immediately made up his mind that he must get Shadowless. Yi Mo suddenly got up and said, Feng Kong Grand Emperor, this is a long story. Ji heard there's an extremely huge yard in your estate.
May I have a look?
Of course, I will explain the origin of my dragon horse as I walk through it. Feng Kong Grand Emperor's immortal essence was calm and extremely dense. Yi Mo immediately knew that this was the strongest immortal emperor he had seen. If he didn't reach immortal emperor, he was no match for this person. Yi Mo thought of what how Heaven Grand Emperor said Feng Kong Grand Emperor showed his power to be the weakest amongst the 4 Grand Emperor, but he's actually the strongest. He's extremely calculated too, no one knows what he thinks.
Of course, please Sect Leader Yi. Feng Kong Grand Emperor got up and smiled. Yi Mo only had one purpose doing this. He wanted to know where he and that woman was kicked off. He also wanted to know where that woman eventually went to. Feng Kong Grand Emperor's garden was indeed extremely vibrant and beautiful. It was like spring everywhere and all sorts of aromas and immortal spirit chi came into your face. You could completely relax. Yi Mo found that even in this garden, Feng Kong Grand Emperor has quite a few restrictions. He couldn't scan his spirit sense across the entire garden. Sect Leader Yi, if you see an immortal spirit flower you like, you can take it. Feng Kong Grand Emperor acted very magnanimous, but Yi Mo could tell he cared about the flowers here. Thank you very much, Feng Kong Grand Emperor.
Yi Mo saluted with his fists and then casually took a Bingfen lotus flower into his storage ring. Feng Kong Grand Emperor's eyes narrowed.
He didn't expect Yi Mo took his casual words seriously.
This Bingfen lotus flower was the first of the 10 great immortal flowers in his garden. It's very beautiful and had different colors each year. It also had this Dao rune. Observing it would help one learn god art. Even he only had one and couldn't cultivate a second one. Now that Yi Mo dug it away, it would be damaged even if Yi Mo took it back out. Beiwei, Ningyi Yu, Martial Sister Yu, if you see any good-looking flower, don't be too polite. Since Grand Emperor said it, he won't be happy if we're too polite.
Yi Mo said, Boss, can this flower be eaten? Shadowless had been with Yi Mo the longest. He immediately knew what Yi Mo was planning. If Boss said yes, he would immediately eat a large patch. Yi Mo knew that if that really happened, he would probably immediately start fighting with Feng Kong Grand Emperor. Feng Kong Grand Emperor heard this and quickly changed the topic. Sect Leader Yi, your dragon horse looks quite good. Can you tell me its origin? Was it this dragon horse that went into the small heaven domain? Shadowless, the Grand Emperor is asking about you.
You tell him, you can eat flowers whenever you want, but now's the time to answer questions. Yi Mo said to Shadowless while he kept searching for those stairs he was kicked off. That was long time ago, I wasn't a dragon horse yet.
Shadowless stopped and then looked at Yi Mo asking, Boss, what was I before?
You were a bug.
Yi Mo was so annoyed he almost slapped Shadowless.
He wanted Shadowless to tell some reliable history. Yes, I was a bug. If you didn't remind me, Boss, I almost forgot I was a bug.
Shadowless kept mumbling, but Yi Mo saw Feng Kong Grand Emperor's face was extremely bleak.
The reason Feng Kong Grand Emperor still hasn't attacked wasn't because he had good tempers, but he really wanted to know Shadowless' origin. Yi Mo didn't want to fight with Feng Kong Grand Emperor yet. He didn't find the place he was looking for, so he slapped, shut up. When Shadowless came to Tang Beiwei with his head looking down, Yemo saluted with his fists to Feng Kong Grand Emperor in apology. My immortal pet is too spoilt. It was original a fan black carrot horse, but one day it devoured a Luo Xiao Wu wood and evolved into this. Eugene Xiang heard this and rolled her eyes at Yemo. This guy was calling her a horse. Yemo immediately realized that he said the wrong thing. Eugene Xiang used the Luo Xiao Wu wood to rebuild her body. Luo Xiao Wu wood? Feng Kong Grand Emperor repeated in shock. This thing was utmost treasure to anyone, but Yemo's immortal pet ate it. He was still suspicious. Fan black carrot horses were rare but still existed. Could it really evolve into such an absurd immortal spirit beast? Chapter 1962, The Stairs, Forbidden Grounds. Master, Wei Feng Grand Emperor came to visit. The immortal monarch tertiary stage from yesterday reported. Feng Kong Grand Emperor immediately said Wei Feng Grand Emperor is the heaven lord of Qing Wei heaven. How about you come see him with me, sect leader Yi? Yemo quickly waved his hand. Emperor Feng, I'm too straightforward. My relationship with Wei Feng isn't good. Last time we fought too. If I fight with him in your estate, it's not good. Grand Emperor, you can go greet that Wei Feng. We're so familiar already. No need to mind me. Plus, I really like this garden, so I'll stay here and watch the flowers. This. Feng Kong Grand Emperor didn't expect Yemo's face was this thick. Since when were they familiar? But he really couldn't say much. After all, Yemo did fight with Wei Feng Immortal Emperor. Feng Kong Grand Emperor could only say helplessly, in that case, sect leader, you can enjoy the flowers here. I'll let Mu Rui Guang serve you. No need. Yemo rejected. Under such beautiful flowers, I need to enjoy them with my beautiful female immortals. After Wei Feng is gone, Grand Emperor can call me up anytime. Forbidden Grounds was very annoyed, but he couldn't fight with Yemo yet. He had to ask some things before he did. For example, how did GMO leave the lethal force dimension? How did GMO break the restrictions in the backyard? Or even what cultivation method GMO was using? Where did his heritage come from? He hadn't asked these questions yet. Wei Feng Grand Emperor really came at a bad time, but Wei Feng was the heaven lord of the biggest heaven domain. He needed Wei Feng to help with a lot of things. In that case, I'll be back in a hole. Feng Kong Grand Emperor thought he could only calm Wei Feng Grand Emperor first and then come deal with Yemo. As soon as Feng Kong Grand Emperor left, Yemo didn't care anymore, despite a few immortal monarchs and 2 immortal emperor primary stage watching him. He hacked his spirit sense blades. The garden became naked to Yemo's eyes. In just a few seconds, Yemo was shook. This familiar feeling rose up his mind. What's wrong? Brother. Tang Beiwei noticed Yemo's face change. Come with me. Yemo said heavily and turned to a direction in this garden. Soon, they went on a jade stone path. 10 seconds later, Yemo and them appeared at the top of a very long stairway. He stared at this place for a long time and didn't speak. He was too familiar with these stairs. He saw it at the Dao Seeking Tower. Now that he saw this again, the sense of familiarity it gave him immediately made Yemo know that this was the stairs where the woman and him were kicked off by Feng Kong. Brother, what's wrong? Tang Beiwei asked again. Yemo sighed and spoke slowly. Long time ago, I was kicked off from here, ha! Tang Beiwei and Eugene Xiang both looked at Yemo in shock. Kicked off from here? How could that be possible? This was Feng Kong Grand Emperor's estate. How could Yemo come here? Who is it? Yemo suddenly looked amongst the flowers. His mood was excited when he saw the stairs and didn't notice things. Now that he calmed down, he immediately noticed someone in the flowers. It was a woman. Her looks were pretty but was only great eternity immortal power level. She held a shovel in her hands as though she was just a flower maid. Her eyes seemed ancient. Sorry, Ling Xiu disturbed master enjoying the flowers. The Great Eternity Immortal woman said in horror. At first Yemo didn't care, but when the Great Eternity Immortal female immortal finished, Yemo was dazed. He saw a black star pattern under her left ear. When he saw this, his heart started beating fast. When he and that woman was kicked off, there were more than 10 youth and 10s of extremely beautiful female immortals next to Feng Kong Grand Emperor. That woman was one of the 10s of extremely beautiful woman. However, her looks seemed much older. She couldn't bear seeing Feng Kong Grand Emperor kick off the people, so she moved her face to the side. Yemo saw it very clearly.
That woman had a star pattern under her left ear. Since he was certain that this woman saw him being kicked off, Emo had decided to take her away and ask. He had no choice but to ask Feng Kong Grand Emperor before because no one else here knew. The bad side to that was if Feng Kong didn't want to answer or there was some secret to this, they would end up fighting. If they fought and he couldn't kill Feng Kong, then it would startle Feng Kong. He might kill everyone who knew about this. That way, he would never get the answers, brother. Tang Beiwei reminded Emo for the third time. She felt her brother didn't seem right ever since coming here, huh? Feng Kong Grand Emperor's laughter sounded. Yemo's spirit sense immediately saw Feng Kong Grand Emperor come over. Next to him was Wei Feng Grand Emperor and a bare-chested monk. Du Feng, brother Yi. Big monk heard that the tunnel to Lightning Kill Palace shut again, so I could only leave. I came to Hongyu Immortal City and heard you were at the Grand Emperor estate, so I immediately came over with Wei Feng Grand Emperor. You invited me to drink Dunyang wine. I must invite you to drink wine, huh? Du Feng laughed very happily. Emo was also very happy seeing Du Feng. He was straightforward and didn't have much schemes. Since brother Du Feng said this, of course Emo would have no objections. Let's go now. Emo wanted to take that Ling Xiao and ask things. Eugene Xian and them quickly went up to Du Feng to thank. He saved them at the Ice Carrot Immortal City. Feng Kong Grand Emperor quickly said no problem, although my Grand Emperor estate don't have Dunyang black wine, but we have extreme grade immortal wine on par with that. Let's go to the top of the immortal garden and drink 300 cups. Emo heard this and knew that Feng Kong Grand Emperor wasn't going to let him go easily. Luckily Du Feng came and he knew Du Feng. If another Grand Emperor who was close to Feng Kong Grand Emperor came, then he might be ganged up by them. He was only Immortal Emperor primary stage and he had 3 female immortals with him. If a year or two passed and he stabilized his Immortal Emperor primary stage and the time formation disc in use, the Emperor would blue fruit to reach Immortal Emperor middle stage. Then even if 3 Grand Emperors joined up, he wouldn't be scared. Emo didn't want to stay here. Since Wei Feng Grand Emperor came, that meant that Dragon River Grand Emperor might come. The more he stayed, the more he would be in danger. Just when that Ling Xiao wanted to go, Emo called wait. The Great Eternity Immortal female immortal was just a maid. Everyone felt strange that Emo stopped her. Hearing this, the Great Eternity Immortal female immortal immediately bowed. Master, if there's anything, please make an order. Emo knew from her extremely calm tone that she had understood what he meant. Perhaps she guessed that he was the one thrown down to reincarnation. Chapter 1963, Turn into Enemies. Emo nodded and saluted with his fists Feng Kong Grand Emperor. This female immortal flower caretaking skills are something Emo had never seen before. I also like some flowers, but I need someone to take care of them. Would Grand Emperor be able to give this flower immortal to me? Wei Feng Grand Emperor sneered in contempt. He could clearly tell that Emo wasn't after her skills. He had 3 extremely beautiful female immortal, and now that he saw a pretty flower immortal, he wanted her too. Shameless, even Du Feng thought of Emo that way. Emo had too many women. Taking care of some flowers didn't need any capabilities. Feng Kong Grand Emperor was a bit confused too. If Emo didn't bring her up, he would have forgot her already. She seemed to be a personal maid before, but made a mistake and was getting old, so he casually left her to take care of flowers. She had some beauty, but with how extremely beautiful most women were, how could he be interested in her? Did he really just want to find someone to take care of flowers? Feng Kong Grand Emperor didn't know what Emo thought, but he didn't want to give this maid to Emo. He felt Emo didn't have simple motives, but as a guest he invited, Emo had already asked for this maid. If he rejected it, then it would bring down his status. It would be better if there were no one here, but Wei Feng Grand Emperor and Du Feng Monk were both here. Feng Kong Grand Emperor looked at the Great Eternity Immortal female immortal and asked plainly, you're a maid, but anyone in my estate has the right to decide where they go. Sect leader Yi wants to take you away. What do you think? His tone was bland, but even Du Feng could tell that Feng Kong Grand Emperor didn't want to give her Emo. Hearing this, Emo frowned. Feng Kong Grand Emperor didn't want to let her go. Even if Feng Kong Grand Emperor didn't want to let her go, he would take this flower immortal even if it meant by force. Everyone thought the female immortal wouldn't leave, and even Feng Kong Grand Emperor knew that after saying that the female immortal would definitely not agree to go with Emo. However, the female immortal bowed to Feng Kong Grand Emperor and said, thank you, Emperor Feng. I'm willing to leave with sect leader Yi and take care of his garden. Hearing this, Feng Kong Grand Emperor's face immediately sunk.
If there wasn't outsiders here, he would have smashed her to pieces already. A mere flowery mortal was as irrelevant to him as a rock on the side of the road, but this rock dared to disobey him. This made him extremely furious. He definitely didn't believe that this maid didn't get what he meant. Huh, great, you're called Ling Xiu, right? Not bad, not bad. You're the number one flowery mortal of my MOU immortal sect now. Yi Mo immediately laughed. Before Feng Kong Grand Emperor could speak, he took out an extreme grade immortal artifact Half Moon sword to her and said, "This is an introduction gift, take it." "Thank you, sect leader." The female immortal said and quickly took the extreme grade immortal artifact. Yi Mo saluted with his fists to Feng Kong Grand Emperor and said, "Emperor Feng, thank you. You not only gave me a flower but also such a good flower immortal." "No problem." Feng Kong Grand Emperor's face recovered and smiled. "In that case, let's go drink wine. I haven't drank with Wei Feng Grand Emperor and Feng Du Monk for a long time. Now that sect leader Yi is here, this is even better." Yi Mo didn't want to drink wine. His eyes met Shadowless and Shadowless immediately knew what he meant. He immediately sneezed and said, "Oh no, boss, it's not good." Yi Mo praised Shadowless inside. This guy was sometimes unreliable, but most of the time he was useful. Yi Mo's face sunk. "Just what happened? Why are you so startled for?" "Boss, did you forget about yesterday? We said to go today, but you still haven't gone yet. If they come to our door, then..." Shadowless couldn't think of anything important and thus could only say yesterday. Yi Mo knew that Shadowless had a lot of tricks, but his ideas wasn't good and thus said to Feng Kong Grand Emperor apologetically, "Emperor Feng, I arranged to meet up with friends yesterday. I actually forgot about this today, so I need to go. I'll come visit again next month." How could Feng Kong Grand Emperor not know that Yi Mo wanted to use an excuse to leave? But even with Feng Du Monk here, Yi Mo won't be able to leave. He had heard of how powerful Yi Mo was. If Yi Mo left today, who knows how long it would take to trick him in here again. Feng Kong Grand Emperor knew that he could still kill Yi Mo outside, but he didn't like trouble. If he could easily capture Yi Mo, why not then? Just when Feng Kong Grand Emperor couldn't find a good excuse, the immortal monarch who invited Yi Mo from Ice Carrot Immortal City said, "Master Emperor Feng, you must give me justice. I offended sect leader Yi before, and in just the time you left, sect leader Yi actually raped my Dao partner in the backyard." Feng Kong Grand Emperor's face immediately turned black. "Yi Mo, I invited you to the Grand Emperor estate out of goodwill, and yet you're this crazy. You even dare to rape the Dao partner of my men. If I don't take you down, how can I stand in the immortal realm?" Then, Feng Kong Grand Emperor's killing intent spread out. The powerful immortal emperor domain already stretched, wanting to cover Yi Mo and them. Du Feng felt Yi Mo was a good person. He didn't really believe that Yi Mo raped Naming Immortal Monarch's Dao partner, but thinking about how Yi Mo even wanted a flower immortal while he has three beautiful women around him, he was a bit confused. Seeing that Feng Kong Grand Emperor was about to fight, he quickly said, "Emperor Feng, wait, let's ask things clear first. Du Feng Monk, this is Grand Emperor estate private matters. We're outsiders, we have best not to intervene." Wei Feng pulled Du Feng to the side. "Old bastard, the emperor shall leave first. If you want to fight, I'm down." Then Yi Mo immediately took Shadowless and the flower immortal while crushing the teleportation jade card he made. His powerful immortal emperor spread out and the domain that bound them crippled. Seeing Yi Mo wanting to leave, Feng Kong Grand Emperor sneered, "Don't even think about it. If he lets sect leader Yi leave in his own cultivation home magic artifact, then he doesn't need to dominate the immortal realm anymore." But soon, his face changed. He found that when he activated his cultivation home, it was bound by something. This was a formation. Feng Kong Grand Emperor was very experienced and immediately realized what was going on. His cultivation home magic artifact was bound by a top formation. Even he needed a few seconds to take it from the formation. However, during this time, Yi Mo and them were wrapped by a white light. Yi Mo and them disappeared in an instant. Feng Kong Grand Emperor's face was green. Yi Mo escaped from his own cultivation home. This was a huge insult. With his experience, how could he not realize that the reason Yi Mo didn't come over yesterday was to set up this formation? Clearly, Yi Mo realized the Grand Emperor estate was a cultivation home yesterday. This person was scary indeed. He must allow such person to leave Qingwei heaven alive. Just when he wanted to hunt Yi Mo, his spirit sense saw Yi Mo outside his cultivation home.
He knew that he didn't need to chase. Yemo wasn't scared of him at all. Yemo didn't go indeed. He didn't fear Wei Feng Grand Emperor when he was an immortal monarch. He was now an immortal emperor and way stronger than before. How could he be scared of Feng Kong Grand Emperor? Martial sister, you and Shadowless take the rest of them to retreat. Shadowless remembered to protect them. Yemo released Zisu and said. Shadowless quickly said, boss, I'll help you. Yemo shook his head. I'm not scared of a mere Feng Kong. Even if I can't kill him, he wouldn't be able to do anything to me. If I don't teach him a lesson, he would think he's the ruler of the entire immortal realm. Yemo hadn't fought since reaching Immortal Emperor. Now that he fought Feng Kong Grand Emperor, it was perfect. Feng Kong Grand Emperor was the #1 immortal emperor of the immortal realm. At the same time, Yemo knew that for people to not attack Mou Immortal Sect, he would to spread the news of his battle with Feng Kong. After Shadowless and them retreated, Yemo released his World Rock and smashed at Feng Kong Grand Emperor's doors. Chapter 1964, Battle with Feng Kong, Rumble. The sign with the words Feng Kong Emperor Estate was smashed to pieces. That sign was an immortal artifact, but most importantly it symbolized Feng Kong. Now Yemo smashed it. How dare you? Feng Kong Grand Emperor landed outside his estate. He had released his soul-robbing blue cloud brush. Ever since he had become face, no one had dared to attack his cultivation home. Yemo dared to smash his cultivation home right under his eye. If he could take this, he wouldn't be Feng Kong Grand Emperor. Du Feng Monk looked at Yemo with extreme shock. He didn't expect Yemo dared to be this crazy as soon as he reached Immortal Emperor. He had seen Yemo's divine damnation, but even so, Yemo wouldn't be a match for Feng Kong Grand Emperor, right? Wei Feng Grand Emperor had a sliver of a smirk on his mouth. He didn't feel this was strange. He knew Yemo rather well. This guy was a madman. He could publicly annihilate Xianlan Merchant Association and challenge him. He even dared to rob Zhizong Immortal Emperor's golden bow of immortal extermination. What else couldn't he do? He wouldn't even frown even if Yemo smashed Feng Kong Grand Emperor Estate to the ground, much less just a sign. Yemo saw Feng Kong Grand Emperor release the soul-robbing blue cloud brush and immediately put away the World Rock. He knew that his World Rock was a bit lesser in this battle. He could use it to smash things, but in battle, he would still need to rely on his Zisu. Zisu's level was far from his cultivation level, but he still had top-level god arts. The soul-robbing blue cloud brush was released and a wave of killing runes smashed out. When the brush drew the character yellow, it was only the size of a spoon, but when it landed, then entire space was covered by this word. If Feng Kong Grand Emperor wasn't concerned about his cultivation home and Qingwei Heaven, this entire patch of void would be annihilated by this word. Ancient killing intent slowly came out. This was completely different to the murderous killing intent on Abyssal River. Even Wei Feng Grand Emperor and Du Feng released their own domains to protect themselves. When Feng Kong Grand Emperor wrote the word yellow, Du Feng Monk was extremely shocked and subconsciously blurted out this as Primordial Chaos 6-word god art. Wei Feng Grand Emperor was extremely shocked too. He knew that Feng Kong Grand Emperor had always been hiding his power and no one knew his bottom line. But when he saw the word yellow, Wei Feng knew that two of him was probably still no match for Feng Kong. In reality, the Primordial Chaos 6-word god art had 8 words instead of 6: yellow, abstruse, earth, heaven, universe, primordial. Universe and primordial are made up of 2 words in Chinese. Universe and primordial were the 2 most powerful words at this moment. Wei Feng Grand Emperor watched Yemo. He didn't care if Yemo died or not, he wanted to see if Yemo could stop the first word of the god art. If Yemo couldn't, then it would only mean that Yemo fought him with Immortal Emperor primary stage cultivation level. If Yemo stopped it, it meant that Yemo really fought him with Immortal Monarch power. The boundless killing intent in Feng Kong Grand Emperor's domain almost annihilated this space. Eugene Xiang and them were almost blown away even from at a far distance. If Tang Beiwei wasn't protected by Shadowless domain, she would be blasted to pieces. Even Ning Yu, Eugene Xiang and that flower immortal were saved because Shadowless devoured the yellow word lethal force. Yemo was shook. He found that he was far from understanding those immortal emperors standing at the peak. He didn't expect Feng Kong Grand Emperor to have such a powerful god art. This one word yellow almost took all the killing intent in the heavens. When Yemo's domain was blasted open by the lethal force,
he immediately empowered his Immortal Emperor domain and added Spirit Sense domain on it too.
Feng Kong Grand Emperor's domain immediately weakened and that lethal force was stopped by EMO. It didn't sweep towards Tang Beiwei in them anymore but completely towards EMO. EMO's Spirit Sense scanned that Tang Beiwei in them were injured. He was furious. This old bastard was so shameless and attacked Tang Beiwei in them too.
He gathered almost all his Immortal Essence and Spirit Sense and disregarded the yellow word lethal force and smashed out 5 lightning spear destruction. The next moment, the entire space was covered by EMO's black lightning. The 5 lightning spear destruction could be instantly released or charged. Charged would be much stronger than instant release. Crack, a huge dragon-like lightning spear struck down from the heavens and completely enveloped Feng Kong Grand Emperor. Feng Kong Grand Emperor's powerful Immortal Emperor domain couldn't stop the spear at all and cracked. This world destruction lethal force spewed out from EMO's fury.
EMO didn't have anything to care about, unlike Feng Kong Grand Emperor.
He attacked with full power, not caring about some Feng Kong Grand Emperor estate. Wei Feng Immortal Emperor's face changed.
He immediately knew that EMO was much stronger than when he fought him.
EMO dared to disregard the yellow word lethal force, and even his 5 lightning spear destruction wasn't something Wei Feng couldn't stop. Du Fenglong was also shocked watching this. No wonder his divine damnation could kill Wuyin Immortal Emperor. Even if the divine damnation didn't kill Wuyin, EMO could kill Wuyin Immortal Emperor. Feng Kong Grand Emperor felt this the most. He was the most shocked. He had tried to overestimate EMO, but he still didn't expect EMO was this powerful and this cocky to disregard the lethal force he threw at him. Only someone who didn't fear death would do such a crazy act. Feng Kong Grand Emperor knew why EMO did this, because he tried to kill EMO's women. The lightning spears carried deeper lethal force and even swept in Feng Kong Grand Emperor's yellow word killing intent. In Feng Kong Grand Emperor's face was serious. He waved out a defense shield. It looked very ordinary, but only those who saw it knew it was Feng Kong Grand Emperor's best defense magic artifact, Shen Yuan Divine Shield. He didn't dare to attack a spearhead with spearhead like EMO. After the shield was released, the yellow word killing intent had been suppressed by EMO's 5 lightning spear destruction and couldn't reach EMO.
Feng Kong Grand Emperor's soul-robbing blue cloud brush kept swiping in mid-air. A spoon-sized abstruse rose up and expanded, covering half the heavens, and pressed on that yellow word. The yellow word immediately lit up and even more terrifying broke through EMO's Immortal Emperor domain and charged at EMO with even faster speed. Wei Feng Immortal Emperor said nothing. He knew that if all 6 words could be released, EMO wouldn't be escape even if he was Divine Emperor. However, Wei Feng Immortal Emperor knew that Feng Kong Grand Emperor wouldn't be able to do 6 words. At most it was 3. EMO didn't expect Feng Kong Grand Emperor's god art to essence blood this powerful. When the yellow word broke through his domain, EMO smashed out 5 lightning spear destruction. At the same time, EMO fused his spirit sense into a crevice god art. When the abstruse word pressed down, even EMO's immortal god body tertiary stage couldn't handle it. A few blood arrows shot out. The place he was at was protected by Immortal Emperor domain but was still smashed apart. A huge ravine formed and the yellow word killing intent was still ravaging the place. The ravine was growing bigger. At the same time, EMO's 5 lightning spear destruction tore open Feng Kong Grand Emperor's domain. When EMO reached Immortal Emperor, the 5 lightning spear destruction's terror wasn't something ordinary Immortal Emperor peak stage occult compare with. His 5 lightning spear destruction was fused with the murderous killing intent from the Abyssal River as well as countless black lightning source. No matter how high level Feng Kong Grand Emperor's shield was, it was rumbling under this 5 lightning spear destruction. Before the void ripples created were gone, EMO's second 5 lightning spear destruction came. It didn't attack Feng Kong Grand Emperor directly but smashed on the bottom of the previous 5 lightning spear destruction. Stacking together, EMO used all his might this time without holding back. Instantly, the Qian Yuan Divine Shield shaked and the force on it dimmed down. Chapter 1965, Fight and Suppression. Feng Kong Grand Emperor had been an immortal emperor for countless years. His immortal essence was extremely dense. He immediately used his immortal essence and spirit sense, wanting to empower the shield, but before he could do that, an invisible and shapeless void crevice appeared in his sea of consciousness. Not good, this was spirit sense god art. How could Feng Kong Grand Emperor not know the power of spirit sense god art? He didn't understand how EMO had such a powerful spirit sense god art. This was on par or even stronger than Wushuan Immortal Emperor, but when he realized this, it was too late. EMO's blade struck Feng Kong Grand Emperor's sea of consciousness.
Feng Kong Grand Emperor felt his sea of consciousness was blasted by lightning, and this extreme pain came. A 10 km long sword ray suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. Its force was grand and almost hacked his sea of consciousness in two halves. Feng Kong Grand Emperor didn't dare to take things easy at all. His spirit sense immediately formed a powerful spirit sense wall wanting to block this blade. However, this was Yemo's spirit sense god art that suddenly attacked. It was too hard to block it with just his spirit sense wall. In just an instant, his spirit sense wall cracked. At the same time, his sea of consciousness started to cripple. Feng Kong Grand Emperor immediately spat blood. He ate a green fruit without hesitation. After that, his sea of consciousness immediately started to repair. Although it was still under Yemo's crevice god art bombardment, it wasn't as bad as before. With Feng Kong Grand Emperor's sea of consciousness ambushed, the Qian Yuan Divine Shield couldn't stop Yemo's 5 lightning spear destruction without Feng Kong Grand Emperor's empowerment. 5 lightning spear destruction blasted it away and pierced Feng Kong Grand Emperor's body, bringing out 5 blood arrows. Feng Kong Grand Emperor was smashed away into his cultivation home door. If it wasn't the Qian Yuan Divine Shield, Feng Kong Grand Emperor would be dismembered by this 5 lightning spear destruction. Feng Kong Grand Emperor wasn't the Feng Kong Grand Emperor who wore emperor robes with emperor crest before. His hair was messy and his face pale. His armor had turned to pieces. The blood holes on his body had recovered, but he was still covered in blood. If he didn't have a God Jade Chan fruit, his sea of consciousness would have been crippled by Yemo's attack. Feng Kong Grand Emperor's hand holding the soul-robbing blue cloud brush was shaky. If his sea of consciousness wasn't ambushed by Yemo, he might even have the upper hand now. He could use 3 words of the primordial chaos 6 words god art. When his earth word smashed out, Yemo definitely wouldn't be able to stop it, because sea of consciousness was ambushed. He was heavily injured before he could use the abstruse. Although he would definitely not allow Yemo's spirit sense god art to smash into his sea of consciousness again, but he already suffered from that now. He tried to estimate highly of Yemo but didn't expect Yemo had power on par to his. Now that his sea of consciousness was heavily injured, he was probably no match for Yemo. He didn't want to fight this battle anymore, but this wasn't up to him. From the looks of it, Yemo wasn't much better than Feng Kong Grand Emperor. After the yellow word was empowered by the abstruse word, Yemo's body had been ravaged. A few fine lethal rays pierced his body and he still hasn't recovered the injuries yet. Yemo was immortal god body tertiary stage body, so his recovery powers were much more powerful. His ability to take damage was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Yemo didn't have any immortal armor, but he sustained much lighter injuries than Feng Kong Grand Emperor. When he flew out from Feng Kong Grand Emperor's killing intent ravine, Zissou hacked out again. This time, it wasn't spirit sense crevice but the real crevice god art. Yemo knew clearly that for someone like Feng Kong Grand Emperor, the spirit sense god art can only be used for ambush. If he attacked with it again and again, it would have any effect. Stop. Feng Kong Grand Emperor saw that Yemo didn't care and was about to fight. He quickly yelled. Yemo wasn't going to care. He would fight when he wanted to and stop when he wanted to. Who did Feng Kong think he was? His Zissou sliced out 100 kilometers purple ray and covered half of Feng Kong Grand Emperor estate. When this crevice struck out, the nearby 1000 km of lethal force was drawn by this blade. The space lethal force was pressurized and instantly became fierce. There was a sliver of murderous Qian lightning rumbling. Ever since Yemo came back from Qingwei Abyssal River, his lethal force formed a unique system. Now that he reached Immortal Emperor and fused Dunyang Black Wine's killing intent, his god art's lethal force was even more sharp. The killing intent and lethal force in this strike was heavenly. The lightning also went from thin to thick as the blade fell. The lethal force spread. Even though Yemo retained some not wanting to damage Qingwei Heaven, but some stronger people in Qingwei Heaven already felt it, much less Hongyu Immortal City. Countless immortals flew over to watch this terrifying Immortal Emperor battle. Zissou's killing intent was becoming more and more murderous and crazy. It completely controlled the space. Feng Kong Grand Emperor's face looked more and more bad. He knew that the force of Yemo's strike had risen. If he didn't deal with it, he would be suppressed and beaten. He forcefully released Qian Yuan Divine Shield again. The 30 kilometers shield light instantly covered him. Feng Kong Grand Emperor didn't plan to attack, he was completely on the defense.
Yimo's God Art Force had completed. Even Wei Feng and Du Feng could tell that a heavily injured Feng Kong Grand Emperor wouldn't be able to defend against this even if he completely went on the defense. Mu Ruiguang on the side was scared watching this. He completely forgot about capturing Tang Beiwei and them first. He knew that GMO was stronger than him, but he didn't expect GMO to be able to suppress Feng Kong Grand Emperor to this degree. At this moment, he couldn't care. He released a huge red bell and smashed towards GMO's heaven-shocking blade. Crack! The purple sword ray carried endless killing intent and hacked down. Mu Ruiguang's red bell was instantly smashed away. Mu Ruiguang flew back spitting blood like crazy. A crevice appeared on his body, just one move and he couldn't fight again. If Yimo's main target was him, his body might have even crippled. A heavy thud sounded and the purple sword ray eased. It smashed on Feng Kong Grand Emperor's shield again, but due to Mu Ruiguang's attack, it wasn't able to hurt Feng Kong Grand Emperor. Yimo didn't mind at all that his move didn't succeed. Just as Feng Kong Grand Emperor blocked the move, his immortal essence force rose again. Feng Kong Grand Emperor's face was green. He really didn't want to keep fighting with Yimo, but he couldn't stop it. And looking at how crazy Yimo was, he clearly didn't want to stop. Wei Feng Grand Emperor saw this and knew that Feng Kong didn't want to keep fighting. He came out and saluted with his fist. Sect Leader Yi, everyone is just play fighting. We should stop at the right time. If you guys keep fighting, even our Qingwei Heaven Hongyu Immortal City will be destroyed. If there's only my Hongyu Immortal City, then I don't mind, but there are countless immortals here. If the city is destroyed, it would be a disaster for the people here. Yimo sneered. He knew how shameless Wei Feng Immortal Emperor was. There were countless immortals watching here. Even if he controlled his immortal essence and avoided the immortal city, the countless immortals here would still side with Wei Feng Grand Emperor. This guy was the epitome of shamelessness. If Yimo was at the lower hand, Wei Feng would definitely not say a thing. Wei Feng, did you not take the lesson I taught you last time? Don't worry, if I kill you today, not a corner of Hongyu Immortal City will be destroyed. Yimo said and then punched out. The fist force instantly swept the nearby space into an endless space storm that smashed at Wei Feng Grand Emperor with ripples. Fist God Art, Void. Wei Feng Grand Emperor's face changed. He didn't think Yimo was crazy to this extent. He was battling Feng Kong Grand Emperor and still dared to publicly offend him, but Wei Feng didn't dare to take it lightly at all. He released the 49 stars forming star swirls that clashed with Yimo's fist force. The already messy estate ground was plowed again. Immortal essence burst out, squeezing the nearby space. Cracking. Feng Kong Grand Emperor had recovered a bit now and released the soul-robbing blue cloud brush again, planning to attack Yimo with Wei Feng Grand Emperor. Seeing this, Du Feng quickly came up and persuaded you three, please listen to me, let's stop fighting for now. Feng Kong Grand Emperor didn't want to keep fighting with Yimo anyways. This wasn't because he was scared of Yimo, but Yimo ambushed his sea of consciousness and he couldn't fully release his primordial chaos 6 words God Art. Otherwise, Yimo would be the one suppressed in the battle. Now that Du Feng intervened, he didn't keep fighting and just looked at Yimo with a sunken face. Wei Feng Grand Emperor clashed one move with Yimo and his heart sunk. He knew this was Yimo's most ordinary God Art. Compared to when he fought Yimo before, Yimo's cultivation level had risen by more than multiple times. Chapter 1966, Leave casually. As someone trying to break up the fight, of course he didn't want to keep fighting Yimo. He already stopped. Yimo nodded to Du Feng and didn't keep attacking. He could tell Feng Kong Grand Emperor had recovered a bit. He already couldn't stoop the 2 words. If another word came, it would be much more than getting injured. Luckily his spirit sense God Art injured Feng Kong's sea of consciousness. Feng Kong seemed concerned, but so was Yimo. Feng Kong's sea of consciousness was blasted and was pretty much fine after eating a fruit. He had to be careful. It wasn't any time he could ambush a sea of consciousness, especially Feng Kong's. I entered Feng Kong Grand Emperor estate because I admired Feng Kong Grand Emperor, but Feng Kong is such a bleak character. He tried to use a pathetic excuse to subjugate me with his cultivation home artifact. If Feng Kong doesn't give me a clear resolution, I'm not going to take this. Yimo said loudly. Although Yimo looked tattered, everyone could tell that Feng Kong Grand Emperor was no match for Yimo. Perhaps only Feng Kong and Yimo knew themselves that neither of them could surely win the other. Yimo then waved his hand and Naming Immortal Monarch, who was amongst the crowd, was thrown onto the ground in front of Yimo. The Tao partner of a pig like you deserves for me to rape?
Yemo raised Zisu, and before Feng Kong Grand Emperor could stop, a purple rainbow sliced across and Na Ming Immortal Monarch was turned to bloody mist.
Feng Kong Grand Emperor's face was so bleak water could rip out. This he was this cocky.
Publicly smashing his Grand Emperor estate and killing his manager. He wanted to go up and tear Yemo to pieces, but his sea of consciousness hasn't completely recovered. He wanted to resist this again, but if he did, he would never have any face again. If Wei Feng Grand Emperor truly wanted to help him, he would really want to fight with his life, but he knew that Wei Feng Grand Emperor only helped him superficially. If they really fought, Wei Feng would definitely conserve his own strength and might even bite him back. Although he had a few immortal emperors, they were nothing to Yemo. Even Immortal Emperor Tertiary Stage Mu Ruiguan was smashed to heavy injury in one move, much less other Immortal Emperor Primary Stages. The onlooking immortals saw that Yemo dared to kill Feng Kong Grand Emperor Estate's manager Na Ming Immortal Monarch, and all stared at Yemo with their mouth wide open. Those who didn't know Yemo quickly asked around who Yemo was, but Feng Kong Grand Emperor still wasn't able to attack and was stopped by Du Feng. Du Feng only stopped casually. As an Immortal Emperor peak stage, he could tell that if Feng Kong and Wei Feng joined up, Yemo might not be a match. What he didn't expect was that he received that much face. That casual stop prevented Feng Kong Grand Emperor from attacking again. Ha! A seductive voice sounded, breaking the tense atmosphere. At the same time, a pink-robed, extremely beautiful immortal landed before Yemo. Big brother, am I that ugly, not even deserving of you to rape?
This red-robed woman appeared, saying things that confused people. Yemo stared at this red-robed immortal calmly and asked, "Who are you?" Yemo didn't take a mere Immortal Emperor Primary Stage seriously.
He felt strange about her apparel. She wore a pink immortal dress but dragged the clothes down to show half her chest. She wore nothing on her foot.
Her foot was small and white. "I'm the Dao partner of the Na Ming you killed."
"Oh, that's a long time ago. I came past Hongyu Immortal City today and heard that you weren't interested in raping me, so I felt disappointed."
The red-robed Immortal Emperor looked down as though she was truly disappointed. Yemo couldn't be bothered talking anymore as his killing intent swept out.
After the battle with Feng Kong Grand Emperor, his knowledge of lethal force grew again. Red-robed Immortal Emperor immediately sensed Yemo's killing intent. Her face changed immediately. She knew that although Yemo looked like an Immortal Emperor Primary Stage like her, 10 of her might not be a match for him. "Big brother, I have no ill will. You helped me kill Na Ming, that bastard. I'm very grateful. If this guy didn't rely on someone to back him up, I would have killed him already. And after I left this bastard, he never had a Dao partner, so I know he's framing you," she said. Yemo was confused. She clearly came to speak for him. Where did she come from? She didn't even fear Feng Kong Grand Emperor? Her words would offend Feng Kong Grand Emperor. "I'm Tong Ran Ran, title Wei Hai. I'm from Nanyu Immortal City Xiang Spirit Chi Palace. If Big Brother comes to my Xiang Spirit Chi Palace, I will greet you with bare foot." Tong Ran Ran seemed to know that Yemo was going to keep fighting Feng Kong Grand Emperor and quickly moved to the side. She was barefoot already. Yemo didn't care what she said again. "Sec Leader Yi, this thing is clearly Manager Na Ming causing trouble. Now that he's killed by you, I believe Sec Leader Yi is reasonable. Everyone take a step back and I think we can end this here." Wei Feng Immortal Emperor tried to be the good guy. Yemo was extremely furious that Feng Kong tried to kill Tang Beiwei and them at the start, but he knew that Feng Kong Grand Emperor's Sea of Consciousness has pretty much recovered now, but his body hasn't recovered yet. This was Feng Kong's land. It wasn't good to keep fighting. With Feng Kong's dominance, if he asked Feng Kong to compensate, they would fight again. Plus, he earned from this. He smashed Feng Kong's cultivation home sign, injured his Sea of Consciousness, and even took a Bing Feng flower. The golden bow of immortal extermination was Yemo's trump card. He wasn't going to use it unless at a life and death situation. Most people knew Yemo had 1 arrow, but little did people know he had 3. On Du Feng's account, I'll let you again. Feng Kong, next time you offend me, I will kill you for certain. Feng Kong wanted face, but Yemo wasn't going to give it to him. Feng Kong Grand Emperor calmed down and sneered, "Bastard, you only know how to ambush. The Emperor also will warn you, don't fall in my hands again." Yemo ignored Feng Kong Grand Emperor and said to Du Feng, "Brother Du Feng, I'm going back. If you have time, come drink at my MOU Immortal Sect." "Ha, Big Monk will definitely go." Du Feng laughed.
Tong Ranran saw things here were over and quickly said, "Brother Yi, would you be able to show up at my Siang Spirit Chi Palace? Our palace lord admires Brother Yi greatly." Yemo didn't know what place that was, but just looking at Tong Ranran, he didn't want to have any connections with that place. "Thank your palace lord, I'm busy right now so I won't go today. We'll talk about it later." "Okay, then Ranran and palace lord will wait for Brother Yi's grand arrival." Tong Ranran laughed again and bowed. Seeing Emo and them leave on the spacetime boat, the nearby immortals were all shocked with their jaws dropping. This sect leader Yi was more than just amazing. An immortal emperor primary stage smashed Fengkong Grand Emperor's estate and killed Naming immortal monarch in front of Fengkong Grand Emperor, but Fengkong Grand Emperor could only watch him leave. What shocked them more was that Siang Spirit Chi Palace invited Yemo, but Yemo rejected them. Yemo and them took the teleportation formation from Qingwei Heaven and left immediately. "Martial sister Yu, do you know what Siang Spirit Chi Palace is?" When they came to Changrong Heaven, Yemo asked Eugene Xiang. Eugene Xiang nodded. "I know. It's a very mysterious sect that's just below the Ice God Palace. I heard the palace only has one immortal emperor, and that's the palace lord. I've never heard the palace lord change, and the palace lord is extremely powerful. However, no sect in the immortal realm can invite her." Yemo immediately said they definitely have more than one immortal emperor. "That Tong Ranran is an immortal emperor. Keep talking." Eugene Xiang said they have male and female sect members. "The people inside are strange. The female sect members inside are very sexual. If they like a male there, they can even have sex on the streets. If the male sect members are interested in one woman, they would chase them to the ends of the world. For someone they didn't, they would rather suicide than comply. Such a psychotic sect." Tang Beiwei said in contempt. Hearing this, Yemo didn't want to have any connections with them and said to Shadowless, "Control the ship to fly to Longyu Immortal Mountain." Yemo came to Changrong Heaven wanting to see if Li Kuan was back. If not, he would head to the Middle Heaven domain from here and then to the Low Heaven domain. A day later, Yemo was hospitably received by Longyu Immortal Mountain, but Li Kuan was back. Yemo could only leave. He called that Ling Xiu into a room. Everyone knew that Yemo had important business with her. Chapter 1967, Mo Yoshin's death, South Peace State Pill City. This was previously the #1 city of Luoyu continent and the only 10-star city, but now it was far from its former glory. It was barely a pill city now. All the high-level pill kings had pretty much left. Only some low-level pill masters stay here to survive. Before, one could smell pill aroma 100 km from the pill city, but now even if you enter the pill city, you can only barely feel its former glory. At this moment, an extremely beautiful woman carried a long sword on her back and walked towards the pill city. She stood outside the city and looked at the rusty words Pill City for a long time before murmuring, "Did Dad become famous here? Is the 12 Pill King stairs still here?" Then, she slowly walked in the city. This was Yemo's daughter Yemo. Ever since getting the immortal Carnage Tower, her cultivation speed was just below Su Jingwen. She was even faster than Luo Ying. After Su Jingwen ascended to the immortal realm, she reached truth realization state peak stage in a few decades. However, she had passed her divine damnation and still couldn't ascend. Yemo was very desperate. Although there was her mom and a few aunties in the MOU city and more familiar people, she thought that her dad must be lonely in the immortal realm. Plus, who knows if Auntie Jingwen could find Dad? Auntie Jingwen's cultivation speed is much faster than hers, but in terms of fighting, Auntie Jingwen was far from a match for her. Almost everyone in Moyu City was working hard on cultivation, but only Yemo left Moyu City alone to travel the entire Luoyu continent. In this 100 years, she had been through the 4 big states and even the Heartless Sea many times. Her 12 lightning orbs were invincible, and even her Infinity 7-star umbrella was rarely matched. Even without her cultivation level, she just had to say Yemo's name and she would be respected in the 4 states. Yemo didn't want to always be under the protection of Yemo. She had always relied on herself, but as time went on, even when she didn't say Yemo's name, most people knew she was Yemo's only daughter, because she knew about the Yinhai domain from Guangwei. She even went there but didn't find anyone in Yinhai City. Even so, she still stayed there a few years to spirit control the small world and throw out all the random buildings inside. She completely reorganized this small world. The reason she could do this so quickly was mainly due to Yemo's spirit sense cultivation method. What disappointed her was that she had searched for 100 years and still couldn't find why Luoyu continent couldn't have immortal ascension. This time, she went from West Extreme State back to South Peace State and looked at this barren pill city. Yimo went to Yimo where Yimo won. There were only a few Foundation Establishment State and Golden Core State cultivators dealing. It was mostly chi-gathering cultivators, Yimo exclaimed. She had almost fanaticized that one day she ascended to the immortal realm and gathered with dad, mom and other aunties. Yimo sighed and didn't want to stay here. She planned to go back to MOU City. She felt disappointed that compared to dad she was almost that bit off. Luoyu continent cultivators couldn't immortal ascend before, but dad went to West Extreme State and broke the immortal formation from the Sand River. Because of this, the Luoyu continent cultivators always has this fear and respect towards MOU City. Now that Luoyu cultivators were stuck in this curse of unable to ascend again, just when Yimo turned and was about to leave the Pill City, her spirit sense scanned a gray-robed cultivator taking a man and woman into the spirit rest tower. Seeing that gray-robed cultivator, Yimo felt strange. When she looked carefully, she saw that this person looked similar to dad. Yimo immediately covered her face and followed them into the tower. This person was only Hollow Spirit State Tertiary Stage, but the other two was Disaster Transformation State Peak Stage and Truth Realization State Level 4. Yimo's spirit sense was many levels more powerful than ordinary cultivators due to Yimo's spirit sense cultivation method in pills. She chose a room next to them and her spirit sense pierced the room. Martial Brother M.O., Han Shenbei is face repairing Holy Hand. No one is better than Han Shenbei on this in Luoyu continent. We'll repair the face at Pill City and then use an opportunity to get to MOU City and appear heavily injured and get found. The Disaster Transformation State female cultivator said. That Martial Brother M.O. quickly got up and said thank you Qianbei. But ye most women knows him very well. I might be easily spotted out. At the Pill City, Ning Qingxue suspected I was Yi Mo on first glance, but she immediately recognized I wasn't. However, Yi Mo's daughter is rather easier to trick. This was Mo Yushin, who had enmity with Yi Mo. He had constantly wanted to get revenge from Yi Mo, but his talent really wasn't good. Even now, he was only Hollow Spirit State Tertiary Stage, Truth Realization State Level 4. Han Shenbei sneered, if it wasn't your master asking me for help, how can I help you? With my powers, even if you don't look like Yi Mo at all, I can change you into him, much less you resemble him. That's right, Master said. Han Shenbei definitely has the power to help Martial Brother accomplish his goal. Martial Brother Mo, don't doubt Mo Qianbei. The Disaster Transformation State woman nodded and said, yes, Wanbei is wrong, Qianbei please forgive me. Because Wanbei's cultivation progress is slow. If this continues, Wanbei would never be able to ascend to the immortal realm. Even if one day I can, Yimo's women would have ascended already. How can I get my revenge? Mo Yushin got up and said, Han Shenbei sneered, if it's just changing your face into Yimo's, how can it show my abilities? I can even change your chi into Yimo's. You just have to find some people who have come in contact to describe to me. If those mere women can see through my means, I, Han Zhoping, wouldn't be called Ghost Frost Holy Hand. Yimo heard this and was furious. That person looking like her dad was trying to change into her dad and trick people at MOU City. How could she tolerate this? If his chi was really changed into dad's and then he was heavily injured and couldn't speak nor show his cultivation level, then mother and aunties might really fall for it. I've already researched. Yi Mo didn't have any immortal ascension divine damnation. He suddenly disappeared. He's either dead or snuck into the immortal realm. Mo Yushin said happily, Martial Brother, Master said your mind state isn't stable. If you don't get revenge personally, you will be stuck like this for the rest of your life. Master used a lot of effort to help you. After you get revenge, you must go back and cultivate. The female cultivator said, Martial Sister Dan, I understand. I won't betray Master in your hope. Mo Yushin didn't finish and their room was kicked open. A veiled woman with an extremely good-looking body appeared. Who are you? Why did you barge into our room? Mo Yushin was the weakest, but his temper wasn't small. Yimo took off her mask. Open your eyes and look. Yimo is my dad, how dare you pretend to be him, you're asking to die. Han Zhoping reached out to grab Yimo with cultivation essence giant hand as soon as Yimo took off her mask, but Yimo was too much stronger than him.
She reached out with cultivation essence giant hand, and that Han's cultivation essence giant hand immediately dispersed.
Truth realization state peak stage?
Han Zhoping was extremely shocked and wanted to leave immediately. That Dan heard this and also wanted to flee. She chose the opposite direction to Han. Mo Yoshin's face was pale. He wanted to run, of course, but before he could leave the room, Yemo's cultivation essence giant hand crushed him into nothing. Not even his essence spirit was left. Yemo had been through a lot roaming Luo Yu continent these years. She was decisive in killing. She immediately chased that Han truth realization state cultivator, Xianbei. This has nothing to do with me. His face-changing capabilities were top-notch, but his cultivation level was too weak. He was subjugated by Yemo before he could even flee Pill City. How could Yemo let such person go? She smashed out her 12 lightning orbs, instantly binding this Han. Han barely released his shield and was smashed to pieces. At this moment, that disaster transformation state female immortal had gotten away already.
Chapter 1968, Past Life. You know the reason why I called you here, right?
Yemo looked at Ling Xiu and asked heavily. Hearing this, Ling Xiu immediately knelt down on the ground and said, "Yes, young master."
Young master? Yemo raised his hand and brought Ling Xiu on her seat.
His tone was a bit displeased. What do you mean by young master?
Ling Xiu's tone calmed down.
Her eyes seemed to see something distant instead of the scene before her eyes. After a long while, she answered, because you're the young master of Fengkong Grand Emperor Estate. You were there since you were young, we called you young master. Wait.
Yemo interrupted her. He definitely didn't believe he was Fengkong Grand Emperor's son.
With his current instinct, how could he have no feelings if he was Fengkong Grand Emperor's son? Plus, even if he was, Ling Xiu definitely wouldn't abandon Fengkong Grand Emperor and follow him. This time, Ling Xiu kept saying Fengkong Grand Emperor has 43 children and you're just one of them. I've never seen snow that big in the immortal realm, but the snowflakes that year made me know that snow can fall 50-meter thick. That year, Fengkong Grand Emperor invited all the big immortal emperors of the immortal realm to hold immortal fruit party. Sister Ningxi and I went to greet all the immortal emperors. Sister Ningxi, we haven't had such a serious immortal fruit party in the Grand Emperor estate for so long.
Do you know the reason this time?
An extremely pretty Gong Ling Xiu asked another beautiful maid. This maid was Wen Ningxi. She was older and stayed at the estate for long. She knew things others didn't, so when people didn't know things they liked to ask her. Ningxi whispered Ling Xiu, we shouldn't discuss this here.
We're welcoming the top immortal emperors of the immortal realm.
Don't talk. Before she finished, she saw a dashing light landing before Grand Emperor Estate in a rush. This was a white-robed woman, but her white dress was covered in blood. When she landed, she immediately laid on the snow, not moving at all. Clearly she was heavily injured. Ningxi went up immediately and helped this woman up. When the rest of the people saw this woman, they were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a beautiful woman. Fengkong Grand Emperor had plenty of beautiful concubines, but never one as good as this. Her eyes were tightly shut and her face pale. If she wasn't heavily injured, she might be even prettier. Such a beautiful female immortal. Those maids were shocked. Ningxi suddenly reacted and carried this injured female immortal and said, you guys go greet the immortal emperors. I'll take this sister in to treat her.
Yemo interrupted Ling Xiu. Ling Xiu, what does this have to do with me?
Ling Xiu shook and woke up from her memories. She said respectfully the white-robed female immortal was heavily injured, but it wasn't lethal. After 2 months' recovery, she could gradually walk. But one day, Fengkong Grand Emperor walked past our maid residence and saw that female immortal. The first time he saw her, he couldn't move his feet again. Yemo frowned. He didn't feel very comfortable. Fengkong Grand Emperor was immediately going to take her. Sister Ningxi couldn't object the will of Fengkong Grand Emperor, of course, and could only watch her getting taken away. Luckily, Fengkong Grand Emperor suddenly turned back and pointed at Ningxi to go serve this female immortal and be her maid. Ling Xiu said Fengkong Grand Emperor wanted that female immortal to be his concubine, but that female immortal was pregnant. She insisted on giving birth to the child before marrying Fengkong Grand Emperor. Fengkong Grand Emperor agreed, and 4 months later, that female immortal gave birth to a boy. Yemo once again had this extremely suffocating feeling. He suddenly felt that he was related to that boy. Ling Xiu looked at Yemo and said slowly, young master, that boy is you.
Ever since you were born you didn't have a name. Sister Ningxi called you Yuer. Although you weren't Feng Kong Grand Emperor's son, people outside didn't know. They called you young master. Feng Kong Grand Emperor said nothing about it. Yemo suddenly got up. What he saw in the Tao-seeking tower was indeed his past life. You know that person is you? Yemo looked at Ling Xiu and asked coarsely. Ling Xiu said respectfully, if the youth who was kicked off the stairs by Feng Kong Grand Emperor is you, then you're him. Seeing Yemo in silence, Ling Xiu sighed. After you were born, your mother kept using you as an excuse to delay the wedding. For the first time, Feng Kong Grand Emperor had the forbearance. He waited 16 years. But ever since you were born your cultivation speed was very slow because you had 8-element mixed spirit root. Your mother asked Feng Kong Grand Emperor for large amounts of treasure to change spirit root. However, your spirit root couldn't be cleansed nor improved. Was it this reason that Feng Kong Grand Emperor kicked me off? Yemo asked. Ling Xiu shook her head. No, once your mother realized your talent couldn't be changed, she was extremely disappointed too. More than once had she looked at you and sighed, shaking her head. When Feng Kong Grand Emperor asked to marry your mother, she left the Feng Kong Grand Emperor estate alone. Yemo's heart sunk. His mother left and abandoned him in the Forbidden Grounds estate. Ling Xiu said after knowing this, Feng Kong Grand Emperor was furious. You were the young master of the estate, so he couldn't kill you. Luckily Sister Ningxi treated you as her own child and took care of you, allowing to live. One day, you stood on a flower a princess liked. That princess cried. In his fury, Feng Kong Grand Emperor didn't keep tolerating you even though Ningxi begged. He kicked you and Sister Ningxi off the stairs and made people throw you into the cultivation realm for rebirth. I didn't dare to beg, nor did I dare to look. Yemo sighed. Luckily, Feng Kong Grand Emperor let me live and didn't turn me to dust. Ling Xiu shook her head. The reason Feng Kong Grand Emperor threw you into the cultivation realm is because your mother once made Feng Kong Grand Emperor swear an oath that he can't intentionally kill you no matter what nor prevent you from cultivation. That's why you got to live in a cultivation realm. Yemo's heart was cold. His mother didn't take him when she left, but soon Yemo sighed. Maybe his mother couldn't get away at the time too. If she took him, then maybe both of them would die. Perhaps she left to get help. But in reality, Yemo knew that his mother definitely didn't do that, but he didn't want to keep asking, where is Ningxi Qianbei now? Yemo had endless gratefulness to this maid. Ling Xiu sighed. After you were thrown off, Sister Ningxi came to me and said she would go to that cultivation realm to find you. Because your mother is constantly cultivating, you were brought up by Sister Ningxi. She had feelings for you and was scared you would suffer in the cultivation realm, so she wanted to take care of you. She left the Feng Kong Grand Emperor estate that night and I've never heard from her since. What's my mother called? Yemo asked. Ling Xiu shook her head. We don't know. She never said her name nor where she came from. Yemo fell silent. As though feeling Yemo's loss, she took out 2 crystals and gave it to Yemo. Young master, this is your mother and Sister Ningxi. Yemo took them. One crystal ball was of a woman. It was indeed the woman holding him in the Tao-seeking tower. The other woman's face was obscured, but even so, one could see her unparalleled looks. Putting the 2 crystal balls away, Yemo looked at Ling Xiu and said, Ling Xiu Qianbei, don't call me young master anymore. Just call me Yemo. Yemo sighed. I'm Gonghua Heaven MOU Immortal Sect leader. If you don't mind, stay at my MOU Immortal Sect. Chapter 1969, Joyful Reunion. Ling Xiu sighed. The reason she dared to go against Feng Kong Grand Emperor and follow Yemo was because her lifespan was at its end. When she knew that Yemo was the reincarnation of that youth Sister Ningxi took care of, she immediately decided to tell him about Sister Ningxi. She didn't expect that 8-element mixed spirit root youth whose cultivation speed was extremely slow could now suppress Feng Kong Grand Emperor. This was unimaginable. Of course I'm willing to stay at MOU Immortal Sect. My life is nearing its end. I have nowhere to go. I miss Sister Ningxi very much. If Sister Ningxi knows you have today, she would be very happy. Don't call me Qianbei anymore, just call me Auntie Xiu. Ling Xiu sighed. Auntie Xiu, you have endless years of life, how could you be? Yemo saw that Ling Xiu didn't intervene and took out a bottle of pill to her Auntie Xiu. This 5E King pills. I believe no matter how bad your talent is you can reach Immortal King. Plus, MOU Immortal Sect Immortal Spirit Chi will be the most famous in the entire 33 heavens. Mo really wasn't bullshitting.
He had this many extreme grade immortal ranges and he was infinitely near level 9 immortal formation Grand Master. Once he returned to MOU Immortal Sect, he would plant some immortal range underneath the sect and city and then modify sect protection formation again.
5 special grade E King pills? Ling Xiu opened the jade bottle and looked before asking dazily.
The main reason she couldn't break through was because she didn't have cultivation resource nor pills. There was no way a maid like her could be rewarded with a pill. As for escaping the Immortal Emperor estate, it was absurd. If the Immortal Emperor hang out a wanted sign, then she would be caught no matter where she fled to.
She saw that GMO cared a lot about Sister Ningxi and that's why she didn't dare to say Ningxi might have been killed before she could flee the Grand Emperor estate. She saw the battle between GMO and Fengkong Grand Emperor. Although it seemed that GMO had the upper hand, but she didn't believe GMO could do anything to Fengkong Grand Emperor. Only those who always stayed near Fengkong Grand Emperor would know about his real power. Fengkong Grand Emperor definitely had top means that he didn't use, but she didn't know that GMO's most powerful mean wasn't used too. Yes, Auntie Xiao.
See if these pills are enough for you to reach Immortal King.
If not, I still have more.
I can definitely let you reach Immortal King, don't worry.
Mo smiled and asked. Ling Xiu quickly got up and said it's enough, definitely enough. I don't need this many.
She was ready to die and thus told Mo to call her auntie, but now that she knew that she definitely wasn't going to die and was going to reach Immortal King, her mindset changed.
Mo could see this inside Auntie Xiu. No matter what, you are Auntie Ningxi's friend. In my heart, you're an elder. You can stay at MOU Immortal Sect.
I'm certain that Fengkong Grand Emperor definitely won't dare to come to MOU Immortal Sect. Even if he does, he would kill me first.
As long as I don't die, he wouldn't dare to do anything.
Ling Xiu took the pills and her face eased. Sect leader, you need to be careful of him. He still has some means that he hasn't used yet.
He isn't as simple of a character as he shows. Mo nodded.
He knew that if he didn't use Golden Bow of Immortal Extermination 3 arrows, it was extremely hard to defeat Fengkong Grand Emperor.
That ambush won't work again.
Plus, he didn't know if Fengkong Grand Emperor had other lethal moves, but GMO believed as time went on, the difference between Fengkong and him would only grow. He would eventually far surpass Fengkong, so he wasn't worried at all.
There was no rush to kill Fengkong. Auntie Xiu, I need to ask you something. When Fengkong Grand Emperor went out for 100 years and came back, how many came back with him? Mo asked.
He was certain that Yichong Immortal Emperor didn't come back with Fengkong Grand Emperor, but he still asked. If Fengkong Grand Emperor caught Yichong Immortal Emperor, he would definitely use him. When Fengkong Grand Emperor came back, I was in the garden. I saw him come back with another woman.
Ling Xiu answered. Mo knew that she didn't know much.
He took her out and introduced Ling Xiu to the rest of the people. In order to reach Gonghua Heaven quickly, Mo took over control of Spacetime Boat. With how absurd Mo's immortal essence and spirit sense were now, the Spacetime Boat went to a new extreme in speed. This time, Mo didn't stay at Middle Heaven Domain. He just spent a year and crossed to the border of Gonghua Heaven. Gonghua Heaven's largest sect was MOU Immortal Sect, of course. It was the strongest in the entire low heaven domains, and now that there was an Immortal Emperor stationed there, it was more famous. The Immortal Emperor didn't stay in MOU Immortal Sect, but he stayed at MOU Immortal City clearly to protect MOU Immortal Sect. At this moment, Su Jingwen and Lu Feng were discussing things at the main peak. MOU Peak. Jingwen, your cultivation level is still too low. It's certain death if you go to the Void Heaven domain. Lu Feng looked at Su Jingwen worriedly. Su Jingwen said despondently, I know. I found that recently my progress stagnated and I would always think of Mo.
I'm very worried. I just want to see where Mo went in and I would come back to cultivate. Otherwise, I can't cultivate at all.
After pausing for a moment, Su Jingwen said, of course I know that if I go alone it would be certain death, but I plan to ask Jilei Immortal Emperor Master to help me.
He's my husband's friend, I believe he would agree.
You're worried about Jilei Immortal Emperor leaving MOU Immortal City at any time and it would be hard to find an Immortal Emperor to help, right? Lu Feng said helplessly. Su Jingwen nodded yes, I mainly want to check how to get there this time.
When I come back I will work hard and cultivate to Immortal Emperor and then go alone.
So I still want to ask Sister Lu to come with me.
Lu Feng sighed. Of course it's fine, I just don't know if Ji Lei Immortal Emperor Master would think much. Su Jingwen got up immediately and said, in that case let's go MOU Immortal City and find Ji Lei Qianbei. If Qianbei isn't willing then we won't go. Before Lu Feng could answer, she saw a jade card fall before Su Jingwen. Su Jingwen crushed it and the voice of Song Mang's joyful voice sounded, Master's wife, sect leader is back. He's in MOU Immortal City now, what? Su Jingwen just hesitated for a moment and couldn't breathe from this huge surprise. The next moment, she charged out of the cultivation home and disappeared. Lu Feng got up in joy and followed behind Su Jingwen, sect leader Yi. Ji Lei Immortal Emperor had been waiting for Yi Mo to come back in MOU Immortal City. Brother Ji Lei, how are you in MOU Immortal City? Yi Mo looked at Ji Lei in confusion. No matter how good MOU Immortal City, it shouldn't be able to attract someone like him. Ji Lei laughed. You can catch up with me later. Without needing Ji Lei to remind, Yi Mo saw Su Jingwen stumbling over. She was so excited she almost couldn't fly. Seeing her, Yi Mo could no longer resist and grab her into his arms. Yi Mo, whimper. Su Jingwen could no longer talk and fell paralyzed in Yi Mo's arms. The surroundings seemed to be sunken into silence. No one wanted to talk now to disturb Yi Mo's reunion with Su Jingwen. A long while later, Su Jingwen touched Yi Mo's face as though trying to express all her longing after these years. Su Jingwen's familiar body aroma almost made Yi Mo mesmerized in it. When Su Jingwen's soft hands touched his face, he woke up and quickly threw out a few formation flags. The two disappeared from the rest of them. Su Jingwen murmured again, Yi Mo, is it really you? We're really seeing each other again? Jingwen, I'm back. I'll be staying at MOU Immortal Sect from now on. Even if I go out occasionally, I'll be back soon. Yi Mo said. Su Jingwen shook as her body turned on fire. She hugged Yi Mo closer as her soft wet lips covered Yi Mo's lips. Chapter 1970, Powerful MOU. After some time, Yi Mo and Su Jingwen woke up at the same time. Su Jingwen immediately remembered that there were plenty of people watching. Her face burned and she snuck into Yi Mo's arms. We'll go back and. Su Jingwen's voice was very soft. Her heart was still beating fast but it was calming down. Yi Mo immediately asked Jingwen, other than you who else has come to the immortal realm? None, only I have ascended from MOU City. Or only I came here. Su Jingwen's tone was dejected. She was worried just like Yi Mo. There was no way no one from MOU City has ascended up until now. Plus, Lu Wuhu Qianbei had ascended before her, but why was he nowhere to be seen? Hearing this, Yi Mo's heart sunk. He removed the nearby restriction. Jingwen, we'll talk about this when we go back. Seeing Yi Mo and Su Jingwen reveal themselves, everyone came up to greet them. Yi Mo looked at Lu Feng and knew she wanted to speak Lu Feng. I was the sect leader Luo, don't worry. Lu Feng realized. No wonder she felt this familiarity on Yi Mo. Brother Yi, Ying, Zhang Jin, Tongzhu all came up and greeted in surprise and joy. I finally realized why Yi Mo treated them differently when the sect first opened. They knew each other. At the same time, they were very shocked. Ying and them had seen Yi Mo's golden immortal divine damnation before. Lu Zhongyan and Lu Man sighed. They, like Ying and them, knew Yi Mo's cultivation level before. It had only been a few hundred years and Yi Mo's cultivation level was something they didn't dare to imagine. Their cultivation speed had been fast in MOU Immortal Sect, but even now. The strongest of them, Lu Zhongyan, is only abstruse immortal. Yi Mo saw everyone and was very happy. He greeted them all. Yi Mo knew from Yin Hui that Renfu, Hong Ling, and them had come to MOU Immortal Sect. He was overjoyed. However, they were out for trials. Tang Beiwei had pulled Su Jingwen over to talk. Lu Feng organized Ning Yu and Eugene Xiong and Ling Xiu to settle in. When the people had pretty much finished talking, Ji Lei Immortal Emperor came up and smiled. 100 years no see, Brother Yi seems more glorious than before. Yi Mo was now Immortal Emperor primary stage, but Ji Lei didn't feel surprised at all. He thought that Yi Mo hit his cultivation level. When everyone saw Ji Lei Immortal Emperor come over to talk, they all moved to the side. In their eyes, immortal emperors had utmost high status. How come Brother Ji Lei didn't go into solitary cultivation and came to my MOU Immortal Sect? Yi Mo smiled.
Plus, Jile Immortal Emperor got the dustless fruit. The first thing he should be doing is solitary cultivation. If Emo reset the immortal spirit chi gathering formation of Moyu Immortal City, it might attract Jile Immortal Emperor, but now was definitely impossible. Jile Immortal Emperor said with fury, the dustless fruit I worked so hard to deal with Brother Yi was robbed. I don't dare to get revenge from that guy, so I can only come to your place. Brother Jile, who dares to rob your thing? Yi Mo asked in confusion. It's Feng Kong, that old bastard. This person is shameless to a new extreme. He publicly took away my dustless fruit and I didn't dare to say a word. I originally wanted Brother Yi to help me, but now I feel calmer. Jile indeed wanted to ask Emo for help, but he later realized that even Emo probably didn't dare to confront Feng Kong Grand Emperor. Emo realized, so it's this old bastard. If I knew earlier I wouldn't let him have it so easy. Brother Yi, you saw Feng Kong Grand Emperor? Jile Immortal Emperor asked in confusion. Emo didn't hide it. Yes, I smashed his Grand Emperor estate home and killed that manager called Na Ming. I taught that guy a lesson. If I knew he took Brother Jile's dustless fruit, I wouldn't let him go so easily. What? Jile Immortal Emperor opened his mouth wide in shock and couldn't react for a long time. As soon as he came out of the Void Heaven domain, he came to Gonghua Heaven. He didn't know what happened in the Grand Heaven domain. But what Emo said dazed him. Emo could even teach Feng Kong Grand Emperor a lesson. Didn't this mean he was equal to a half-divine? He smashed Feng Kong Grand Emperor's estate and yet could come back to Mou Immortal Sect safely. This clearly meant that Emo wasn't scared of Feng Kong Grand Emperor. After a long while, Jile Immortal Emperor reacted and laughed. Great, satisfying, too satisfying. I've lost all my anger. A dustless fruit is nothing, so what if he takes it? Feng Kong bastard, such thing would happen to you too. Ha, Emo knew he wasn't much stronger than Feng Kong Grand Emperor now, but he didn't need to say this. He wasn't scared of Feng Kong, Brother Yi, as in solo cultivator, only I know how hard it is to cultivate to Immortal Emperor. Brother Yi, I finally found a place today. If Brother Yi doesn't mind, I'm willing to join Mou Immortal Sect. Jile Immortal Emperor immediately bowed and said. Emo rejoiced. He didn't expect Jile Immortal Emperor would join Mou Immortal Sect. He welcomed Jile Immortal Emperor joining Mou Immortal Sect greatly. He quickly said, it's my honor that Brother Jile can join my Mou Immortal Sect. How can I mind? Lu Feng quickly greeted Jile Immortal Emperor too and rejoiced. It seems our Mou Immortal Sect will have 2 Immortal Emperors now. Lu Feng didn't know Emo's power, but from Jile Immortal Emperor she knew that Mou Immortal Sect also had a Hichong Immortal Emperor. Jile Immortal Emperor laughed. Lu Feng, you might not know that Sect leader Yi is an Immortal Emperor too. The top Immortal Emperor of the entire Immortal Realm. Seeing Lu Feng stare at him in shock, Emo laughed. There won't just be 2 Immortal Emperors. After a while, Kaimi Immortal Emperor will join our Mou Immortal Sect too. Kaimi? Jile Immortal Emperor heard this and looked at Emo in confusion. Emo saw Jile Immortal Emperor's expression and knew that he definitely heard of Kaimi Divine Emperor, so he said that's right, he was previously Kaimi Divine Emperor. He went to do things. After a while, he will return to our Mou Immortal Sect. Everyone was dazed. Was this really just a low heaven domain king sect? Even the top emperor sects of the Grand Heaven domain would only have 4 or 5 immortal emperors? Jile Immortal Emperor didn't dare to believe that a divine emperor was joining a low heaven domain sect? This sounded so strange. Luckily Kaimi was no longer divine emperor. Otherwise, all of the Grand Heaven domain emperor sects would come visit. Emo didn't say that in a few hundred years Eugene Xiang would return to Immortal Emperor. She was Immortal Monarch primary stage now. Unlike Kaimi, once Eugene Xiang recovered her power, she would be much stronger than before. Let's not chat outside, let's go back in the sect first. Lu Fenggo announced that 16 years later, our Mou Immortal Sect will have our sect opening ceremony. Emo had decided to spread the news of Mou Immortal Sect. Yes, sect leader. Lu Feng rejoiced. Emo had decided to let Eugene Xiang and Lu Feng be responsible for the ceremony and Jile Immortal Emperor to hold the scene. Meanwhile, Emo rebuilt the City Protection Formation and the Immortal Spirit Chi Gathering Immortal Formation. When Emo came back to Mou Immortal Sect, the sect became heated again. blankets were scattered and half of Su Jingwen's chest was shown.
The redness on her face hadn't receded yet, but her eyes didn't leave Emo at all. "What are you worried about?"
Emo held Su Jingwen in his arms and asked. Su Jingwen squeezed into Emo's arm and said worriedly, "I'm here with you, but Sister Susu and Qingxue and Yangzhu hasn't ascended yet.
I'm worried about them. Sometimes I feel I'm selfish.
In order to see you, I ascended earlier."
Emo patted Su Jingwen's snow-white shoulders and said, "When I finish setting up MOU Immortal Sex Formation, I will go see."
"How will you go?
Can you really go down to the cultivation realm?"
Su Jingwen subconsciously sat up, not realizing the blanket fell completely, revealing her sturdy chests.
Chapter 1971, Fail to Tear Space. I can't go down to the cultivation realm, but my immortal ascension wasn't normal immortal ascension. And
Emo subconsciously looked at Su Jingwen and then reached out with his hands. Su Jingwen moaned and then immersed in it again. After some time, Su Jingwen panted before looking at Emo and said, "There was a martial sister called Bingyu who came looking for you.
After hearing you were lost, she left MOU Immortal Sect." Emo heard this and didn't feel too natural.
After ascending to the immortal realm, he had seen too many beautiful female immortals, but he had never been interested in them. The only one he had fascinations for was Jin Bingyu, and that was under a special circumstance. After a long while, Emo sighed. "Jin Bingyu's Dao heart is completely different to mine."
"You know what she calls this?"
"What?"
"Lust. Sounds bad. By the way, Jingwen, I'll start teaching you body refinement, okay?"
"Why body refinement?"
"You'll know afterwards." As Emo came back and Ji Lei Immortal Emperor joined MOU Immortal Sect, MOU Immortal Sect became the center of attention in the low heaven domains.
The sects and heaven lords were thinking about what gifts to give when they had their sect opening ceremony. Unlike before, there was clearly an immortal emperor joining the sect. Even in the middle heaven domains, an emperor sect was at the top of the top. Everyone in MOU Immortal Sect moved while Emo started setting up T formations. This time, Emo had no limitations. He planted 36 extreme grade immortal ranges below MOU Immortal Sect and 3 below MOU Immortal City. He changed the 100,000 Void Defense Kill formation. His current formation means were completely different than before. He used half a year to reorganize the formation and remake formation flags. Half a year later, the MOU Immortal Sect Protection formation closed again. Now, it was truly a level 9 immortal formation. The instant the formation closed, MOU Immortal Sect force became grand. It was the grand force and look of an emperor's sect. Ji Lei Immortal Emperor stood at the top of a peak and looked at the closed formation and exclaimed. He felt his choice was completely correct. Sect leader Yi was a legend in the immortal realm. His age wasn't big, but his cultivation level, formation skills and pill concoction skills were all at the peak of the entire immortal realm. He was certain that no one else in the immortal realm could set up this formation. This formation was set up to defend against the gang up of immortal emperors. With such formation, even if MOU Immortal Sect had no immortal emperors, so what? This was the true force of an emperor's sect, when Ju Heaven Ruo Feng Hill. This was the place Emo ascended to. After Emo had set up MOU Immortal Sect formation, he came to here. He was extremely worried about Luoyu continent people unable to ascend. The only thing he could think of was the place he ascended. It was impossible to find a way into the cultivation realm from the Immortal Ascension Palace. The only possibility was to find a weak space and try to tear it. Usually, the weak places were where cultivators ascended to. He ascended abnormally, so that spot must be the weakest. Emo knew that even if he found where he ascended to, it wouldn't be easy to tear open the space there, although there would be small space tears when 2 top immortal emperors fought, but one couldn't enter those. Those small cracks would disappear in an instant. The space of immortal realms were extremely stable. Even immortal emperors wouldn't be able to tear it casually, plus, even if you tore it open, so what? The space you tore open was connected to a place you didn't know at all. The Ruofoam Hill was where he ascended to. If he tore open that place, there should be a broken world. The broken world had 5 pillars. He had the divine damnation there and ascended to the immortal realm. If he just tore here, he would be able to go back to that tattered world. Emo believed that he wasn't able to spirit control the world at the time nor tear it open because he was truth realization state.
With his immortal emperor power, he might be able to go back to the heartless sea through there. Ruafeng Hill was still the same as before. There were half-hard half-weak soil everywhere. Emo found the place where he ascended and started setting up formation flags. 3 days later, he completely locked this space, fearing that he would create too much commotion, tearing open the space, causing other places in Wuju heaven to collapse. After getting ready, Emo used all his immortal essence and grabbed at the void. Emo felt a subtle barrier, but then he let go in disappointment. With his current cultivation level, he could feel the barrier, but he was far from being able to tear it open. Rumble. The tear opened up and an extremely terrifying power came smashing onto Emo's chest from the dark void. Crack. Emo's ribs were torn open and he spat many mouthfuls of blood in the air and twisted in the air. Then, another extremely terrifying suction power came wanting to take Emo into that space crevice. Emo was very shocked. He wanted to use this place to get into that broken world, but now he knew he definitely can't go in. The space here was this terrifying. If he went in, he would never be able to come out. Tearing the place open was already hard enough, it would be even hard to come back out. It seemed his power was still too weak. Emo retreated like crazy, but that void suction seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Emo used all his immortal essence to force himself to stop. Rumble. The space Emo hacked open finally closed and the suction disappeared. Emo fell from the sky and couldn't move from the ground. The powerful immortal essence backlash made Emo spit more blood. He had never been this seriously injured when he fought with other people. Emo quickly ate a blue spirit essence pill. He was scared. If the void didn't close itself, he would be sucked in. His wounds slowly closed. Emo rejoiced that he didn't use the golden bow of immortal extermination arrow to tear the space here. If the arrow was taken away by space, how could he find it? It seemed he would have to wait for Kaimi to come back to ask how Lu Jingquan went into the cultivation realm. Just when Emo wanted to put away the formation flag, 2 figures landed next to him. It was a man and woman. The man was Great Unity Immortal while the female Immortal was Abstruse Immortal Tertiary Stage. It's you? The female Immortal said in surprise. Emo got up slowly. He didn't expect to meet someone familiar here. This female Immortal was the Guyen goddess he saw at the city gates of Bai Immortal City. This place wasn't far from Bai Immortal City. She always went there, so it was no wonder she was here. Marshall's sister Guyen, you know this person? The male Immortal asked in confusion. Guyen nodded yes, I saw him at the city gates of Bai Immortal City. I didn't expect he is still here and this seriously injured. Emo could tell from her words that he exposed the corner soulweed and people were searching for him, but he fled. That's why she was surprised to see him here. Chapter 1972. Where there is people, there is society. Guyen goddess gave Emo a pill. This is a recovery pill, eat it. If you go trial, it's best you find a few people and team up. It's dangerous to be outside alone. Guyen goddess was thinking about asking Emo about the corner soulweed. Emo waved his hand. Thank you, Guyen goddess. I still owe you 5 top-grade immortal crystals. How can I take your immortal pills? Thanks, I'll be leaving now. 5 top-grade immortal crystals was a huge fortune to Emo before, but he knew that she wouldn't even consider it as anything, so he didn't bother repaying her back. Wait. Guyen quickly stopped Emo. Emo stopped and looked at Guyen in confusion. You have other things? Guyen goddess said, actually I want to ask, were you the one who took out corner soulweed in the Bai Immortal City? Emo realized, so this was it. He didn't need to hide it now, so he admitted, that's right, I took out those 2 corner soulweed. Suddenly, Emo thought of Yen Hongzhong. This was quite a nice guy. He didn't know him that well, but he was a good person. Since he came to Bai Immortal City, he would go visit him if he could. Guyen's tone was a bit shaky. Emo, can you tell me how you got your corner soulweed? In the cultivation realm, I went to a corner and saw some corner soulweed, so I took them. Later I realized these things were good and could repair spirit sense and soul. Emo knew that even if he went to the sea corner he might not be able to find it. Guyen's eyes dimmed. The man next to her also seemed to feel down. It was impossible to go to the cultivation realm if one didn't have top god art or know of unique tunnels. But Guyen soon asked Emo in excitement, Emo, do you still have corner soulweed? Emo took out 2 clear weeds to Guyen and said, I still have 2 here. You can have it, thanks for giving me 5 immortal crystals before. Ha! Guyan goddess really didn't expect she got 2 corner soulweed so easily. She took it excitedly. Thank you. Thank you, Yemo. This is very precious, I can't take it for free, tell me how many immortal crystals.
Yemo laughed. I don't need to rely on these 2 corner soulweed to get rich, goodbye. Then, no matter how much Guyan called him, he didn't stop and left. Martial's sister Guyan, this person is quite good. He can still remember today about the 5 immortal crystals. That great unity immortal looked at Yemo's figure and said, Guyan goddess nodded yes, he can remember the 5 immortal crystals, meaning that he's a very grateful person.
Oh, how can I let him go? Father is still looking for him.
Plus, if he goes to Bai Immortal City now, then he would be over if people knew he was the one with corner soulweed. Thinking about this, Guyan immediately chased over.
She wanted to take Yemo to see her father and warn Yemo to leave Bai Immortal City. But she chased for a long time and still didn't find any tracks of Yemo. She stood in confusion. It's only been this long, how could he leave my spirit sense range?
I need to tell my father that Yemo is near the city.
The great unity immortal man said. Martial's sister Guyan, do you think uncle would force Yemo to tell him where the corner soulweed came?
Why force?
Yemo said the corner soulweed came from cultivation realm.
There's no point in forcing him. Guyan looked at the great unity immortal in confusion. The great unity immortal smiled. That's right. How can uncle care about someone who just flew up 100 years or two? Yemo was heavily injured, but he had a mortal pill that even divine emperors might not have.
He put a few pills in his mouth and his wounds recovered rapidly. Yemo found a quiet place and just wanted to change clothes when a figure stumbled into him. This person was covered in blood and seemed more injured than Yemo. Fengchuanma? Yemo didn't expect this person to be her. Fengchuanma didn't seem as young and pretty as before. Instead, she was dark and skinny.
Her hair crest had changed to wife style. Your pill master Yi?
Pill master Yi, how are you here? Fengchuanma stopped and looked at Yemo in shock.
Yemo knew that Fengchuanma would probably leave Extreme Sword Sect after getting the Great Unity pills from him. I was passing by here, I didn't expect you to be here too.
What a coincidence. Yemo smiled. Fengchuanma was still Great Unity Immortal Primary Stage now. After she used his Great Unity pills and left the sect, she didn't progress at all. Fengchuanma breathed and took out an ordinary recovery pill to Yemo. Hurry up and eat this? This is close to Bai Immortal City, are you planning to go there? Yemo pushed her pills back and gave her a pill instead. You know I'm an immortal pill master, how can I not have pills?
Use my pill, your wounds will go. Fengchuanma shook her hand. Thank you, but my sea of consciousness is injured.
It wouldn't be recovered this easily. Sigh, just eat it and you will know.
Yemo could long tell that Fengchuanma's sea of consciousness was injured. Seeing Yemo being persistent, Fengchuanma could only take it and eat the pill.
She trusted Yemo.
She was willing to give her virginity to Yemo for the Great Unity pills, but Yemo rejected without hesitation. In just 10 seconds she looked at Yemo with shock. Pill master Yi, what immortal pills are these?
It can even repair my sea of consciousness? Yemo said calmly. I already told you I'm an immortal pill master. If I can't even cure these injuries, what immortal pill master would I be?
It seems your pill concoction skills have improved.
You're probably level 5 immortal pill great master now, right?
Fengchuanma said in surprise and joy. Yemo nodded. That's right, I can concoct level 5 immortal pill.
How did you get in this state? After I left Extreme Sword Sect I heard it was annihilated. Did you leave at that time? Fengchuanma breathed easy and bowed to Yemo. Pill master Yi, thank you for saving me. You should eat some pills too. I'll tell you once you recover, it's a long story. My wounds are pretty much healed. I need to change clothes. You should too.
Yemo set up a restriction and cleansed himself before changing clothes. Fengchuanma looked at the restriction Yemo set up so casually and realized that this pill master Yi was a restriction master. She hid on the side and cleansed herself before changing into blue robes. Although her tired look was still there, she finally looked a bit more like Great Unity Immortal now. Where are you going?
Yemo sighed. Fengchuanma reached Great Unity Immortal and should be looking prettier and younger than before. However, her skin was dry.
Clearly, she didn't have much time to cultivate and spent most of time fighting and burning her immortal essence and essence blood. Feng Shuanma's eyes were dim. I don't know where I should go. For my family, I asked you to concoct a few bottles of great unity pills. I just wanted to bring my family back to glory and help my brother get revenge.
Later on, I realized how naive I was.
They took my great unity pills and introduced a Tao partner to me. When my husband was killed, I realized that the one who killed me brother was the one I was helping. After these years, I finally killed the enemy and got my brother revenge, but I've been hunted by them ever since. I've fled for decades and I don't know where I should go now nor what I should do.
Yi Mo was speechless. Chapter 1973. I want to see, if you have nowhere to go, then come with me.
Yi Mo sighed. Yi Mo guessed a bit why Feng Shuanma didn't go to Extreme Sword Sect.
She probably left the sect before it was annihilated.
Now, she didn't have the face to go back. Thank you, Pill Master Yi.
Feng Shuanma thanked and hesitated before saying, Pill Master Yi, do you know if the Extreme Sword Sect is okay now?
Yi Mo answered, you don't need to worry about them.
They have 2 immortal kings now.
They're a famous sect even in all of low heaven domains.
Then I'm rest assured. Feng Shuanma sighed and her tone grew more despondent. I wonder if Nianmei and Sister Bingyu are okay.
Yi Mo couldn't answer this. He knew some things about Jin Bingyu but nothing about Qin Nianmei. Let's go to Bai Immortal City first.
I happened to come past here and want to see someone I know.
Yi Mo said. Feng Shuanma woke up and quickly handed a mask to Yi Mo. I must wear this in the Immortal City. There are people hunting me. Yi Mo wanted to say would dare to hunt him, but then he remembered that he was going to the city to find news about Yen Hongzong.
He would have to ask that merchant tower.
If he used his original face, the worker there might recognize him to be the one who has corner soulweed. Yi Mo wasn't afraid of trouble, but he didn't want it. Thinking about this, Yi Mo put the mask on and said, let's go.
I'll ask at Bai Immortal City. If there's no news, then we'll go back.
Yi Mo followed Feng Shuanma into the merchant tower where he gave Yen Hongzhong the corner soulweed but found that it was no longer the same worker there. Yi Mo was a little disappointed, but he still went over and saluted with his fist's immortal friend. I want to ask if you know about Yen Hongzhong.
Yen Hongzhong?
The worker studied Yi Mo and shook his head. No, I've never heard of such person.
Yi Mo scanned his spirit sense in the city and didn't see Yen Hongzhong.
Since he isn't here and no one knows him, let's go. Yi Mo said and left. As soon as he came to the door, he saw Gu Yen Goddess and that great Unity Immortal man. There was another great Extreme Immortal behind them.
Yi Mo had seen this great Extreme Immortal.
When he first entered the city, the great Extreme Immortal was behind Gu Yen. After all these years, he was still following Gu Yen Goddess. However, Gu Yen Goddess was already Great Unity Immortal, but the Great Extreme Immortal was still Great Extreme Immortal. Yi Mo's mask was given by Yen Hongzhong.
How good quality can her mask be? Plus, Yi Mo didn't even change his hair nor eyes nor shoes. Gu Yen Goddess saw Yi Mo not long ago and recognized Yi Mo immediately. She quickly stopped Yi Mo, I didn't expect you to come to the city this quick. I wanted to thank you.
Yi Mo smiled and pulled off Yen Hongzhong's mask, saying, take off the mask.
This thing really isn't comfortable.
Okay. Yen Hongzhong took off her mask too and stared at the two with alert. No need to thank me, I need to go now. Yi Mo said and walked off. The Great Extreme Immortal Guard was clearly much harder to talk than the Great Unity Immortal next to Gu Yen.
Seeing Yi Mo dare to leave so casually, he immediately stopped before Yi Mo. Wait, do you not see Gu Yen Goddess asking you question? Gu Yen Goddess helped you pay the immortal crystals to enter the city, how did you forget immediately? Yi Mo's face sunk and said coldly, piss off.
The Great Extreme Immortal's face changed. He didn't expect a guy who only ascended to the immortal realm for 200 years dares to tell him to piss off. His killing intent sword in his hand reached out. Gu Yen Goddess quickly stopped the Great Extreme Immortal. Muji, stop.
Yi Mo has helped me, how can you be like that? Stand on the side first. Yes. The Great Extreme Immortal didn't dare to disobey. Gu Yen said to Yi Mo apologetically, Yi Mo, sorry, my guard is a bit rude. I'll apologize to you. There was a Wenfeng wine before the tournament at the Bai Immortal City. Why didn't you drink the drop? Did you not like it? Yi Mo said plainly, indeed, I feel it's not so good, so I didn't have the mood to drink it. Guillermo was actually being honest. Gu Yan didn't expect this answer and was dazed, but Guillermo couldn't be bothered talking to her. He signaled Yin Hongzhong and walked off. The great Unity Immortal man looked at Guillermo and thought for a moment before calling the worker out. What did that masked man do here? The golden immortal worker clearly knew who this great Unity Immortal was and quickly bowed. Young Master Rui, that person came in to ask who Yin Hongzhong was. Hearing this, Gu Yan quickly said to Guillermo, immortal friend Yi, I know who that Yin Hongzhong is and I know his location. Guillermo was just grateful for Yin Hongzhong helping him. This time, he wanted to thank him. Hearing this, he immediately stopped. Haha, where is immortal friend Guillermo? A loud laughter sounded and a middle-aged man landed before Guillermo. I'm Guillermo, what do you need? Guillermo looked at this man in confusion. This person was Great Eternity Immortal Peak Stage. The middle-aged man saluted with his fists. I'm Wenju Heaven Lord Gobaiwan. I heard you're friends with my daughter, so I came to invite immortal friend Yi to come to my estate. Guillermo's face sunk and he frowned. This Gu Yan goddess was really rude. She only gave him 5 immortal crystals, but he gave her 2 corner soul weeds, and he told her the corner soul weed was from the cultivation realm, but she was still not satisfied and actually called her father over. A heaven lord came to him clearly for the corner soul weed. No need for the invitation, I'm still busy. Guillermo said plainly and looked at Gu Yan goddess. Gu Yan goddess, if you know where Yin Hongzhong is, tell me. If not, I'm leaving. Is the Yin Hongzhong you're talking, Yin Xiaoyuan's son? If it is him, then his father is in some trouble. Gobaiwan said. Gu Yan goddess immediately said, yes father, Yin Hongzhong is Yin Xiaoyuan uncle's son. Immortal friend Yi, I don't know if you're Yin Hongzhong's friend or not, but his father is indeed in some trouble. If you're Yin Hongzhong's friend, then come to the city lord estate and we'll discuss it. I'm trying hard to help too, sigh. Gu Baiwan sighed. The worry in his tone was clear. Guillermo sneered. He needed to find Yin Hongzhong and his father was immediately in trouble. He just hoped Yin Hongzhong was being honest, otherwise, he would be cruel. He glanced at Gu Baiwan and said, in that case, please lead the way. I want to see what big trouble it is. Gu Baiwan's worry couldn't be more fake. Guillermo didn't like this guy at all. Hearing Guillermo's rude tone, a great eternity immortal primary stage guard behind Gu Baiwan's face sunk immediately. Chapter 1974, 4th Golden Bone Arrow. Gu Baiwan quickly signaled to Gu Yan, hoping for her to stop Guillermo. From his perspective, Guillermo could give another 2 corner soul weed to his daughter because he secretly liked his daughter. It was daydreaming for someone like Guillermo to want his daughter, but he could use this now to make Guillermo hand over corner soul weed or its origin. Gu Yan didn't know what her father truly meant and just thought her father thought she was closer to Guillermo. Just when she was going to call Guillermo, a scornful voice sounded, bullshit, what trouble? It's just some immortal crystals compensation? With Yen Xiaoyuan's status in the Hong Xian Merchant Association, could he not afford that immortal crystals? Reijiu, 5 billion top-grade immortal crystals is not little. Gu Baiwan's face was bad. If it wasn't that this person's cultivation level was on par with him, he would teach this person a lesson immediately. After he was done with EMO, he would still teach this guy a lesson. At first EMO thought Gu Baiwan was really tricking him, but after hearing it was 5 billion immortal crystals, EMO knew it wasn't bullshit. Even in the Grand Heaven domain, people would need certain status to have 5 billion immortal crystals. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to have this many immortal crystals. Even though Yen Xiaoyuan had equity in Hong Xian Merchant Association, he probably wouldn't be able to afford it. Yi Mo looked at this tattered Rao Jiao and asked, what exactly is it, do you know? Rao Jiao looked at Yi Mo in contempt. If I don't know what I be talking? Give me 100k immortal crystals. I'll take you to Yen Xiaoyuan's place. It's because Yen Xiaoyuan auctioned a golden bone arrow. This bone arrow, Yi Mo was extremely shocked. He threw a storage ring to Rao Jiao and said, don't waste time. This is 100k immortal crystals, lead the way. Ha! Rao Jiao was just asking for an insane price, but Yi Mo didn't even argue. His spirit sense scanned inside. It was 100k indeed. This was definitely a wealthy person. Rao Jiao said excitedly, young master, please follow me. I will take you to Yen Xiaoyuan's place. Rao Jiao knew that he asked a bit too late. Yi Mo signaled Feng Chuanma to come. Immortal friend Yi, wait. Yen Xiaoyuan's is my friend. Come to the city lord estate first, I'll invite Yen Xiaoyuan over. Gobaiwan quickly called behind. Yemo didn't have the time to talk to Gobaiwan and just urged Raojiao to hurry up. Gobaiwan saw that Yemo ignored him, but he couldn't capture Yemo on the streets, so he could only call out. Yemo, my daughter thinks you're not bad. I think you're a good person too. If you're willing, you can be my disciple and cultivate with my daughter. Guyen and the great Unity Immortal Man looked dazedly at Gobaiwan. Father, Just when Guyen wanted to say something, she heard Yemo's voice. Thank you for your goodwill, Heaven Lord Gu. I like being free, I don't deserve your daughter. Guyen was immediately annoyed hearing this. Whether or not she wanted to was her decision. What right did Yemo have to say this? She had been nice to Yemo, but it didn't mean she treated Yemo as an equal. Yemo was in solo cultivator and only ascended to the immortal realm for 200 years. What right did he have to not want her? Seeing Yemo disappear from sight, Gobaiwan's face sunk. He said to that guard, wait at the city gates. Guyen didn't like Yemo's tone, but her father was clearly going to take Yemo away by force. She was a bit worried. She was prideful, but she wasn't as evil as her dad. She felt Yemo was a good person, but despite knowing her dad was going to take Yemo, she didn't dare to say anything. As soon as Yemo came to Yan Xiaoyuan's estate, he knew why he was in trouble. His estate was covered by formation and restriction. There were two great eternity immortal primary stages watching closely. There was no way Yan Xiaoyuan could come out under such situation. Gobaiwan was bullshitting, saying that he could invite Yan Xiaoyuan out. Yemo's spirit sense scanned in. A well-dressed chubby great eternity immortal tertiary stage sat in the hall with a bitter face. Before him was a kettle of Wenfeng wine. There was no one around but two maids standing there. Looking at this chubby man, Yemo knew it was Yan Xiaoyuan. He looked a bit like Yan Hongzhong. Okay, you have no business here. You can go. Yemo said to Raojiao. Raojiao smiled. Young master, I'll wait for you here. When you're ready to go, I'll take you back. Don't worry, I won't raise the price. It'll be the same. Yemo knew this guy was after his immortal crystals. His face went cold and killing intent surged out. An invisible sword ray sliced off Raojiao's leg. Piss off, if you dare to say one more word you'll never need to leave. Yemo said, and then took Feng Chuanma into the cultivation home. These restrictions seemed useless to him. Finally, Raojiao's leg started to bleed. He looked at Yemo's figure with a pale face and his hands were shaky. After a long while, he picked up his broken leg and said shakily, yes, Shenbei, Wanbei will leave immediately. How could he not know now that Yemo was someone he couldn't mess with? He could easily bind him and slice off his leg. Yemo's power was unbelievable. He was lucky to even be alive after messing with such person. Feng Chuanma followed Yemo dazedly into the cultivation home and asked in shock, Pill Master Yi, are you status immortal already? I'll tell you this when I get back. I have important things to do now. It's very important to me. Yemo said important twice. The golden bone arrow was too important to him. For something like the golden bow of immortal extermination, 4 arrows would be many times stronger than 3 arrows. When he fought with Xizong Immortal Emperor, if all 3 of his arrows were real, he would have to await death. He wouldn't even be able to enter the golden page world. Yan Xiaoyuan sat there with a bitter face. He couldn't afford the 5 billion immortal crystals. Plus, that bastard knew he had a E-King pill and wanted it too. Yan Xiaoyuan saw Yemo and Feng Chuanma enter. He immediately got up. Yemo greeted first immortal friend Yan. Yemo came to disturb you. Yemo? Are you sent over by the Hong Xian Merchant Association? Yan Xiaoyuan looked at Yemo in confusion. Yemo laughed. I'm friends with Yan Hongzhong. I came past by Immortal City and came to see him, but I heard he wasn't in the city, so I came to your estate to visit you. This is my friend Feng Chuanma. Yan Xiaoyuan immediately shook and got up and reproached, just what do you want? I'm willing to give it to you. I can gather more immortal crystals. Don't do anything to my son. Hongzhong doesn't have anything on him. I've said he isn't in the city. Yemo quickly said, don't misunderstand immortal friend Yan. I'm really Yan Hongzhong's friend. When I first ascended, I passed by Immortal City and didn't have any immortal crystals. I couldn't buy anything. Yan Hongzhong was a good person and bought a flying cultivation artifact of mine, and later on I gave him 2 corner soulweed. I don't know if he mentioned this to you. He did, so it's you. Yan Xiaoyuan realized. He looked at Feng Chuanma and believed this. Feng Chuanma was only Great Unity Immortal Primary Stage. Yemo hid his power, but he wouldn't be any higher. Yemo knew that Yan Xiaoyuan was still suspicious of his identity, so he grabbed out some corner soulweed and put them on the table. Look at these and you'll know I'm not lying. Chapter 1975, Hong Xian Merchant Association. It really is you, then why don't you hurry up and leave? Do you know the consequence of exposing your corner soulweed? There are countless people in the Bai Yi Immortal City who wants to kill you. When you left the city there were people hunting you. Hurry up and leave. Yan Xiaoyuan said worriedly. Yemo put the corner soulweed away and patted Yan Xiaoyuan's shoulder. Since I dare to come, I wouldn't be scared of some clowns. Yan Xiaoyuan and Yan Hongzhong were similar. They were really nice. Seeing Yemo act so casual, Yan Xiaoyuan sighed. He asked, did the two guards ask a lot of questions when you came in? Never mind, even if you want to leave. You probably can't now. I'm probably set up by someone. Yemo laughed. This guy wasn't hopeless since he could realize he was set up. The father and son weren't calculative people, so it was normal they were set up. When I came in the guards didn't ask anything because the restrictions around your estate is like nothing to me. Yemo smiled. Yan Xiaoyuan's eyes lit up. Is Immortal Friend Yi a formation grandmaster? Yemo nodded. Immortal Friend Yi, if you can leave from this formation secretly, why don't we escape first? Yan Xiaoyuan suggested. Yemo was lost for words. Did he need to run? Don't worry, Immortal Friend Yan, just tell me what happened and let's see if there's a resolution. Yemo sat down and signaled Feng Chuanma to sat down. Yan Xiaoyuan laughed awkwardly, knowing his idea wasn't great. He sat down and poured them a cup of Wenfeng wine each. Inside, I've always been cultivating in the city and I have my own store. I can at least let the people around me cultivate. However, after I got a E-King pill once, I felt things weren't right. Yan Xiaoyuan spoke for 15 minutes and Yemo finally understood what was going on. Yan Xiaoyuan got lucky and got a E-King pill once, and not long after that, the Hong Xian Merchant Association was interested in him. They invited Yan Xiaoyuan to join the Merchant Association and combine his shop into it. He would then get equity in the Merchant Association and be a manager in the Merchant Association. Yan Xiaoyuan's store was good, but it couldn't buy the top-level immortal pills. After considering carefully, he accepted the invitation and joined them. A few years later, Yan Xiaoyuan found that his decision was right. His income was tens of times greater than before, and in just a few decades he had nearly 500 million immortal crystals. He could use better pills for cultivation. He had only collected 2 billion immortal crystals after countless years. If this went on, he would soon be able to save 10 billion immortal crystals and go into solitary cultivation to break through to Immortal King. However, a few months ago, a mysterious customer came to Hong Xian Merchant Association. He knew that the city was going to have a big auction, so he wanted to auction a bone arrow. The arrow was completely golden and dense restrictions. Spirit sense couldn't scan through it at all. An immortal king of the Merchant Association and a few great eternity immortals confirmed that the arrow was worth at least 7 billion immortal crystals. Yan Xiaoyuan was one of the people who verified it. This bone arrow became the final auction item. Eventually, Yan Xiaoyuan sealed the bone arrow in a jade box and placed it in the stores. However, that mysterious customer suddenly said that he didn't want to sell it anymore the next day and was willing to pay the fine, although it was a loss for the Merchant Association to not sell it. They could only return the bone arrow. It was Yan Xiaoyuan who put the bone arrow in the storage, so it was he who went to take it out. However, when Yan Xiaoyuan went to pick up the jade box, it was empty. Yan Xiaoyuan was the prime suspect, and before the bone arrow was found, he was locked up in his home. Would someone have stolen the bone arrow after you put it in and blame it on you? Feng Chuanma could tell Yan Xiaoyuan didn't seem to be someone to steal it. Yan Xiaoyuan grabbed his hair and said, I knew the bone arrow was stolen, but the storage needed 5 jade cards at the same time to activate. Otherwise, even an immortal emperor wouldn't be able to open it. If it was forced open, there would be alarms. I have 1 jade card on me, so no one should be able to go in. Yan Xiaoyuan sighed. Of course I know I was set up now. The Merchant Association had been in the city for 10,000 years. Their reputation has been very good, so I didn't believe this at first. Even though I know they're setting me up, there's no way for me to get justice. I just want to compensate them and leave. However, I owe 2 billion immortal crystals. It wasn't important to Emo if Yin Xiaoyuan was set up or not. What was important was that he get this golden arrow. He was certain from Yin Xiaoyuan's description that it was the bone arrow he was after. If it was the real one, then even 70 billion wouldn't be enough to buy it. Emo patted Yin Xiaoyuan's shoulder. Take me to see the people who verified the arrow and the seller. Yin Xiaoyuan waved his hand quickly. No, I can't leave. If I'm caught leaving, I would be hunted immediately. Emo laughed and a powerful force rose. Yin Xiaoyuan just felt he was instantly bound and couldn't even move a finger. Yin Xiaoyuan's face was pale. He was shook by Emo's terrifying cultivation level. After 10 seconds later, Emo released his domain and said, Immortal friend Yin, do you think I have the right to talk to them? Yin Xiaoyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a daze, so you're already Immortal King. I was so rude before, but we can only talk nicely with them and not fight. Emo laughed. Immortal King? Can an Immortal King easily bind a great eternity immortal tertiary stage till the degree that he can't move at all? He didn't rebuke and just said, I know, I have some immortal crystals. If it's not enough, I'll pay for you. Thank you, Yi Qianbei, I will definitely pay your immortal crystals back. Yin Xiaoyuan bowed. Just call me Emo. Feng Chuanma looked dazedly at Emo. She guessed that Emo was status immortal, but now it was proven he was. She was still shocked. After all, when she first saw Emo, he was only a golden immortal. Seeing Emo easily take him out of his home without startling the guards, Yin Xiaoyuan wanted to reach Immortal King even more. Immortal King was this powerful. It was a completely different level to Great Eternity Immortal. The Hongxian Merchant Association looked more grand than even the City Lord Estate. The association leader and a few managers are all at the 3rd level. I still have 3 days to gather immortal crystals. The seller of the golden arrow should still be in the Merchant Association too. Yin Xiaoyuan said. Emo's spirit sense had already penetrated the barrier formation and scanned the entire place. I see it, let's go out. Emo then walked in the tower first. Yin Xiaoyuan was planning to explain to the guards, but then he saw that the guards didn't seem to see them at all. At this moment, there were 5 immortals in the level 3 discussion hall. 2 of them were Immortal King. The E-King pill is less important. The main thing is Yin Xiaoyuan's blood. We can reduce his compensation and make him willingly give us his essence blood to open the restriction. If the E-King pill can allow Yin Xiaoyuan to reach Immortal King, I would rather wait till he is Immortal King before going. A purple-robed Immortal King said, Chapter 1976, I'm not going. Hearing this, Emo realized that this was indeed so. If a merchant association was going to set up a great eternity immortal using decades of time for just a E-King pill and a few bill immortal crystals, this merchant association would be too shitty. Just when another Immortal King was going to talk, he suddenly stopped as the restriction outside the meeting hall sounded. They had already ordered before that without important things no one was allowed to casually enter here. Who dared to come now? The Immortal King opened the restriction and found that it was Yin Xiaoyuan standing at the door. He immediately asked in surprise, Manager Yin, how is it you? How? Emo knew that Yin Xiaoyuan couldn't handle this situation, so he answered because Manager Yin wants to leave by East City, so he came to the Merchant Association to see if he could compensate less immortal crystals. He can't pay up that much in one time. Who are you? The Immortal King asked Emo. Emo quickly said, I'm Yin Hongzhou's friend. I came here to see if he's back and encountered this. If it wasn't that I didn't have enough immortal crystals, I would want to help. The 2 Immortal Kings in the hall glanced at each other. The purple-robed Immortal King smiled. In that case, please sit. By the way, Manager Yin, I heard the seller sent 2 guards outside your estate to guard. They didn't trouble you when you came out, right? No matter how dumb Yin Xiaoyuan was, he knew what to say now and quickly answered no. When Immortal Friend Yi and Feng came to my estate, there was no one. We spent a long time opening that restriction. Yeah, luckily I know a bit about restrictions, so I barely opened it. And then we hurried here. Emo smiled. Just when this Immortal King also wanted to ask how Yin Xiaoyuan could enter here without people stopping him, he realized that asking this would clearly mean that they were setting Yin Xiaoyuan up. Emo was a bit disappointed. Other immortal emperors may not be able to see through storage ring with restriction, but it didn't mean he couldn't.
his spirit sense blades broke through the restriction of their storage ring and checked inside. There was no golden bone arrow. Immortal friend Yi, let me introduce.
This is my Hong Xian Merchant Association's association leader Zheng Yang, Immortal King Yuingzong.
Yan Xiaoyuan pointed at the purple-robed Immortal King. The other Immortal King stood up. I'm Gon Lihui, the person responsible for this auction.
Due to this incident occurring, I can't leave here.
Manager Yan said he didn't have enough immortal crystals, but I'm very troubled by this too.
After all, it's not up to the Merchant Association but the seller. Yemo grasped this opportunity and said that's easy, invite the seller over to discuss this.
Just then I suggested to Yan Xiaoyuan to leave, but he said he had been in the Merchant Association for all these years and couldn't just leave. Hearing this, a sliver of shock flashed across the eyes of the two Immortal Kings.
They were even a little scared.
What would they do if Yan Xiaoyuan really got away? The seller is here. Zheng Yang, Immortal King, suddenly smiled and got up. As soon as he finished speaking, another gray-robed man came in. His face was expressionless, but GMO could immediately tell he was an immortal monarch primary stage. Yan Xiaoyuan got up and greeted this seller while asking politely if he could compensate less immortal crystals. He really just wanted to pay the immortal crystals and leave despite knowing that he was scammed. Yemo's spirit sense blades pierced this immortal monarch's storage ring and Yemo immediately rejoiced. He found a golden bone arrow. After checking with his spirit sense, he immediately knew this was what he wanted. Just when Yemo wanted to go up, he heard this immortal monarch say coldly 5.6 billion immortal crystals and an E-King pill, not one corner less. Yemo stopped Yan Xiaoyuan from talking and walked up to the immortal monarch, reaching out his hand. I haven't asked for your name. The immortal monarch sneered and didn't even look at Yemo's hand. There was this greeting in the immortal realm which was the hand greeting. If two people wanted to be friends the first time they saw each other, they would do this. Even if one side didn't want to be friends, they would do something to show respect. How the immortal monarch completely ignored Yemo was extremely insulting. However, Yemo still smiled and reached his hand again. When the seller ignored him again, Yemo took his hand back awkwardly. Even the two Immortal King and Great Eternity Immortals of Hong Xian Merchant Association pitied Yemo. Only Yemo was extremely happy. He didn't care about this at all. During the time he reached his hand, he already broke into the storage ring and took the golden bone arrow into his golden page world. If I didn't hear that you had an E-King pill, I wouldn't even agree to 15.6 billion. That golden bone arrow had been verified by Immortal Emperor Qianbei. It's an ancient god arrow, how can it be bought with immortal crystals? The seller said. Yemo looked at Yan Xiaoyuan and said, Immortal friend Yan, how much immortal crystals do you have? Give me your immortal crystals and E-King pill. I'll help you deal. Yan Xiaoyuan didn't think much and took out a storage ring to Yemo. This is the immortal crystals and E-King pill I have gathered. Yemo scanned inside and only found 3.2 billion plus a middle-grade E-King pill. Yemo threw another 2.4 billion in and removed the restriction. There's 5.6 billion immortal crystals here and another E-King pill. Everyone have a look. If there's no problem, I'm going to compensate the seller. Yemo's words immediately made everyone here stand up. They knew Yan Xiaoyuan didn't have 5.6 billion immortal crystals. That's why they set that number. As long as Yan Xiaoyuan paid the compensation, they wouldn't be able to get Yan Xiaoyuan to willingly give up his essence blood to help break the formation. Their spirit sense scanned the storage ring. There really was 5.6 billion immortal crystals and the E-King pill was real. Immortal friend, what do you think? The association leader saluted with his fists and asked the seller. The seller took the storage ring and checked. His face immediately sunk. In that case, this will do. Then he took the storage ring and was going to go. Yemo stopped him again and reached out his hand. Thank you for your magnanimity. The immortal monarch sneered and walked out without even looking at Yemo. Yemo laughed. He took back the storage ring he just gave out. Then he said to Yan Xiaoyuan, Manager Yan, there's no more business here. Why don't we go first? He knew he would see the immortal monarch later, but it was better to put the things on him. Yan Xiaoyuan reacted and quickly bowed to Yemo. Thank you, immortal friend Yi. If it wasn't for you, I would be over. It's a small thing, no problem. Yemo waved his hand and walked to the door. He was certain the Hong Xian Merchant Association people would stop them. As soon as they reached the door, the association leader laughed. The Merchant Association is so guilty that we weren't able to help Manager Yan with this. It's the past, no need to bring it up. Yan Xiaoyuan waved his hand, clearly really disappointed in the merchant association. The other immortal king laughed. Manager Yan, we weren't able to help with this indeed, but Manager Yan helped us solve a big problem. In order to thank you, we're planning to let you join our team to open up an ancient immortal residence.
What immortal residence?
Yan Xiaoyuan looked at Gon Lihui and asked. Zheng Yang Immortal King quickly came over and said, it's like this.
We found an ancient immortal residence. If it wasn't for Manager Yan's incident, we would have already went.
Now that this is resolved, we have decided to share this with Manager Yan.
I'm not going.
Yan Xiaoyuan said without hesitation. Chapter 1977, 5-Element World. Yimo didn't care if Yan Xiaoyuan went to that ancient immortal residence or not. Even if it was an immortal monarch immortal residence, it would only be so-so, hearing Yan Xiaoyuan not wanting to go.
Zheng Yang Immortal King was desperate. Manager Yan, this ancient immortal residence isn't far. It's at Ruofeng Hill. We've been there once. It seems to be related to 5-Element Divine Emperor. Yimo was confused when he heard Ruofeng Hill.
The immortal spirit chi there was very arid. How could there be an ancient immortal residence? Yimo had heard of 5-Element Divine Emperor and asked Kaimi about him.
5-Element Divine Emperor used 5-Element World to vindicate Tao.
He had a world between Chaos World and Truth Spirit World called 5-Element World. It was much higher level than Truth Spirit World. If the 5 elements were complete, then it was a weaker version of Chaos World. Yimo didn't connect this 5-Element World to the place he ascended from, but hearing it was at Ruofeng Hill, he immediately thought of that broken world he was trapped in.
There was 5 huge pillars there? His spirit sense couldn't scan into those big pillars at all before.
Was that 5-Element Divine Emperor's 5-Element World? Thinking about this, Yimo patted Yan Xiaoyuan and said, Manager Yan, since it's an ancient immortal residence, let's go see too.
There might be some fortune for us.
Since Yimo said this, Yan Xiaoyuan could only agree, let's go see then, but I can't waste too much time.
It won't, we'll leave now. Zheng Yang Immortal King quickly said. Ruofeng Hill wasn't far from my immortal city.
In just half a day, the 5 from Hongxian Merchant Association and Yimo and them were here. From here we'll travel in Earth for 4 hours and we can see the door to Th Erd. Zheng Yang Immortal King pointed at a small hill. Yimo's spirit sense scanned in. Immortal King Earth mobility for 4 hours. This was definitely an extremely far distance. Ordinary immortal emperors with powerful spirit sense can scan that distance, but if they're not that bored they wouldn't scan this deep into the earth with spirit sense. Yimo's spirit sense was very powerful and he had spirit sense blades. His spirit sense broken through layers of mud and rocks. In just tens of seconds, his spirit sense saw a huge space. It was more like a hall and there was a golden gate. Yimo took back his spirit sense inside. It was such a subtle place. How did Hongxian Merchant Association found it? This immortal residence was too well hidden. There was no restriction nor immortal spirit chi. Seeing Yimo not talk for a long time, Zheng Yang Immortal King looked at Yan Xiaoyuan. Manager Yan, let's go down now?
Immortal friend Yi, what do you think? Yan Xiaoyuan looked at Yimo. Of course we go down.
We can't come across such good things so easily.
Yimo smiled and said. Zheng Yang Immortal King praised immortal friend Yi. Nice mindset. Such fortune is rare indeed. I'll lead the way. Then Zheng Yang Immortal King went into the earth. Yimo said to Feng Chuanma and Yan Xiaoyuan, let's go down too.
Seeing the 3 go down, the other 4 followed. At the city gates of Bai Immortal City, Gobaiwan's face was bleak. The guard that followed him was already dead at the city gates, but as fell, Gobaiwan didn't dare to say a word. His guard saw Yimo leave the city but was warned by a faceless guy not to follow. The guard just said an extra word and was killed by this person. From the force of it, he could tell it was at least an immortal king tertiary stage or even immortal monarch who killed his guard. He was a mere great eternity immortal tertiary stage. Even though he was a heaven lord, he would just have to take it.
Guyen Goddess sighed. Father, let's go. That Yimo was dead for sure.
It was my fault for harming him. It wasn't easy for someone as careless as him to live up until now. The great unity immortal next to Guyen comforted martial sister Guyen. It's not your fault.
That Yimo had corner soulweed and was this reckless. Even if he didn't die today, he would die sooner or later. Guyen heard this and suddenly thought.
If Yemo was dead for sure, why did he appear in the city again after all these years, such strong space? Feng Chuanma said in shock. Her spirit sense couldn't penetrate this dimension at all. We just need to open this golden gate to enter the immortal residence. Zhang Yang, Immortal King, pointed at the golden gate and said, Yemo scanned the golden gate. There was an extremely ancient feeling from it. He had only felt such chi from Kaimi and Chu Chen, Divine Emperor. This meant that this immortal residence might really be a Divine Emperor ruin. Even Yemo's head was dizzy from looking at the complex restriction and formation. This gate is probably opened by essence blood. We have 8 people here, I think we should try one by one. Gan Lihui said. Yemo heard them say that the door had to be opened by Yan Xiaoyuan's essence blood. This meant that the immortal residence was related to Yan Xiaoyuan's ancestor. However, how did Zhang Yang, Immortal King, and them know? After knowing the exact location of the immortal residence, the rest of them were extra to Yemo now. Before Zhang Yang, Immortal King, could talk, he said to Yan Xiaoyuan, Brother Yan, if this place is really left behind by 5-element Divine Emperor, then 5-element Divine Emperor might be your ancestor. This golden gate isn't opened by essence blood, it's essence blood heritage. Only direct descendant of your Yan bloodline can open it. They have to open it willingly, otherwise, this gate wouldn't open. Yan Xiaoyuan looked at the 5 people from the Merchant Association in shock and then at Yemo. Brother Yi, you mean? Yemo sneered. I mean, these people set you up to open this gate. As soon as the gate is open, you're useless. Yuing Zong, when you invited me into the Hong Xian Merchant Association, did you already know that my ancestor left this 5-element Divine Emperor? Yan Xiaoyuan said in fury. Not only you, I'm afraid your son is taken here too, but for some reason they didn't use his blood to open this. Yemo said again, you're very good. You know this much and were able to take the golden bone arrow and storage ring from me. I underestimated you. 2 more figures appeared. One was the seller, but the other was a woman. Yemo saw that the woman was Immortal Monarch Tertiary Stage Peak. At this moment, Yemo realized that this woman was the mastermind behind all this. Even I can't see your cultivation level? The woman looked at Yemo in surprise. Yan Xiaoyuan was shaking with anger. The Immortal Monarch Peak woman waved her hand and an abstruse immortal missing an arm appeared. Open the immortal residence and I'll let you 2 leave. Hong Zhong. Yan Xiaoyuan saw that this abstruse immortal was his son Yan Xiaoyuan and called out in fury. He charged over and helped him up. Yan Xiaoyuan said feebly, Dad, don't trust these people. They won't let us go. My arm was sliced off to open the door. Luckily, I didn't do it willingly and my cultivation level is low, so the golden gate wasn't opened. Mother was already killed by these bastards. Don't trust them, immortal friend Hongzhong, eat this pill first. Yemo took out an immortal pill and gave it to Yen Hongzhong. Your immortal friend Yi, the one who gave me corner. Yen Hongzhong recognized Yemo immediately and said in shock, but then he looked at his father in disbelief. Why was Yemo here too? Chapter 1978, Immortal Emperor is here, that's right. I gave you the corner soul weed. Then your corner soul weed seemed to have been taken by the Hong Xian Merchant Association. It's okay, I still have more. I'll give you 2 later. Yemo said and then waved the pill in his hand. This is a medical pill, eat it first. Brother Yi. Yen Hongzhong looked dazedly at Yemo. Was Yemo asking to die? You have corner soul weed? That immortal monarch peak stage stared at Yemo in surprise and joy. The joy in her eyes couldn't be hidden at all. Once immortals cultivate to a certain degree, their immortal essence has settled, and the reason it's hard to break through is because spirit sense is hard to improve. Corner soul weed is very rare but can improve one's spirit sense. That's right, I have corner soul weed. Yemo said and showed a few. The immortal monarch peak stage woman laughed and grabbed at Yemo, but her hand stopped in mid-air. The next moment, she saw Yemo punch and hear the last words of her life. You can't see my cultivation level, not because I hit it but because you're too weak. You're an immortal emperor. The woman's face went pale as paper. She actually offended an immortal emperor and tried to rob his corner soul weed. She really wanted to beg for mercy, but she couldn't say anything at all. Oh thud. Yemo's void punch didn't go easy. This woman was obliterated without resistance. A storage ring fell on the ground. Yemo said to the dazed Feng Chuanma, I've removed the restriction of this storage ring. You can have it.
I don't need an immortal monarch's storage ring. Only then did Feng Chuanma react and said, "Thank you, Pill Master Yi. Yi Qianbei." Then she quickly picked up the storage ring. It was her fortune, you, immortal Emperor Qianbei. Everyone was dazed. Yi Mo killed an immortal monarch peak stage with one punch, and that immortal monarch said before death that Yi Mo was an immortal emperor. No matter how much courage they had, they didn't dare to act against an immortal emperor, Qianbei, Wanbei. That immortal monarch's cellar was extremely shaky. Yi Mo knew that the bone arrow all came from Abyssal River, so he couldn't even be bothered asking this immortal monarch. Yi Mo's immortal emperor domain suddenly expanded, and he said to Yin Xiaoyuan and Yin Hongzhong, "If you want to get revenge, then hurry up." The two reacted. Both of them knew that their fortune was here. Qianbei, our Hongxian Merchant Association has more than one branch. Even if Qianbei is immortal emperor, are you not scared that our merchant association would come for Qianbei? Zheng Yang immortal king called out. Yi Mo said coldly, "I'm MOU immortal sect leader Yi Mo. If your merchant association finds MOU immortal sect, I welcome you at any time." MOU immortal sect. The managers and association leader of the merchant association were dumbfounded. The most glorious sect right now was MOU immortal sect. Getting revenge from MOU immortal sect was like thinking life was too boring. Yi Mo didn't show any mercy to these people. He knew that if he wasn't immortal emperor, he wouldn't be able to subjugate them. When the immortal residence opened, they would all die. The Hong father and son were overjoyed. They actually knew the sect leader of MOU immortal sect. They didn't have a place to go. Later they would ask sect leader Yi to let them join, but thinking about how the merchant association annihilated their entire family, they were furious and charged up. In a short while, the people bound by Yi Mo's domain turned to dust. Not even their essence spirit escaped. Yan Xiaoyuan picked up the 6th storage ring and gave it to Yi Mo. They were extremely grateful to them. Yi Mo didn't take it and instead took out a storage ring to Yan Xiaoyuan. "This is the storage ring you used for compensation. Qianbei, this storage ring should be left to you." Yan Xiaoyuan didn't want it. Yi Mo laughed. "I don't care about these immortal crystals. Just take it. If you have nowhere to go, you can join my MOU immortal sect." "Thank you, Yi Qianbei." Feng Chuanma quickly thanked. She had been thinking about how to ask to join MOU immortal sect. The Hong father and son didn't reject anymore and took the storage rings. Moments later, Yan Xiaoyuan took out an extremely ancient jade slip from Zhang Yang immortal king's storage ring and said, "Sect leader Yi, this jade slip is probably about the 5-element world of our Yin family." Yi Mo took the spirit sense and scanned in. It was indeed about the 5-element world. Its location was marked clearly, and it also explained how to open and who to open it. Yi Mo gave the jade slip to Yan Xiaoyuan to see. Yan Xiaoyuan immediately said, "Sect leader Yi, why don't I try? It's probably very hard." The jade slip said that only a status immortal essence blood would be able to open it. "Your only great eternity immortal tertiary stage." Yi Mo said. Yan Xiaoyuan had already put his essence blood into the 2 sides of the golden gate as per request from the jade slip. The golden gate just emitted golden rays but didn't open. "It seems my cultivation level is too low." Yan Xiaoyuan shook his head and said, "Come again when you're immortal king. This place might be related to the place I ascended from. I really want to go in and see." Yi Mo said. The group left the immortal residence and immediately headed towards MOU immortal sect. Coming here, Yi Mo handed Feng Chuanma and them to Lu Feng to arrange. He notified Su Jingguan and Ji Lei immortal emperor before starting solitary cultivation. 5 years' time, Yi Mo spent large amounts of extreme grade immortal range in the time formation disk and finally stabilized his cultivation level at immortal emperor primary stage. Then, he took out an emperor wood blue fruit. In another 5 years, Yi Mo surpassed immortal emperor primary stage and stabilized his power at immortal emperor middle stage before stopping cultivation. This 10 years, he used the majority of the remaining extreme grade immortal range. Even if he wanted to reach immortal emperor tertiary stage, he didn't have the time nor the immortal range. There was still a few years from MOU immortal sect opening ceremony. Yi Mo didn't leave solitary cultivation and instead spirit controlled the 4 arrows. In another 5 years, Yi Mo completely refined the 4 arrows to the 71st restriction as well as the golden bow of immortal extermination to 71st restriction. It wasn't that Yi Mo didn't want to go keep, but it was already his extreme.
If he continued, it would take tens of times more time to refine it. The golden bow of immortal extermination was many times stronger than before. Yemo was certain that if he fought Feng Kong Grand Emperor now, even if Feng Kong Grand Emperor had powerful lethal blows, he wouldn't be able to survive his 4 arrows. Feng Kong Grand Emperor wasn't Yemo's target. After knowing there was Dao Actualization Divine Emperor, Dao Essence Divine Emperor and so forth, Yemo's target was different. When Yemo came out of solitary cultivation, Tang Beiwei and Su Jingwen immediately knew. Lu Feng and them came too. Yemo now realized that the MOU Immortal sect opening ceremony was about to begin. At this moment, Yemo scanned his soul out and found dashing lights and flying magic artifacts all head towards MOU Immortal sect. All the immortal rest towers of MOU Immortal sect were full. Kaimi had returned to the sect and was with Ji Lei Immortal Emperor handling all the immortal emperors of the Grand Heaven domain. What shocked Yemo was that Wei Feng Immortal Emperor was here. He didn't see Feng Kong Grand Emperor, but Yemo knew the person sitting with Wei Feng Immortal Emperor. It was Dragon River Grand Emperor. Yemo scanned his spirit sense on Dragon River and he immediately noticed and looked towards Yemo. Wei Feng Grand Emperor was sly and didn't have much enmity with Yemo. It was reasonable that he came, but Yemo felt strange about Dragon River Grand Emperor's sudden arrival. He felt that Dragon River was on the same line as Feng Kong Grand Emperor. Since he had enmity with Feng Kong Grand Emperor, Dragon River shouldn't be here. Regardless, Yemo didn't care. He said to Tang Beiwei and Su Jingwen, "Come see all the immortal emperors of the Grand Heaven domain with me." The reason he did this was because he wanted them to be taken care of when they went to the Grand Heaven domain. Chapter 1979, Absurd MOU Immortal Sect. Yemo thank all the immortal emperor friends here. It's the honor of MOU Immortal Sect that you can all come to our sect opening ceremony. All those immortal friends here are the friends of my MOU Immortal Sect, are my friends. I was in solitary cultivation and thus am a bit delayed, please forgive me everyone. Yemo smiled as he walked into the hall and saluted with his fists to everyone. Sect Leader Yi's progress is godly. When I first saw Sect Leader Yi, you were just Immortal Monarch, but now you're Immortal Emperor middle stage. Along with the sect opening ceremony, there is just more joy to congratulate you on. Wei Feng Grand Emperor acted as though there was no enmity at all and got up to saluted with his fists. How could Yemo not know Wei Feng Grand Emperor's little tricks? So what if there was a secret to his fast cultivation speed? He didn't fear anyone now. In order to protect MOU Immortal Sect, he couldn't hide his cultivation level. When he needed to act dominant, there was no need to act like a turtle. Sect Leader Yi may have known me for a long time, but it's my first time seeing Sect Leader Yi. You're indeed the light of the immortal realm. Luckily I came back in time this time and could make it to MOU Immortal sect opening ceremony. Congratulations Sect Leader Yi, congratulations MOU Immortal Sect. Dragon River Immortal Emperor got up and saluted with his fists to Yemo. At this moment, Zhang Ren, Nong Yan, Yuan Yun, Jin Hui, Feng Zhang, Xianzhe, Muli, Xian Feng, Kuei Qian, Shen Koan, Tong Zhang, and so forth Immortal Emperor all got up and congratulated Yemo. Although Xian Feng Immortal Emperor from Demon Joy Sect and Changrong Heaven Lord Xianzhe Immortal Emperor had some conflict with Yemo, they still come. Clearly, they knew about Yemo suppressing Feng Kong Grand Emperor and teaching him a lesson. In the immortal realm, as long as it wasn't destroying one's Dao foundation or making one unable to reincarnate in the next life, little conflict was nothing in the wake of power. Since these people all came, Yemo thanked them politely. Sect Leader Yi, I didn't expect Kaimi Divine Emperor became a member of MOU Immortal Sect. MOU Immortal Sect will definitely be the pinnacle emperor sect of the immortal realm. Zhangren Immortal Emperor said, Big Monk is here late. A voice sounded and 3 more immortal emperors came into the hall. Yemo rejoiced. He knew that Du Feng Monk was here. Then he saw Chu Chen Divine Emperor and Dunyan. Welcome brother Du Feng, Chu Chen, and Dunyang. Yemo quickly went up. Chu Chen Divine Emperor clearly ate Emperor Wood Blue Fruit and was now Immortal Emperor Peak. Dunyang was Immortal Emperor Middle Stage 2. 2 more Immortal Emperor Peak came and were quite on good relations with Yemo. Everyone exclaimed at Yemo's connections. Some people were wondering who Chu Chen was. As for Du Feng Monk, more people knew him. Brother Chu Chen, it really is you? Kaimi just wanted to chat with Yemo but found Chu Chen Divine Emperor came and quickly greeted. His tone was extremely excited. After all, it was extremely hard to find someone of their age.
He didn't expect Shu Chen Divine Emperor would come to congratulate Mou Immortal sect opening. Shu Chen? Is he one of the 9 Divine Emperors, Shu Chen Divine Emperor? The rest of the people muttered. If it really was Shu Chen Divine Emperor, then today was too shocking. 2 Divine Emperors came to Mou Immortal sect today. One was from Mou Immortal sect and one was to congratulate Mou Immortal sect. This was unheard of. It seems sect leader Yi really didn't lie to me. You're really not dead. That's good. Shu Chen Divine Emperor laughed. His face was full of joy. He got the Emperor Wood Blue Fruit and returned to Immortal Emperor Peak stage. Dao Vindication was in sight, so he was extremely happy. Now that he saw Kaimi Divine Emperor, he was even more happy. This was mainly because Kaimi Divine Emperor, who had been stronger than him, was at a lower cultivation level than him now. Kaimi was only Immortal Emperor middle stage and the body he possessed wasn't so good. I already told sect leader that you had died. I didn't expect you are alive and here to slap my face. Kaimi said. Shu Chen Divine Emperor quickly said, let me congratulate sect leader first before I catch up with you. Sect leader Yi, thank you for your fruit. It let me go a level higher. At the same time, thanks for trusting me. Today I came to the sect opening ceremony also wanting to join Mou Immortal sect. Would sect leader Yi be able to leave a spot for me? Shu Chen Divine Emperor stared nervously at Yi Mo. In order to thank Yi Mo, he was already planning to join Mou Immortal sect. After all, it was the same everywhere for him. But when he came to Mou Immortal sect, he immediately realized that he would be the one benefiting from joining Mou Immortal sect, not the other way around. The immortal spirit chi here was so dense that even the top emperor sect wouldn't be able to compare with it. Just how many immortal ranges did sect leader Yi plant in? He admired Yi Mo's level 900,000 void defense kill formation. He could clearly tell it was top-level immortal formation. There was no better Dao Vindication place than here. He was Immortal Emperor Peak stage now. He didn't need to keep staying at Qingwei Abyssal River. Yi Mo didn't expect an Emperor Wood Blue Fruit would give him this much surprise. Shu Chen Divine Emperor joining Mou Immortal sect, this was a huge gift. Whether it was the cultivation realm or the immortal realm, rarely would people betray a sect. If one joined a sect, they would take this as a pride. One's fortune was also connected to his sect. This was a law. Even if one changed sects, they wouldn't offend the sect. Before Yi Mo could wake up from the surprise, Dunyang also said, I also gave my Dunyang hotel to someone else. I also want to join Mou Immortal sect with martial brother Chu Chen. Please take me in sect leader Yi. Ha ha ha. Yi Mo could no longer contain his joy and laughed. It's a huge honor for Mou Immortal sect to have Chu Chen Divine Emperor and Dunyang. How can I reject? You can choose one of the 8 supplementary peaks each. Du Feng Monk laughed and quickly congratulated. Those immortal emperors here all came to greet Chu Chen Divine Emperor. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. A low heaven domain sect had 2 divine emperors joining. This was absurd. Who would dare to touch Mou Immortal sect? The sect leader was already an immortal emperor no one dared to mess with. Now there were 2 more divine emperors and a few immortal emperors. Dragon River Immortal Emperor Riverside. Feng Kong Grand Emperor would never be able to match Yi Mo in his life. Yi Mo's cultivation level would only get higher and stronger. Wei Feng Grand Emperor regretted saying what he did. If he knew that even Chu Chen Divine Emperor was going to join Mou Immortal sect, why would he act out? The rest of the immortal emperors of emperor sects rejoiced on their decision to come. Everyone then gave up their gifts and Lu Feng's hands were tired from collecting gifts. After that, Yi Mo signaled everyone to sit down. Our Mou Immortal sect just opened. We don't have many good things to treat everyone. Now, we can only invite each immortal friend to an immortal fruit and immortal wine. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. The sect leader was so stingy. They came all the way from the Grand Heaven domain to congratulate the sect, and yet Yi Mo was so stingy. This meant that they weren't taken seriously. No matter how strong Mou Immortal sect was, they couldn't just act like this. Before anyone could speak, Yi Mo waved out jade plates. These jade plates fell before everyone. There was a cup of white wine and a red fruit in each plate. This is Yin Blue Plum? Chu Chen Divine Emperor was the first to recognize it. What? Yin Blue Plum? Almost all the immortal emperors grabbed the fruit in shock.
This was one of the top immortal fruits. One couldn't even get them from auctions, it was beyond level 9 immortal fruit. This thing was priceless. It was very tasty and could cleanse soul and immortal essence. This sect leader you was too insane. He used blue plum to treat guests, even divine emperors wouldn't be so generous. No wonder he said one for each person. This fruit was much more precious than their gifts. Some immortal emperors didn't even want to eat it like this, but as an immortal emperor, it would be too embarrassing to take it home. In this case, it meant that the wine wasn't ordinary too. A few immortal emperors couldn't wait to drink this wine. Emo saluted with his fists in that void palace. I opened a restriction and there were 36 blue plums. I'll use this opportunity to enjoy it with everyone. Chapter 1980. He's actually MOU immortal sect leader. Emo didn't get the blue plum from the void palace, but this was the best explanation. It was really right of me to come this time. I actually got a blue plum. My pitiful gift isn't even worth 10% of this. So shameful. Jean Hui immortal emperor laughed and said, everyone else laughed, this is so indeed. Our gift isn't as good as this blue plum, we earned this time. Emo raised the wine cup and said, thank you friends for coming to MOU immortal sect to celebrate our sect opening. I honor everyone with this wine. Then Emo drank it all. The rest of the immortal emperors all raised their cups saying all sorts of good wishes and drank. The wine immediately turned into invisible immortal spirit liquid that expanded in their sea of consciousness. What wine is this? How come my sea of consciousness is clearer? Big Monk has drunk a lot of wine but never something like this. Du Feng Monk said in surprise. The rest of the people felt how extraordinary this wine was. It was indeed very beneficial to sea of consciousness and spirit sense. There was little immortal spirit herb that could help spirit sense. As for wine, it was even rarer. People didn't need to think to know that the wine in their hand was a treasure no lesser than blue plum. Now that Du Feng Monk asked, everyone looked at Emo. Emo smiled. This is called wheat immortal wine. It can indeed clear spirit sense and sea of consciousness. I know, this is immortal wine made with corner soul weed. Dragon River Grand Emperor said in shock, that's right, I got some corner soul weed in the cultivation realm and I was free so I made them into wine. Emo said. Du Feng Monk raised his thumb. This wine has great effect in wine taste. This is the best immortal wine. Shu Qin Divine Emperor nodded. This is indeed a great tasting wine. Of course Emo didn't concoct the wine himself, he left it to Small Ginseng. Small Ginseng was better than anyone at winemaking and managing Immortal Spirit Herb Garden. 3 days later, the MOU Immortal Sect Protection Formation opened. Countless immortals flocked into MOU Immortal Sect as today was the opening sect ceremony. All the 11 Heaven Lord of the Low Heaven Domains came. There were more than 10 immortal emperors from the Grand Heaven Domain. There were quite some immortal monarchs and immortal kings. There were countless below Immortal King. Comparatively, little people came from Middle Heaven Domain as Yemo's name wasn't famous there. Only some sects with fast news sent someone to congratulate. Before the MOU Immortal Sect Square, countless immortals waited for the sect leader of MOU Immortal Sect to come out. They wanted to see who he was. Oh my god, I see Wei Feng Grand Emperor, am I blind? One great eternity immortal asked in shock. Immortals nearby immediately heard this and all asked who Wei Feng Grand Emperor was. It's true, there's not only Wei Feng Grand Emperor but also Dragon River Grand Emperor and Zhangren Immortal Emperor, Nong Yen Immortal Emperor. This immortal didn't dare to keep naming anymore and just said in shock, how is this possible? There's more than 10 immortal emperors and they're all famous in the Grand Heaven Domain. It was a great eternity immortal from the Grand Heaven Domain speaking. He admired Emo and came to congratulate. When his words spread out, those hillbillies from Low and Middle Heaven Domain immediately realized just how absurd MOU Immortal Sect was. At the VIP seats, Shin Peifu exclaimed, MOU Immortal Sect is too amazing. There's this many immortal emperors coming to congratulate. I believe even when an emperor's sect forms in the Grand Heaven Domain, they wouldn't be like this. Yang Zai sighed. I heard that Emo is from MOU Immortal Sect. What relation is he to that sect leader Luo? Sai, Dad, I heard that MOU Immortal Sect has a sect leader with surname Yi. He seemed to say that he was sect leader Luo's martial brother. Xin Yanmei said, oh, what's he called? Xin Peifu asked, Xin Yanmei didn't answer. She just stared dazedly at the main stage with her mouth wide open in disbelief. now our MOU immortal sect leader Yi will speak. Lu Feng's voice spread in the square immediately quietened down. Yi Mo walked to the front stage and smiled. Today is the official opening of my MOU immortal sect. I thank all the immortal emperors from the Grand Heaven Domain and the 2 Grand Emperors to have come here. I also thank the 11 Heaven Lords of the Low Heaven Domain and also thank all the immortal friends who have come all this far to congratulate us. My MOU immortal sect originated from Luoyu continent MOU city. Dad, how is this possible? That person is really Yi-Mo. Qin Yanmei stared at Yi-Mo for a long time. Qin Peifu and Yang Zai stared at Yi-Mo in disbelief. They've been to the Grand Heaven Domain once and had seen Wei Feng Grand Emperor and Dragon River Grand Emperor. He knew they weren't fake. How could Yi-Mo be MOU immortal sect leader? Even the Grand Emperors were standing behind him as guest. After a long while, Yang Zai sighed. Our extreme sword sect has no fortune. Qin Peifu wiped the sweat from his forehead. He knew what Yang Zai meant. Qin Yanmei brought Yi-Mo to the sect, but she didn't like him. Then Yi-Mo seemed to be with Jinbingyu and there were feelings, but Yang Zai took Jinbingyu again and they were severed. Yanmei, you and Yi-Mo, sect leader Yi. Qin Peifu was thrown out of his mind. Thinking about this, Qin Yanmei's face was burning red. She remembered about how ignorant she was before. Qin Yanmei calmed down now and thought of the times with Yi-Mo. Yi-Mo never showed any feelings towards her at all. It was all a deal. Comparatively, Yi-Mo and Martial's sister Bingyu appeared in Xankui Immortal City together and their feelings were much better. Looking at Yi-Mo with a face of smile standing at the tall stage, Qin Yanmei sighed. Friendship had nothing to do with status. If she didn't carry that condescending attitude towards Yi-Mo, perhaps she would be friends with Yi-Mo too now. However, when Yi-Mo and Martial's sister Bingyu appeared together in Xankui Immortal City, she helped Yen Shutao to sneer at Yi-Mo to show that she wasn't interested in Yi-Mo at all. Qin Yanmei breathed easy that Yen Shutao didn't come today. Otherwise, he would be extremely defeated. Not only extreme sword sect people but Gobaiwan was also extremely shocked. He was even shaking in the VIP room. He's actually sect leader of MOU Immortal Sect? Guyen Goddess's face also changed. Funny how her father tried to take Yi-Mo away. Luckily someone stopped them or the consequence would be unimaginable. No wonder I couldn't see his cultivation level. Gobaiwan finally realized what was going on. Chapter 1981, the news Wuhui brought. Yi-Mo stood on the high stage reading the announcements of MOU Immortal Sect. They weren't willing to talk, no one wanted to offend them, but at this time, a loud voice interrupted the silent square. Wujia Sound River Wuhi Immortal Emperor. Sect leader Luli come to congratulate MOU Immortal Sect opening ceremony and have something to report to Dragon River Grand Emperor, Wei Feng Grand Emperor. And sect leader Yi. Yi-Mo just finished and was taken over by Wuhui Immortal Emperor. He was a bit annoyed. If someone else dared to be like this, there would be people to reproach him, but Wuhui Immortal Emperor, despite being an Immortal Emperor primary stage, was still an Immortal Emperor. Yi-Mo glanced at Wuhui Immortal Emperor's face and said plainly, "Thank you, Wuhui Immortal Emperor, please have a seat." The sect opening ceremony isn't over. Wuhui Immortal Emperor, who had always been scared of Yi-Mo, actually continued speaking. Sect leader Yi, this issue today isn't small. I have to tell everyone as quickly as possible. To Yi-Mo, there was nothing as important as his sect opening ceremony. Just when he was going to interrupt Wuhui Immortal Emperor continued, my Wujia Sound River martial ancestor Wuhua was probably killed. Before he died, he sent back an important news. And I found news about Mu Xiaoyun. Sect leader Yi, please, Wuhui Immortal Emperor, please come in with me. Hearing Mu Xiaoyun, Yi-Mo said excitedly. Xiaoyun disappeared at Wujia Sound River. He asked the people there and they said Wu Ying took her. Wu Ying was killed by his divine damnation, and so there were things he couldn't ask. Sect leader Yi, Wuhui asked that all Immortal Emperor masters come together. Wuhui Immortal Emperor then gave Yi-Mo a jade slip. Sect leader Yi, this is the person who took Mu Xiaoyun and the place she might go. Okay. Yi-Mo nodded. He was slightly calmer now and then thought of Wuhua Immortal Emperor. He heard that Wuhua Immortal Emperor was a half-divine. In the immortal realm, he was definitely the top amongst the top. How could someone like him die for no reason? Yi-Mo put away the jade slip and understood who took Mu Xiaoyun. In the immortal realm there was an ancient emperor sect called Gemini Emperor Sect. They took in disciples that were twins. They had this twin cultivation method that could allow twins to be invincible amongst their peers. although one didn't dare to say twin cultivation method had no weaknesses, it had the least weakness. Whether there was weakness in domain or god art, it would be filled up by the other person. The person who took Mu Xiaoyun was from this sect. She was called Luo Biyue. She has a twin sister Luo Xiuhua. Luo Biyue was secretly taken back to Wujiao Sound River by Wu Ying Immortal Emperor. There was no reason why, but Yi Mo could tell that Luo Biyue had a way to vindicate Dao. Wu Ying Immortal Emperor wanted to take this and thus imprison Luo Biyue. After Wu Ying Immortal Emperor brought Mu Xiaoyun back, Luo Biyue somehow broke free and fled with Mu Xiaoyun. Yi Mo knew that Wu Hui Immortal Emperor's jade slip was probably authentic. After all, Wujiao Sound River just lost 2 top immortal emperors. The remaining Wuhiu and Wuyu Immortal Emperor were much weaker. Wu Hui Immortal Emperor, where is that Gemini Emperor sect? Yi Mo asked. Wuhi Immortal Emperor smiled bitterly. Sect leader Yi, Gemini Emperor's sect had disappeared for countless years. It's even more mysterious than the Ice God Palace. I don't know the exact location. I know the Gemini Emperor's sect, but that was countless years ago before the immortal realm broke apart. It's in the palsy of the current Yu heaven near the falling snow volcano. Wu Qin Divine Emperor added. Yi Mo looked at the other immortal emperors. Only Kai Mi nodded. No one else knew about the location. The Emperor's sect was really too ancient. Even someone like Dragon River Grand Emperor didn't know its exact location. Thank you, Chu Chen Xianbei. Everyone please sit. As they spoke, they have come to the guest hall. When everyone sat down, Yi Mo said to Wu Hui Immortal Emperor, Wu Hui Immortal Emperor, say what important thing you have to say. Thank you, sect leader Yi. Wu Hui quickly got up and saluted with his fists. Then Wu Hui's tone became serious. Our Wujiao Sound River number 1 Immortal Emperor Wu Hua was hunting Jiufan Immortal Pon's Luan Xiao Immortal Emperor. They've been chasing in the void for 100 years and they both went into a void palace. From there, they went into another realm. However, Wu Hua ancestor found something extremely terrifying there. He saw 2 people whose cultivation level he couldn't see through battle. He found that if he faced any of them he wouldn't last more than 10 seconds. What? Wu Hui Immortal Emperor's words shocked all the Immortal Emperors here. Only Yi Mo and Kaimi glanced at each other, seeing the worry in each other's eyes. Clearly that palace was the palace they had been to. That palace was the formation heart of a formation that segregated the chi of a realm. Because Feng Kong Grand Emperor and them forced it open, it crippled a formation base and the chi was seeping out. Yi Mo repaired the formation base but didn't expect it stopped working this quickly. In the eyes of the other immortal emperors, Wu Hua Immortal Emperor was the pinnacle of the immortal realm. Other than Divine Emperor, he almost had no match. If someone could kill him in 10 seconds, wouldn't that person be beyond Divine Emperor? We've been to that place. It's probably that palace after you go through the void lethal force dimension. I've been in there, but there's nothing there. It's all mist there and you can't go very far. Wu Hui Immortal Emperor, what happened afterwards? Dragon River Grand Emperor frowned. He did go with Wu Yin and Feng Kong Ot that palace. There was mist everywhere and one couldn't go out at all. They worked together and left after a few decades. It was unimaginable if there was someone that strong in there, but they didn't encounter them. Wu Hua martial ancestor knew that they saw him, so he immediately sent back a crystal ball saying that he would be killed for sure. At the same time, he suspected that he went into the fabled realm that disappeared. But there are still countless masters in that realm. If the people of this realm enter the immortal realm will no longer exist. It will be forged into a truth spirit world. These people definitely have this capability. Then Wu Hui Immortal Emperor showed a crystal ball and said this is the crystal ball Wu Hua martial ancestor sent back through the crack. He suspects that this crack would eventually be found. In the crystal ball, 2 immortals were battling. Everyone here was Immortal Emperor and they could easily tell how terrifying the battle was. There was no sound of their god art, but the world-destroying Dao runes were obvious. It was as though with one move of a finger an entire heaven domain would crumble. This power was too terrifying. At this moment, the scene was dead silent. After a long while, Wei Feng Grand Emperor asked Wu Hui Immortal Emperor, is there any more news from Wu Hua Immortal Emperor after he sent this back? Wu Hui Immortal Emperor shook his head. No, I think the martial ancestor is probably in grave danger. Kaimi sighed and got up. I'll explain this to everyone because Chu Chen and I both know what that place is called.
What is it? The immortal emperors asked in unison, God Necropolis Domain.
Kaimi and Chu Chen said at the same time. Chapter 1983, The Battle at the Top of the Mountain. The Snowfire Mountain was just as its name describes. Snow falling everywhere onto the volcano, forming a strange scene. Yemo stood at the outskirts and was a bit disappointed. All the immortal spirit chi nearby had been removed by the ice and fire. There was no sect within hundreds of thousands of km radius. Clearly, this place wasn't suitable for sect survival. Yemo slowly neared the mountain. When he came to the bottom of the mountain, that terrifying flame wave charged into the depth of his meridians. Before his immortal essence completely blocked them, a deep frost chi came striking by. Even at the outskirts of the immortal god body. It was only extreme cold, not extreme cold mixed with terrifying heat. In that instant, the outer layer of clothes on Yemo disappeared. Yemo's body refinement immortal essence moved, and that extreme cold and heat could only stick to the surface of his body and not go inside. So powerful, Yemo exclaimed. In this place of extreme heat and cold, even an immortal emperor wouldn't be able to take it if he was an immortal god body. After running his body refinement cultivation method, Yemo found that this place was very suitable for body refinement. He could even feel his body refinement constantly improving. Yemo used all his immortal essence to refine his body while slowly moving to the top of the mountain. As Yemo gradually went into the mood, his body refinement immortal essence formed a balance with the outside world. It completely barricaded external influence. When those palm-sized snowflakes fell on the volcano, it would slowly melt, but when it fell on Yemo, it couldn't melt and just stacked up. A few days later, Yemo was completely covered in snow. From a distance, he seemed like a moving snow mountain. This was the first time Yemo entered into a statement of enlightenment for body refinement. He felt his body refinement cultivation constantly improve. He reached Immortal God Body peak stage from Immortal God Body tertiary stage, after an unknown amount of time, just when Yemo was about to break through Immortal God Body and reach Divine Body. His body refinement cultivation suddenly paused. Yemo still hadn't woken up from that feeling. He kept gathering the immortal essence in his body to refine his body. Waves of extreme heat and cold charged at Yemo. Yemo kept using these chi to charge towards Divine Body. A few hundred or thousand times had passed, but he still couldn't reach Divine Body. Yemo frowned. He felt that state of enlightenment was disappearing. Just when he decided to try again, he sensed a different chi. The next moment, Yemo completely woke up and scanned his spirit sense out. He found he was at the top of the mountain. Where he stood had flames seeping out. The snow had formed a mountain peak on him, but he wasn't the only here. There were many peaks, and when he scanned his spirit sense inside, he found there were bodies inside, just like the ice forest of the Ice God Palace. Clearly, those who were dead were once powerful beings. Yemo's spirit sense fell only 1,000 meters ahead. There was a person laying there. The different chi he sensed was from this person. Yemo knew this person wasn't dead yet, but she wasn't far from death. It was a woman who was Immortal Emperor tertiary stage. Her clothes had long been melted. Only a thin layer covered her chest and lower abdomen. Every other part of her body was exposed to the flame and snow. She was definitely Immortal God Body cultivation level, otherwise she wouldn't be able to live till now. Just when Yemo wanted to shake off the snow on him, he heard this sound. He immediately knew someone else came to the top of the mountain. He didn't shake off his snow and instead stealthed his chi. A few seconds later, a white light landed on the top of the mountain. Yemo could tell this defense flying magic artifact was a half-god artifact. This is a half-god defense artifact. Without it, we wouldn't be able to get here even though we're Immortal Spirit Body tertiary stage. A Immortal Emperor tertiary stage man wearing grey robes said. There was a female immortal behind him, Immortal Emperor middle stage. She was extremely pretty. How is it, Brother Han? I didn't trick you, right? Even though she's Immortal God Body, she wouldn't be able to open Gemini Emperor Sex ancient teleportation formation and leave. The woman sneered at the female immortal laying on the ground. Martial Sister Binglan is smart indeed. Brother Han grabbed the woman's hand. The love in his eyes seemed like it was about to melt the woman. Binglan smiled sweetly. Brother Han, we can't dual cultivate here. After we leave, I'm going to dual cultivate with you. Brother Han said excitedly. Binglan smiled again. Of course, I'm going to see my dear sister Shouju. Brother Han, we only have immortal spirit body, so we need to be careful. Sister Binglan, don't worry.
How can I not be careful? Brother Han laughed and sped up to Binglan, Io.
Binglan seemed to have noticed something and suddenly sped up to the woman on the ground. Look, Brother Han. Binglan's tone was desperate. Just when Brother Han went up, he suddenly felt a powerful tearing force surround him. The next moment, Brother Han knew he was ambushed. He immediately released defense magic artifact, but it was too late. Rumble. Binglan's snow-white hand smashed on Brother Han. Brother Han immediately spat blood and flew out. Before Brother Han landed, Binglan released another red band. A white glove appeared on her hand. I Binglan, you bitch. We were just sleeping together a few days ago and now you attack me. Slut. Brother Han was spitting blood while cursing. He released a black shining flame dragon tooth. Binglan sneered in contempt. Lu Huahan, don't disgust me. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. After I tricked my martial sister to the mountaintop, I know you're going to kill me next. Plus, why should I let you use my Gemini Emperor sect teleportation formation? I gave my virginity to you, be grateful. Plus, if I don't ambush you, you're going to ambush me. Pfft, Lu Huahan, I've long seen through what sort of thing you are. I Binglan said, but she didn't attack slow at all. The red band already brought waves of red flowers that surrounded all the space near Lu Huahan. The two weren't immortal god body, and despite using half-god artifact to come to the top, it was hard for them to battle here. In just a few moves, the two couldn't handle it anymore. They had to stop in this disastrous environment to use their cultivation method to protect themselves. However, Lu Huahan was ambushed and more heavily injured. His cultivation level was higher than I Binglan, but the key thing here was body refinement cultivation level. Yemo shook off the snow on him and slowly walked over. Yemo didn't plan to let these two go nor let them die. Seeing a nearby snow peak melt and Yemo slowly walk out, the two were completely dazed. Yemo's cultivation level was only Immortal Emperor middle stage, but he casually walked at the peak as though not affected at all. They immediately knew that Yemo was definitely a top-level body refinement immortal. Who are you? The two asked at the same time. It's not important who I am, but you guys spoke about Gemini Emperor sect, right? Yemo walked towards the naked woman and asked casually. I Binglan and Lu Huahan glanced at each other. They were just fighting to the death before, but now they jumped Yemo at the same time. Chapter 1984, Gemini sect member. The red wave flowers swept towards Yemo. I Binglan was very annoyed. If this wasn't the peak of the mountain, her red band could sweep all the nearby space and make Yemo defenseless. Of course, that's just what she thought. Lu Huahan's flame dragon tooth made humming sounds as a hideous black dragon appeared. Rings of flames circulated the dragon's head. Roar. The black dragon carried this heaven-devouring force that almost devoured Yemo and the woman on the ground. Yemo stopped, his domain surged out and the surrounding space seemed to have paused at this moment. That extreme cold and hot was also swept away by Yemo's domain. A barrier that almost materialized stretched out. The two's face changed. Such powerful domain, such powerful force, they were definitely no match. Plus, at the top of the mountain, they would need to use extra power while Yemo wasn't affected at all. The red bandwave was swept back while Lu Huahan's black dragon made a sharp shriek, but this wasn't the end. The next moment, a piercing purple ray shot out from behind Yemo. When the purple ray sliced by, Lu Huahan and I Binglan just felt their bodies shivering. That huge dragon herd immediately withered after the purple color passed. Meanwhile, the purple color didn't weaken at all. There was a bloody mist on Lu Huahan, scratch. I Binglan's red band was weaker than the dragon tooth and was just ripped apart by the purple light. Before I Binglan could think, she smashed at the purple ray with the hand wearing the glove. A thud later, the purple color moved aside a little and sliced past I Binglan's shoulder, bringing out a bloody mist too. The two looked dazedly at Yemo, but both of them lost an arm. Lu Huahan was worse, half of his body was gone, there was terror in their eyes. Even though the fire mountain could affect them, they were still immortal emperor power. Two immortal emperors couldn't even last one round in his hand? What was this person? Even if a divine emperor came, he would probably only be like this. Your glove is quite good. Yemo glanced at I Binglan's glove, then he threw a pill into the mouth of the woman laying down. Moments later, the woman woke up. She immediately got up but realized she was pretty much naked. In her embarrassment and fury, she quickly put on a set of clothes and yelled at I Binglan, big sister, why did you harm me? She soon saw that Ai Binglan and Lu Huahan was missing an arm. She had completely realized now that their arms were probably cut off by EMO. Perhaps she was saved by EMO. No need to look, I saved you. EMO glanced at the two and said, tell me your purpose of coming here and tell me about the Gemini sect too. If you hide anything, I will kill you. The woman cast her embarrassment aside and quickly bowed to EMO. Qianbei, Wanbei Aishouju. I came from Gemini sect. Qianbei can ask me. Shouju will tell whatever I know. EMO nodded. He was happy with Aishouju's attitude. Tell me where the Gemini sect is and which people are in the sect, as well as what your purpose here is. Aishouju immediately said the Gemini sect is long gone. Only some scattered sect members remain outside trying to find talented twins to inherit the cultivation method. I'm from the sect, but I've never been to the sect. I only know eyes around here. Other than twin cultivation method, the sect also has body refinement cultivation method. The snow volcano had always been the body refinement cultivation grounds. I came here this time because my martial sister lured me here. She said there's a teleportation formation to the sect at the top of the mountain. I came to look for that teleportation formation. Aishouju looked at Ai Binglan and said sister said that she didn't want to go to the sect as she found someone she liked, so she wanted to be with him. She gave me the teleportation formation jade card. Now I know it's not teleportation jade card but the formation card to activate the extreme heat and cold. Aishouju sighed. After activating this jade card, I realized that those with these cards would be surrounded by extreme heat and cold and unable to escape. If no one is around to save you when you're unconscious, you would die. Why do you want to kill your sister? EMO looked at Ai Binglan. Ai Binglan quickly said the snow volcano is the place for Gemini sect members to break through to immortal god body. Usually, it's two people breaking through at the same time. My talent isn't as good as Shouju and she reached immortal god body first. I was planning to use her to reach immortal god body, then, EMO didn't need her to explain to know what was going on. Ai Binglan wanted to use Aishouju's body to cleanse the extreme heat and cold and then use that to refine her own body. That way she would have a chance to reach immortal god body. From this, EMO knew that Ai Binglan was shameless and had no morality. EMO said with disgust, since this is a cultivation ground, why would Aishouju fall unconscious? Ai Binglan answered, because no one has cultivated here for countless years. The extreme heat and cold and stacked to an extreme. Even immortal god body tertiary stage might not be able to withstand it, much less immortal god body primary stage. EMO scanned where Aishouju was laying and found a subtle stealth formation there. The formation was probably where the sect members came for body refinement. The extreme heat and cold was very pure. EMO walked over to there and ran his body refinement cultivation method. Extremely pure heat and cold filled EMO's body and constantly refined his body. This place was much better for body refinement than other places. There were all sorts of impure chi at other places, and even with the 3 birth chant, EMO would have to remove it first. But here, one could just devour that chi for body refinement straight away. Soon, EMO left here. It was indeed suitable for body refinement, but he had reached the peak of immortal god body. There was no point in cultivating here. Seeing EMO go into the formation and come out so casually, there was more shock in Ai Binglan's eyes. EMO was the strongest body refinement cultivator she had seen. His power was also out of this world. She had actually never heard of such person. So that teleportation formation is fake? You don't know where the sect is? EMO's tone became harsh. Ai Binglan said in horror, Qianbei, please have mercy. EMO sneered, if you tell me things that satisfy me, I won't kill you. If you keep bullshitting, you won't need to keep talking. Ai Binglan rejoiced and quickly said, Qianbei, the teleportation formation is real. When my master taught us, she didn't take us to the sect, so we don't know where it is too. Where does the teleportation formation lead to? Where is the teleportation formation? Who is your master? EMO asked. Ai Binglan didn't dare to hide anything at all. It said to teleport to where the sect used to be. As for the location, I only know it's near the snow volcano. My master is called Luo Bue. Hearing this name, EMO was overjoyed. EMO's tone calmed down due to his mood. Where is your master, Luo Bue? Seeing EMO's tone go calm on mention of her master's name, Binglan wondered if Emo was related to her master, but she realized she didn't know where her master was either, seeing Emo's face grow worse. Binglan quickly said, "Qianbei, my master never came back to us after leaving us. I think she might have left through the teleportation formation." Disappointment surged in Emo's heart. He then asked, "Where is the approximate location of the Gemini Emperor sect?" 30,000 kilometers to 300,000 kilometers west of the volcano. Binglan said, "Last question, where are there so many snow peaks at the top and why are there bodies underneath it?" Emo asked, Chapter 1985, Fill Broken Realm, Repair Immortal Realm. One Bei don't know this, but I know what happened at the sect. There was a huge battle at the top of the snow volcano. Wan Bei don't know if the snow peaks were left from then. Binglan quickly said. Before she finished, Emo already disappeared in a dashing light. Shouju looked dazedly at Emo's figure. Ever since she came out, she had never seen someone as terrifying as Emo. At the same time Emo left, Binglan's red band swept at Lu Huahan. Lu Huahan didn't dare to do anything in front of Emo, but facing Binglan, he didn't fear at all. While Binglan ambushed him, he ambushed her at the same time. They both thought the same thing: "Sister, hurry up and help me. This person tricked me to ambush you." Binglan looked at Shouju asking for help. Shouju suddenly released a blue ray. Her cultivation level was the highest and her injuries had recovered. She was immortal god body, so she wasn't affected by the mountain. The instant Shouju released the blue ray, it locked onto Lu Huahan and sliced past his body, bringing out bloody mist. "From now on, we are no longer sisters," Shouju said, and then disappeared in a dashing light too. Emo had left the snow volcano. His spirit sense expanded quickly. He was desperate. After all, he had to go to that void palace soon and he didn't know what dangers were there or when he could come back, so he had to find Xiaoyan quickly and send her back to Mou Immortal Sect. Otherwise, his heart can't go to rest. The void palace was once again filled with people and everyone here were famous in the immortal realm. Even the few immortal monarchs here were peak formation Grand Master. Ordinary people didn't have the right to be here. Dragon River Grand Emperor, what's going on? The formation here seemed to have been repaired? A formation Grandmaster studied the space formation door and asked, then he shook his head. "With my formation skills, I definitely can't repair this place. I can't even see 10 to 20% of it." The other immortal emperors in Dragon River looked at Kaimi. Dragon Drive Grand Emperor asked Kaimi, "Qianbei, is the formation here repaired by sect leader Yi? If it is, then we can't help at all. Everyone here are top formation grandmasters, but none of them can understand this formation." Kaimi looked at it carefully. "No, I'm certain that after sect leader Yi and I left, someone else came here to repair the formation. When sect leader Yi repaired the formation, I was there. Sect leader Yi's repair definitely wasn't as perfect as this. There was still chi spilling. But now, this formation isn't spilling anything at all. It's 100 times better than sect leader Yi's repair." The immortal emperors and formation grand masters glanced at each other. What Kaimi meant was that after Wowa Immortal Emperor came in here, another powerful being repaired the barrier formation completely. When sect leader Yi repaired this formation, he used a few years. If that powerful being really repaired the formation after Wowa Immortal Emperor went in, then that powerful being is too scary. It's less than a few months. Kaimi stared at the formation door and said in shock, "No, Yen Immortal Emperor said if I'm not wrong, when we broke the formation, it started the powerful being that first set the formation. That Qianbei came back to repair it. So that means we don't need to repair this formation?" Another formation grandmaster asked. Kaimi nodded. "If this formation is really repaired by that Qianbei, then we don't need to repair it indeed. This formation is so profound, and I'm guessing it's not something of the immortal realm. We have the best immortal formation grandmasters in the immortal realm gathered here, but only sect leader Yi can know a little about this. Even sect leader Yi can only repair it a little. He couldn't completely reset it like this. Since this Qianbei repaired this formation, I think we should send people to guard here to prevent similar things from happening again." "I agree to Kaimi Qianbei." Wei Feng Grand Emperor immediately said. Since Wei Feng Grand Emperor said this, other people agreed. There's a stone tablet here." Another immortal emperor looked at the formation door and said, next to the door, a huge stone tablet was slowly revealing itself. Soon, it became clear and everyone could see the words on it. This formation seals the chi of the immortal realm, but it's not a long-term solution. Eventually, the people from the broken realm would come into the immortal realm from here. How can the immortal realm be safe? Those with great will can enter the broken realm and vindicate primordial essence Tao and protect the two realms. Those with great wisdom can enter the broken realm from here and perfect the laws, fill broken realm and repair immortal realm, to prevent insidious people coming back to spirit control immortal realm after achieving Tao essence. Those who enter from here can't come back. Those who aren't immortal emperors can't enter too. After repairing this formation, I've lost all my power. If this formation breaks again, there's nothing I can do. After reading this, everyone looked at the Grand Emperors in confusion. What does this mean? What's vindicate primordial essence Tao? Can the immortal realm be repaired? Yuanyan Immortal Emperor asked the question everyone wanted to know. Kaimi got up and saluted with his fists. Since the formation is repaired, I'll explain things here. I completely understand this stone tablet. Everyone held their breath and listened. In the ancient times, there was a realm above the immortal realm. It's just like how cultivation realm ascended to immortal realm. But for some reason, the realm was destroyed, but not all the people there died. Those who could survive in that realm are powerful beings. Kaimi Qianbei. You're saying that Tao Vindication Divine Emperor isn't the highest state? Zhengren Immortal Emperor asked in shock. Kaimi nodded. That's right. Tao Vindication Divine Emperor is only the first step to seeking Tao. The first step of Tao Vindication Divine Emperor is Tao Molding Divine Emperor, Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor, and Tao Actualization Divine Emperor. Only once you reach Tao Actualization Divine Emperor can you barely be considered a Divine Emperor. What? Those who haven't heard about this took in a cold breath. Even Fengkong Grand Emperor and Dragon River Grand Emperor were speechless. They had always thought that if they vindicated Tao, they would be the pinnacle of the immortal realm. However, Tao Vindication was only the first step, Kaimi said seriously at that time. We only knew after battling with someone from the God Necropolis domain. The immortal realm had 9 divine emperors, but only Truth Divine Emperor reached Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor. That's why the immortal realm was beaten into 33 heaven domains by that powerful being. If that powerful being wasn't seriously injured and Truth Divine Emperor had Immortal Carnage Tower, the immortal realm would have been someone's truth spirit world already. Kaimi Qianbei, may I ask what the second step and third step to Tao seeking is? Dragon River and Fengkong Grand Emperor had completely set aside their attitude as Grand Emperor and bowed to Kaimi, asking. The other immortal emperors also listened intently. Kaimi Divine Emperor continued. After the first step Tao Actualization Divine Emperor, it will be Tao Vindication. Second step Tao Essence Divine Emperor. I know that after Tao Essence it will be third step Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Only once you become a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor can you be truly called Divine Emperor. Everyone fell silent. They had thought that Immortal Emperor was at the pinnacle of the immortal realm, but now they realized that Immortal Emperor was nothing. No wonder the two beings in Wohuwei's crystal ball were that powerful. They're all beyond Tao Molding Divine Emperor. If these people came to the immortal realm, how can the immortal realm be safe? Zhengren Immortal Emperor said in shock. So that's what Vindicate Primordial Essence Tao meant. This isn't easy at all. Another Immortal Emperor said with dejection, I'm going in this space formation door to seek higher level fortunes. Otherwise, if I stay here, I'm just waiting to die of old age. Jin Hui Immortal Emperor said, those who reached Immortal Emperor had very firm minds. The Immortal Emperor whose side was rare. Many other Immortal Emperors conformed to what Jin Hui Immortal Emperor said. Dragon River Grand Emperor stood out and said, everyone, we've always been chasing that slim chance of reaching higher levels of Tao. Now that we know there's chance to higher level, I believe no one wants to give up this opportunity. At the same time, the immortal realm is our root. If the immortal realm is destroyed, we would have no root. I hope that after we enter the new realm, we can let other people have a chance to come in too. Dragon River Grand Emperor, just say it. Only now do I realize I'm the frog at the bottom of a well. After I enter the new realm, I will support to the end no matter what request Grand Emperor has. Fengzheng Immortal Emperor said, Dragon River got straight to the point. I hope we set a top-level formation here and a teleportation formation. Those who reach Immortal Emperor and want to enter the Broken Realm to cultivate can go through here.
Another thing is to send someone here to guard it.
Chapter 1986. Who's the expert at playing with fire? Outside the snow volcano, EMO had searched for 4 days. He almost searched within a 500,000 kilometers range west of the snow volcano carefully, but still didn't find any signs of the Gemini sect. He didn't even see a stealth formation. This region was barren and little immortal spirit chi, it was just a frozen land. When the 5th day was about to pass, EMO became more disappointed. He was certain the Gemini sect's location wasn't here. It seemed a bit hard to find the sect and then find Luo Bue and then find Mu Xiaoyun. EMO's spirit sense extended further and a familiar dashing light crossed the border of his spirit sense. EMO immediately caught that dashing light. It was Xianlan Merchant Association's Zhongkong Immortal Emperor. He didn't expect to see this guy again today. Originally, EMO didn't want to care about it, but when another dashing light passed the border of his spirit sense, EMO's killing intent rose immediately. The dashing light who was hunting Zhongkong Immortal Emperor was someone EMO AHD never seen before, but might recognize this person immediately. He looked like a block of wood and his face was tree skin. Who else would it be other than that Yuan Muxian who captured Tang Beiwei? It was too normal that Yuan Muxian was hunting Zhongkong Immortal Emperor. Zhongkong Immortal Emperor spilled the news of Yuan Muxian capturing Tang Beiwei to him. Zhongkong Immortal Emperor knew that he was going to be hunted when he said it. Now, it really seemed so. EMO immediately hunted over but found Zhongkong Immortal Emperor turn into the direction of the snow volcano. Clearly, Zhongkong Immortal Emperor wanted to go in there and use the environment to fight for his life. Yuan Muxian's speed was clearly faster than Zhongkong Immortal Emperor. If it wasn't that Zhongkong Immortal Emperor's flying magic artifact was better than Yuan Muxian's, Zhongkong Immortal Emperor would have been caught by Yuan Muxian already. EMO stopped. Zhongkong brushed past EMO, but EMO didn't care. He was going to stop Yuan Muxian when Zhongkong Immortal Emperor brushed past EMO. He immediately saw EMO and turned back in surprise and joy. Sect leader Yi.
Zhongkong Immortal Emperor quickly bowed to EMO. The person hunting you is Yuan Muxian?
EMO stared at the nearing dashing light and asked coldly. Zhongkong Immortal Emperor breathed and answered, yes, that's Yuan Muxian.
I came to hide at you haven't, but that bastard is still hunting me.
Please help me, Sect leader Yi.
EMO nodded. I'm going to kill this block of wood without a doubt. Feeling EMO's dense killing intent, Zhongkong Immortal Emperor subconsciously shivered and didn't answer. He was hiding from Yuan Muxian everywhere that he didn't even know EMO's battle with Fengkong Grand Emperor nor the MOU Immortal sect opening ceremony. When EMO finished the sentence, Yuan Muxian appeared before EMO and glanced at EMO and said, Zhongkong Immortal Emperor, in contempt you found an Immortal Emperor middle stage to escape from me? Keep dreaming, I'll let you know what fear is.
Little bastard, if you don't want to die then piss off, don't wait till your ancestor Mu to annihilate you. Yuan Muxian waved his hand and a bell appeared in his hand. It made a casual ring and EMO felt his heart seemed to have been burnt by fire. What made it more unbearable was that this person's voice was like rats biting rotten wood.
It was disgusting. EMO nodded. This should be Yuan Muxian's famous magic artifact, Luming Guan Yen Bell.
No wonder Zhongkong Immortal Emperor felt so threatened by Yuan Muxian.
Yuan Muxian hid his power, but EMO could tell Yuan Muxian was Immortal Emperor tertiary stage. You're Yuan Muxian? EMO waved his hand and Zisu appeared in his hand while his killing intent spurred. Who are you?
Yuan Muxian frowned and asked when he felt EMO's powerful killing intent and dominant domain. MOU Immortal Sect EMO, I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Zisu flashed and God Art Crevice was released. This Crevice God Art was different to before. It fused the killing intent of the Qingwei Abyssal River. So you're EMO. I was planning to go to MOU Immortal Sect to kill you, but now that I see you today,
it saves me the trouble of going there.
Yuan Muxian said and released the bell. A soul-shocking sound came from the bell that mixed with the flame which then fused with his domain. This flame domain was actually burning EMO's domain. EMO waved Shadowless out and said, Shadowless, prevent this old rotten wood from running away.
If necessary, eat him.
As EMO's power increased, he didn't need Shadowless many of the times. Shadowless was very bored, and now that EMO let him out to eat, how could he give up such opportunity? Don't worry, boss. Although the wood might not taste good, I'll still eat it. Yuan Muxian was furious. The bell burst out and rings of invisible flames ravaged the nearby space.
Small cracks appeared in the space. Zhongkong Immortal Emperor looked at this shock.
Such magic artifact that could burn space meant a few of him wouldn't be a match for Yuan Mushin. Zisu's God Art Sword Ray had sliced through tens of kms of space. That lethal force made Zhongkong Immortal Emperor quickly retreat. Zhongkong Immortal Emperor was quite dejected. Whether it was Yuan Mushin or Yimo, they weren't someone he could take on. Clank. Sword Ray clashed with Yuan Mushin's Immortal Emperor domain, creating this metal clashing sound. Yuan Mushin's domain was immediately opened a crack. Before this crack could grow in size, the bell made a desperate ring and that crack was filled. The flame in the domain intensified, the bell sound almost materialized and invaded the surrounding 10,000 kilometers of space. Zhongkong Immortal Emperor was affected by this and spat blood again while retreating even more. Even Emo was affected by this bell sound a little and his crevice god art paused for a moment. His killing intent paused too. Shadowless was furious and bit down. The terrifying domain of Yuan Mushin was immediately bitten off a piece. The broken domain could no longer stop Emo's Zisu. Zisu expanded and sliced across the entire space. Yuan Mushin felt his soul and essence spirit was taken away by this strike. The extreme intense lethal force gradually bound him and he slowly lost his battle will inside the killing intent. Not good. Yuan Mushin's battle experience was ample. He immediately knew he was no match for Yimo, much less Yimo had an immortal spirit beast that could devour domain to help him. Yuan Mushin could care anymore and threw out a few hand signs. The bell expanded and in just a second, the bell spewed out countless flame beasts. They also had this soul-devouring sound as they charged at Yimo. Yimo was furious. He just needed to change his crevice god art a bit and could completely suppress the bell. However, Yuan Mushin kept playing fire in front of him. Yimo didn't use Zisu anymore and instead put it away. He punched out. Flame Fist God Art, 5-stack wave kill, rumble. A 30 kilometers tall blue fire wall erupted and the surrounding snow was instantly melted. The wall stopped all the flame beasts. Inside the wall, there was sounds of wails. Zhongkong Immortal Emperor from a distance called out in shock, Immortal Flame Blue like morning sky god art. He was completely numb. The reason he succumbed to Yimo was because he knew he was no match, but now, he realized he underestimated Yimo, Immortal Flame God Art? Yuan Mushin knew fire and this terrifying flame was definitely Immortal Flame. He knew blue like morning sky, more than half the beasts were burned to death. Before Yuan Mushin could gasp, the second flame wall was here. There was 2 walls. Yuan Mushin's heart sunk. He had decided to flee as far as he could after escaping from this god art. Before he finished the thought, the 3rd and 4th wall came. Despair flashed across Yuan Mushin's eyes. What guy was this? He could use 4 firewalls. If he knew Yimo was this powerful, he would have fled already. His bell flames were nothing compared to Yimo's flame god art. Chapter 1987, The Mystery to Blocked Immortal Ascension. Yuan Mushin couldn't escape from the space binding coming with the flame waves. He could only take it head on. Yuan Mushin's tree bark like skin started to seep out black oil. Yuan Mushin kept burning essence blood and immortal essence while the bell wailed. It grew even bigger, wanting to block Yimo's firewall. Thud, the firewall clashed with the bell. The bell instantly shrunk and Yimo's firewall dimmed down. Yuan Mushin breathed easy. This dimmed flame might heavily injure him, but there was no way for it to kill him. But the next moment, he was completely dazed. He saw an even stronger 5th wall smashing over. This time, he was truly terrified. How much spirit sense and immortal essence would be needed to use immortal flame and smash out 5 walls consecutively like this? How terrifying was Yimo's control over flame. He really wanted to flee immediately, but he was bound by the wave kill. The only thing he could do was cover himself in the bell. Rumble. The 5th flame wall came and the bell was covered in flames. In a few seconds, it shrunk to a palm-sized bell. Yuan Mushin howled and was thrown out by the bell and turned into a ball of flame. Inside the flame, a tree root kept shaking and begging for mercy. So you really are a block of wood. Yimo sneered as his immortal essence rose and the sound and the flames suddenly stopped. Dust flew everywhere. There were tree roots becoming self-conscious, but this was the first time Yimo saw one cultivate to Yuan Mushin's level. However, since Beiwei almost died in his hands, how could Yimo let Yuan Mushin live? The 5 firewalls smashed out an extremely deep ravine at the battlefield. Even space itself was rippling due to the flames. Sect Leader Yi, thank you for saving my life. If I didn't see Sect Leader Yi today,
I probably wouldn't be alive.
Zhong Kong Immortal Emperor suppressed his shock and bowed to Emo. He knew Emo was strong, but didn't expect Emo was this strong.
He could easily kill Yuan Muxian. None of the 4 Grand Emperors could do this easily.
Didn't this mean Emo was equal to or even beyond the 4 Grand Emperors? Emo took Yuan Muxian's storage ring and the dull bell.
I've long wanted to kill this bastard. Now that I saw him today, how could I let him go?
Zhong Kong Immortal Emperor thanked again and said, Sect Leader Yi, I have nowhere to go now. Yuan Muxian is dead and the power behind Xianlan Merchant Association still hasn't come out.
I'm quite unsettled.
I want to join MOU Immortal Sect, but I'm afraid that might bring trouble to MOU Immortal Sect. Emo smiled.
Zhong Kong Immortal Emperor, I annihilated Xianlan Merchant Association and I ordered it to be shut down. Even if you don't join, would the Merchant Association not come for trouble?
I'm never afraid of any trouble.
If Brother Zhong Kong wants to join my MOU Immortal Sect, I welcome you greatly.
If what Yu Jinxiang said was true, the power behind the Xian Immortal Ascension Merchant Association is that Blood Cauldron Grand Emperor who might still be injured. He wasn't even scared of Feng Kong Grand Emperor. How could he be scared of Blood Cauldron Grand Emperor? Thank you for taking me in, Sect Leader Yi.
Zhong Kong is willing to join MOU Immortal Sect.
Zhong Kong Immortal Emperor said enjoy. Emo gave a jade card to Zhong Kong Immortal Emperor.
Go to Gonghua Heaven and find Ji Lei Immortal Emperor. Let him bring you into the sect. Ji Lei Immortal Emperor is now part of MOU Immortal Sect?
Zhong Kong Immortal Emperor was dazed. He thought that after he joined MOU Immortal Sect, he would be the strongest after the sect leader. Emo nodded.
Yeah, other than me, there are 2 Divine Emperors.
They are Kai Mi and Chu Chen Divine Emperor.
There are 3 Immortal Emperors, Chengwei Abyssal Rivers Dunyang, Ji Lei Immortal Emperor and He Chong Immortal Emperor. With you, there will be 4 Immortal Emperors. Hearing this, Zhong Kong Immortal Emperor was completely numb. Was this a low heaven domain sect?
This was clearly the number 1 sect of the Immortal Realm.
With such power in the Immortal Realm, which sect could compare with them?
He was an Immortal Emperor primary stage. This was nothing in the MOU Immortal Sect.
After a long while, Zhong Kong Immortal Emperor recovered and said, Sect Leader Yi, are you going back to the sect now? Yi Mo shook his head. I still have some things I can't go back yet.
You can go and choose a peak for your cultivation home. As for the sect rules, Lu Feng will tell you.
Zhong Kong Immortal Emperor left and Emo left Yu Heaven in disappointment. A few days later, Emo came to the Void Palace.
He thought there would be tens of people here, but when he came, he only saw 3 here. Other than Kaimi, there was Kuei Qian Immortal Emperor and Shin Kuan Immortal Emperor. On top of that, Emo found there was a long-distance teleportation formation here.
Before Emo asked anything, the 3 Immortal Emperors came up to greet Emo. What is this?
Emo asked and then immediately saw the stone tablet there. He had repaired this palace before, and now with one glance, Emo knew this place was repaired again. The person who did this had much greater skills than him. Emo didn't look at the tablet and just studied the formation, thinking when did the Immortal Realm have such a formation master, sect leader? The formation here was indeed reset by a powerful being.
The person is the person we guessed before. Have a look at the tablet and you'll know, Kaimi explained. He waited here for Emo. Emo looked at the tablet once.
Some Immortal Emperors have entered the other realm through the Void Formation door.
Some people went back to their sects to arrange things. The teleportation formation here is newly set. It goes to Fendu Heaven.
Kuei Qian Immortal Emperor and Shinkoan Immortal Emperor are the guardians here, Kaimi said. Emo breathed easy. Since this formation was repaired, he wouldn't need to worry so much, although that the powerful being said this formation was only a temporary solution. Emo believed he would reach Dao Vindication sooner or later.
He had to go into the God Necropolis domain. Plus, he needed to go see why the cultivation realm couldn't have immortal ascension again. Kuei Qian Immortal Emperor and Shinkoan Immortal Emperor saw that Emo seemed to need to talk to Kaimi. So they moved to the side. Emo waved up a sound barrier restriction and asked, Brother Kaimi, I want to go to the cultivation realm but I can't find a way down. I can't tear open the immortal realm void now.
Hearing this, Kaimi frowned. Sect leader, it's not easy to go to the cultivation realm.
When I helped Lu Jingchuan go to the cultivation realm, I used an ancient realm traversing formation as well as a few realm traversing rune.
It can only let hollow immortals go down or golden immortals who suppress their power to hollow immortal. Great immortals definitely can't go down, and that ancient formation can no longer be used. Yemo's heart sunk. If he can't go down, how he can solve the issue?
Sect leader, why are you desperate to go down to the cultivation realm?
Kaimi saw Yemo's face wasn't too good and asked, Luoyu cultivation realm couldn't have immortal ascension. I broke a few seal flags in the West Extreme State.
However, in such a short time, they can't ascend again, so I want to see.
Yemo sighed. Kaimi blushed and bowed to Yemo. Sect leader, I taught Lu Jingchuan to do this to protect some things. At the same time, I opened another formation.
Not only the Luoyu cultivation realm cultivators, but the other cultivation realm cultivators can't ascend either.
The seal flag you broke has self-repair function. Within time, it would completely repair and prevent the cultivation realm from ascending.
Don't worry, sect leader, leave this to me. Yemo realized.
No wonder the rest of the seal flags that exploded disappeared. They were stealthed and only made the illusion that they exploded. Chapter 1988, Enter the Broken Realm. Not right.
Yemo immediately remembered that Lu Jingchuan hid the world tree at Luoyu continent.
Why did Kaimi seal the other cultivation realm's immortal ascension tunnel? Kaimi was cunning and without Yemo needed to ask, he said, if only Luoyu cultivation realm was prevented from immortal ascension and people noticed, perhaps they would soon be able to find out about the world tree. I took Lu Jingchuan to activate the ancient immortal ascension restriction formation, allowing countless cultivation realms to be unable to immortal ascend. That way, no one would be able to find their way to Luoyu continent.
The immortal realm has an immortal ascension restriction formation? Yemo asked in confusion. Kaimi nodded.
That's right, this formation is to restrict the cultivators ascending to the immortal realm, since most immortal ascension cultivators are extremely talented.
Yemo asked with more confusion, isn't that good for the immortal realm? Why limit their immortal ascension?
Kaimi said, I'm not very sure about this either. I just heard in the ancient times, the immortal realm wasn't just inhabited by immortals, there were also immortal spirit beast and immortal demonic realm. Comparatively, immortals were the weakest of the three, but whenever the immortal realm had talented cultivators ascend to the immortal realm, these cultivators would soon grow to the peak immortal emperors. The immortal spirit beasts and immortal demons didn't have such an advantage. As time went on, immortals had more advantage and devoured large amounts of their land. Eventually, the entire immortal realm became the world of the immortals. Immortal spirit beasts and immortal demons diminished, becoming the pets of immortals. Even if they exist somewhere, it would be faraway corners.
Hearing about immortal demons, Yemo thought of Zhong Piao Heaven.
They were almost annihilated by immortal demons. If he didn't use his heaven flame 9 suns, there would be no immortals in Zhong Piao Heaven.
If there could be that many demonic immortal spirit beasts there, who's to say it would appear elsewhere? You're saying that the immortal ascension restriction formation isn't set up by immortals but demonic immortal spirit beast or immortal spirit beast?
Yemo asked. That's right. They want to prevent the prodigies of the immortal realm ascending, so they set up that formation. Despite this, the immortal demonic realm was gradually taken over by immortals and the immortal spirit beast went into those harsh lands. Kaimi answered and said, where is that formation?
Since you opened the formation, why can I break the immortal ascension restriction at Luoyu continent?
This formation is Jin Shang Heaven. All 9 divine emperors know about this formation. Jin Shang Heaven was named after this formation.
Because this formation isn't complete and after this many years of ruins, it no longer has the effect to restrict immortal ascension. I used my secret treasure to barely allow Lu Jingchuan to repair the formation.
Even if I don't touch it, the formation would disappear after a while. As for West Extreme State San River, I set up seal flags just for there. The thing was at Luoyu continent and I was afraid its chi would spill, so I set up seal flags just for it. Yemo finally understood and said, go to Jin Shang Heaven and destroy this immortal ascension restriction formation.
There's also another thing I want to ask you. You probably set up the demon realm in West Extreme State, right? Is the Heaven Gang 36 domains in the West Extreme State related to you?
Kaimi denied.
I only set up a barrier formation at Luoyu continent. I don't know about the 36 heaven domains and wouldn't care about such a little thing in the cultivation realm. I did let Lu Jingxuan set up the demon realm, but that's just to hide the chi of the tree. I understand, Yimo said. By the way, Dragon River Grand Emperor asked me to tell you something. You asked him about the purple-robed man. There's news of him now. He knew about the thing here and used the void formation gate to enter the broken realm, Kaimi said. Yimo was shocked. You said that the purple-robed man entered through here? What about Dragon River Grand Emperor? Kaimi could tell that the purple-robed man was very important to Yimo and said, Dragon River Grand Emperor went back to organize things. After that, he will be entering the broken realm from here. When did that purple-robed man leave? Yimo asked desperately. The purple-robed man probably already knew about him and the stone stools, that's why he wanted to go to the higher realm to vindicate Dao. If he vindicated Dao first, then Yimo would have to flee again. Thinking about this, Yimo no longer had the mood to stay here. He quickly said to Kaimi, open the immortal ascension tunnel to the cultivation realm and you can vindicate Dao and the sect. I have to go into the broken realm now. If the other immortal emperors in MOU immortal sect want to enter the broken realm, there has to be at least one immortal emperor guarding this sect. I understand. Before I vindicate Dao again I won't go to the broken realm, Kaimi said. Yimo left things to Kaimi and greeted the other two immortal emperors before charging in. He definitely couldn't allow that purple-robed man to vindicate Dao first. The stone stool was too important to him. His Dao and future would be related to it. At the same time in the Ice God Palace, tens of Ice God Palace sect members stood on the two sides. Sitting at the top was the big palace lord Su Lian. Xing Ru, master chose her own path. We need to respect her decision. Now that our saint has returned, the Ice God Palace will soon no longer shut itself in this icy world. It's time for us to offer our power for the Ice God Palace. A green-robed woman was speaking. This was the third palace lord. Yes, Xingru, we're really happy you can come back. I believe the big palace lord is even happier. I just hope you can help Xuangshuang and let her lead Ice God Palace to be the #1 sect in the immortal realm, the big palace lord said softly. Xingru got up and bowed. Big and third palace lord, Xingru is determined to leave, but this is the first time our Ice God Palace is participating in the Eternal Night Forest trial. Xingru will help Saint Xuangshuang at all cost. Palace Lord Su Lian sighed and said nothing more. Xingru sighed. She knew others thought she was leaving because her saint position was taken away, but only she knew it wasn't. She wanted to leave because she saw the scene she saw in the cultivation realm here again. Countless women were frozen into ice peaks just for the saint heritage of the Ice God Palace, just for the Ice God Palace to have an extremely strong saint. She was very disappointed in this practice. The previous big palace lord couldn't stand this and thus resigned and left. The Ice God Palace only had one true saint in history, and that was Saint Xuangshuang. Every time Xuangshuang couldn't reincarnate, they would find a substitute. The most powerful one in the Ice God Palace wasn't the Palace Lord nor Immortal Emperor but Saint Xuangshuang. The Ice God Palace had always sealed their sect, but one simple word from Xuangshuang broke this tradition of many years to participate in the Eternal Night Forest trial. She just said, if everyone hides at home to cultivate, we will never become the #1 Emperor sect in the immortal realm. Eternal Night Forest was a secret realm in Jin Shang Heaven that provided immortals below Great Immortal to go trial. There were some rare treasures, but the lethality rate was very high. That's why the big and third palace lord kept asking Xingru to protect Nie Xuangshuang. Nie Xuangshuang sat at the right of the top seat and her face was extremely calm. In that case, let's move out now. I'll lead the sect members this time, third palace lord said. Dashing lights left the Ice God Palace. Xingru controlled her flying ship calmly. She looked back at the distancing Ice God Palace and had made up her mind she would never come back again. Martial sister Xingru, can I ride your flying ship? Nie Xuangshuang chased up to Xingru and smiled. Chapter 1989, Nie Xuangshuang's Dao, of course. Xingru smiled and slowed her ship, opening the restrictions. Nie Xuangshuang put away her flying magic artifact and landed on Xingru's flying ship. Martial sister Xingru, your flying ship is so pretty. Its design is completely different than ours. Nie Xuangshuang immediately felt something on this ship. The design was familiar to her, but it was different from all the other flying magic artifacts of the immortal realm. A friend of mine gave me this.
Saint Xuanxuan, please have a seat. Chang Ru poured a cup of immortal tea for Nie Xuanxuan. Nie Xuanxuan drank it and said, "Your friend is really nice to you. If I'm not wrong, this is an extreme grade flying magic artifact that's beyond a level 9 immortal artifact." Chang Ru smiled. "Probably. I still haven't congratulated Saint Xuanxuan on returning to the Ice God Palace." Chang Ru will cheers Saint a cup of tea. Then, Chang Ru brought up the tea and drank. Nie Xuanxuan sighed. "Martial sister Chang Ru, if you really consider me a sister, then call me martial sister Xuanxuan. No matter what my previous life was, you're my martial sister now. It seems so distant to call me Saint Xuanxuan." "Okay, martial sister Xuanxuan, I'll drink first for respect." Chang Ru finished the cup. Nie Xuanxuan drank the entire cup too and then said to Chang Ru, "Martial sister Chang Ru, are you so set on leaving the Ice God Palace due to me?" "Martial sister Chang Ru, your talent is no weaker than mine. In terms of looks, although I'm very confident, I know I'm far from you. You're the most beautiful out of all the women I've seen. You're actually more suited to be the saint than me." Chang Ru fell silent for a long time before saying slowly, "Martial sister Xuanxuan, I'm not good at expressing my thoughts. If I say it's not due to you, then that would be a lie, but the real reason isn't what you think. Chang Ru is only happy that you can come back to the Ice God Palace and be the saint. I'm not jealous at all." Chang Ru left the Ice God Palace not due to Nie Xuanxuan becoming the saint, but because of what Ice God Palace did in order to welcome back the saint and the heritage. After the big palace lord left, the Ice God Palace was no longer the same Ice God Palace. Nie Xuanxuan fell silent. After a long while, she asked, "Martial sister Chang Ru, in the times you've had before, was there someone you liked or someone who liked you?" Chang Ru looked dazedly at Nie Xuanxuan. They were all Dao cultivators, so she didn't know why Nie Xuanxuan asked this, but now that she did, she thought carefully. She realized that there really wasn't someone she liked. As for whether anyone liked her, she didn't know either. "Do you have someone you want to repay a favor?" Nie Xuanxuan asked Chang Ru, but seemed to be asking herself too. The face of the previous big palace lord flashed across her mind. She owed the most in her life to the previous big palace lord. Then, she thought of Yemo. He brought her from the cultivation realm to the Ice God Palace and saved her with level 9 immortal pills and gave her a flying magic artifact. Nie Xuanxuan asked but didn't seem to need a response. She then said to herself, "I couldn't have come to the Ice God Palace in this lifetime, but he brought me to the cultivation realm and then to the immortal realm. He saved me more than once and even, he's the person you like?" Chang Ru saw Nie Xuanxuan stop talking and asked. Nie Xuanxuan nodded. "Yes, if I didn't know I was the Ice God Palace saint, if I didn't know about all these things." Nie Xuanxuan fell silent. If she didn't know all this, she wouldn't do those things. When she became the first Ice God Palace saint, she swore to her martial ancestor in heaven Dao that if she couldn't lead Ice God Palace to be the highest sect in the immortal realm, she would never vindicate Dao. Anything that prevented her from vindicating Dao would be killed mercilessly. Chang Ru did speak. She really wanted to ask who was the man Nie Xuanxuan liked and where was he now. Seeing Chang Ru's expression, Nie Xuanxuan laughed in self-mockery. "In order to bring Ice God Palace to the peak, I wouldn't mind even if I reincarnated again. So I hope that you can stay and help me at the Ice God Palace. Your talent is so excellent, you will definitely be one of the top immortal emperors of the Ice God Palace." She continued talking. "That man came from a poor mortal realm. I don't know how he brought me to the immortal realm, but it probably took quite some effort. When he just came to the immortal realm, his cultivation level was low and he wanted to buy a soul return fruit to save me. He met an immortal king and that immortal king liked my talent, so they took me away. That immortal king saved me, and I was taken to the Ice God Palace." MSS Xuanxuan. You only took 200 or so years to come from the lower realm? Wouldn't that person who brought you up be even weaker? Have you thought about looking for him? Chang Ru asked. Nie Xuanxuan looked at the clouds and said calmly, "When I woke up I did want to go find him. That immortal king who saved me said golden immortal would be the highest he can reach in his life. She said that he and I wouldn't be of the same world and told me to give up looking for him. I didn't bring this up again, but just used time to cultivate and plan to go find him when I had the power. Then you came to the Ice God Palace and knew about your past life, so..." Chang Ru said. Nie Xuanxuan sighed.
Yes, after realizing who I was, I knew it was the end for me and him. I severed all my ties with him and decided to forget about him. However, the world doesn't go as you please. What happened?
Nia Xuangshuang fell silent for a long while and said, he actually found his way to the Ice God Palace.
I still don't understand how he got here.
I asked Palace Lord Shu and Martial Uncle Jiwen, but they said they didn't know or didn't want to tell me.
This man is so determined, then what happened?
Xingru almost broke the cup in her hands but didn't notice it. Nia Xuangshuang shook her head.
You don't understand.
He came to the Ice God Palace to find me or was worried about me, but I know that it has nothing to do with love. I once saved him, perhaps that's why he came to find me.
Then, where is that person now?
Shang are you asked, Nia Xuangshuang continued. I once made the oath that I would not be distracted by anything else. In order to vindicate my determination, Shengru's heart squeezed as she got up. She took emotions and relationships seriously. She had the feeling that Nia Xuangshuang killed the person who saved her as well as the person she liked. She couldn't accept this. Nia Xuangshuang laughed in self-mockery. You probably guessed it, in order to prove myself. I killed him. I tricked him into that room. That room wasn't mine and then activated the number 1 formation, Ice God formation. I don't want to have anything to do with the Ice God Palace. Just tell me how to leave here and I will be very grateful.
No need. Thanks for bringing me out. I saved you, but you saved me too. We don't owe each other. Go back to Ice God Palace, don't worry about me getting revenge. I never thought about it. Anyone who was hurt like this would be extremely sad.
Xingru suddenly felt her decision to leave the Ice God Palace was right. She just realized that the person who saved her didn't lie at all. At the same time, she realized why Emo didn't want to have anything to do with the Ice God Palace. Nia Xuangshuang tried to kill him, but he still didn't want to get revenge, purely because Nia Xuangshuang saved him once, so that's how Xuangshuang's flying ship came.
Xingru was bitter in her heart.
I asked the big palace lord to activate the Ice God formation out of respect for him.
Luckily the big palace lord agreed. Nia Xuangshuang looked at Xingru. Everything I've done is for the Ice God Palace. I hope you can do the same.
Xingru thought about GMO being trapped and suddenly realized this had nothing to do with Nia Xuangshuang's sacrifice. The person who made the sacrifices was the person trapped. She got up and slowly shook her head. Chapter 1990, Arrival at God Necropolis Domain. After Emo entered the Void Formation gates, he felt a little dizzy. When he cleared up his mind, there was a patch of mist in front of him. It was different than what Feng Kong Grand Emperor in them said. There was a tunnel in this mist. Emo quickly went out along the tunnel and in just 5 minutes, he walked out of this tunnel. When he turned back, the mist was already gone. He was in barren wilderness. As a top-level immortal formation grandmaster, of course Emo knew what was going on. This was probably left behind intentionally by those powerful beings. Otherwise, people would be walking around in the mist again for decades. Despite knowing that he wouldn't be able to find a way back, Emo still started to plant his spirit sense marks formation flags. Now he couldn't find the way back, but that didn't mean he couldn't in the future. Once his formation skills reached a certain level, he would come back here again. After doing this, Emo started to look at what was in front of him. His spirit sense extended out only 1% that of the immortal realm. One could see that even though the space laws were broken here, it was still sturdier than the immortal realm. He felt the chi here was very impure. There seemed to be chi higher level than immortal spirit chi, but he couldn't really feel it, or at least he couldn't really devour it. He could only see barren wilderness here. Other than that, there were ravines everywhere. There were some subtle cracks in the void too. If flying magic artifacts went past these crevices, they would be torn apart. Emo took in a cold breath. This was no realm for survival. This was clearly a dangerous secret realm. He only saw these void cracks when he went in the Truth Fall Palace in the cultivation realm, but here they were everywhere. Realizing the danger here, Emo carefully moved deeper. After walking for another half a day, Emo realized that the void crevices he saw before were nothing. On the way, his spirit sense saw endless abyss and rivers flowing down from the air. He saw a dried, cracked-up river falling down in ruins. Huge mountain peaks were fallen and all sorts of cracks ravaged the grounds. Just what happened here? Emo looked at the scene in extreme shock.
He didn't believe how people could live here if everywhere was like this.
A sudden black figure appeared from a deep ravine and charged at Yemo. Yemo punched without hesitation using his fist. God art void. Yemo's immortal essence and spirit sense had reached a certain level. Although he felt his god art seemed to be limited by heaven and earth and not as satisfying as in the immortal realm, it was still astoundingly powerful. This punch immediately swept up the space-lethal force and clashed with the black figure. Rumble. Yemo felt an extremely powerful concussion force. He was immediately struck flying, and that powerful force instantly broke up his body protection immortal essence and smashed onto his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yemo immediately released Zisu. This black shadow was definitely stronger than Fengkong Grand Emperor, however, Yemo clearly worried too much.
The black shadow was struck flying too.
After being hit by Yemo's void punch, there was a hideous shriek and the figure left behind a shadow and felled, so powerful.
Yemo quickly ate an immortal pill and found that he was falling down into a huge ravine.
Tens of space rays sliced towards at him. At this moment, Yemo felt his immortal essence pause and couldn't move aside in time. He sighed and could only wait till the space rays hit him before leaving the ravine. He felt the threat of these sword rays. Even if he didn't move aside, they would at most tear open his clothes. The instant that those sword rays were about to hit Yemo, a red beam swept over. When Yemo's spirit sense touched that red beam, he knew that this red beam was trying to pull him away instead of hurting him. He immediately grabbed that red beam and used it to dodge the void sword rays. Yemo landed and found that it was a woman who saved him, but even if she didn't help him, he would be fine.
This woman didn't look old.
Her skin was dark and her eyes big.
Her waist was tightly bound and there was a gourd tied to it.
Yemo was shocked to see that he couldn't see her cultivation level. Yemo felt very strange. He felt this woman wasn't stronger than him, but he couldn't see her cultivation level. Was this due to her stealth cultivation method? If I didn't save you, you would be dead for sure if you fell into that ravine. Your cultivation level seems to reach Immortal Emperor, but your chi is unstable and your foundation is very shallow. The dark-faced big-eyed woman studied Yemo and said. Her accent was different to the immortal realm, but Yemo could still understand.
The language difference wasn't huge. Chi not stable?
Yemo was speechless. This was the first time he heard someone say this about him. Although he used the time formation disc to cultivate, he had bitter bamboo, golden page world, and most importantly, the 3 birth chant.
How could his foundation be unstable? And you don't have any god spirit chi on you, are you not from the god necropolis domain?
The woman guessed. Yemo quickly copied her accent and said, I have been cultivating in a cultivation home for countless years and just came out.
Thanks for saving me. However, this woman nodded.
You're right. I did save your life. Otherwise, if you fell into the ravine, even a god wouldn't be able to save you.
So you've been solo cultivating in a cultivation home.
You probably didn't use god crystals to cultivate, otherwise your foundation wouldn't be this unstable. The woman felt her face and said, It seems I need to go into solitary cultivation for a while.
Compared to you, I seem a bit dark. Yemo ignored these words.
The only thing he heard was god crystals. He had realized now why she said his foundation was unstable.
That was because he used immortal crystals and immortal ranges in the immortal realm.
Immortal crystals were lower level than god crystals. Using immortal crystals to cultivate would seem shallow in this realm. Those who used god crystals to cultivate could tell easily. The reason he couldn't see her cultivation level might be due to this. Yes, I have very few god crystals, so my foundation is unstable.
Can you lend me a few god crystals? Yemo quickly saluted with his fists and asked. The woman looked in a daze at Yemo. I saved you and you didn't show me any gratitude. Yet you still want to borrow god crystals from me? Did I hear correctly? Yemo could only say awkwardly, I'm very poor right now and indeed don't have anything on me.
The woman nodded. I can tell, so I don't need any god crystals or god pills from you. I saw your punch striking away that low-level mist demon beast was quite good.
Can you teach me? That black shadow was a mist demon beast? How come it looked that similar to that demonic immortal spirit beast?
Then Yemo realized that this woman probably saw him already and was waiting on the side to save him and ask for something in return. I can teach you, but, before Yemo finished, she threw out more than 10 white crystals.
These are low-grade god crystals. I really can't believe you. I saved you and you didn't even give me a gift, and yet you want god crystals from me first. Yemo grabbed these god crystals and found that they were the exact same as the ones Dragon River Grand Emperor brought back. He couldn't devour the god crystals before because it was Dragon River Grand Emperor's, but now Yemo immediately started devouring the energy inside. It was powerful chi, completely different to immortal spirit chi. It was very little in amount, but it benefited Yemo immeasurably. Yemo was certain that if he had enough god crystals, he wouldn't need long to reach Immortal Emperor peak stage. This was even better than an extreme grade immortal range. Don't devour golden core state here, it's very dangerous here. There are mist demon beasts, and if they come in packs we will never be able to leave, the dark-faced young girl said unhappily, seeing Yemo forget to teach her his god art. Yemo put away the god crystals awkwardly and quickly inscribed the void god art on the jade slip and gave it to her. This is my god art, it's yours. Also, can you lend me some more god crystals? Chapter 1991, Convert to God Essence. You still want my cultivation stones? I don't have many, but you can have them if you trade with something in exchange. The woman glanced at Yemo's jade slip and instantly took it. Yemo took out the Luming Guanyin bell and the broken immortal subjugation metal tree root. See if you want these two magic artifacts. The young girl was clearly knowledgeable. The broken tree root was so, but she immediately grabbed the bell and exclaimed, "This is a magic artifact that can be upgraded, and it has been upgraded to extreme grade immortal artifact?" The young girl grabbed the bell in disbelief. She added, "You're going to sell me this magic artifact?" An upgradable extreme grade immortal artifact was worth far more than a low grade god artifact. That's why this girl was so shocked. Yemo nodded. That's right, if you want it then name a price. Yemo had no use for the bell, and those who were close to him didn't use fire element magic artifacts. Plus, he needed god crystals to stabilize his cultivation level. The woman felt the bell with love. I really like this magic artifact, but even if I give you all my god crystals, I can't afford it. Plus, you have two. Although the other one is a bit broken, I still really like it. How many god crystals do you have? Yemo asked. At the same time, he rejoiced. He didn't know how much the bell was worth. But since this woman said she couldn't afford it, it meant that it had high value. I still have 3,000 top-grade god crystals, 10,000 middle-grade god crystals and less than 10,000 low-grade god crystals, the woman said with embarrassment. She knew that her few god crystals couldn't even buy a corner of the magic artifact. Yemo thought that this woman was this rich but only gave him 10 god crystals, and they were low-grade. At least she was rather honest. Then how much is my bell worth? Yemo asked. I'm not certain of its price, but probably a few 100,000. But if it's to be upgraded again, it would need countless materials. I believe even if it can't be upgraded, it's worth tens of thousands of god crystals. I'm very poor. Even if you ask for 50,000 god crystals, I can't afford it. The woman put down the bell in pity. After thinking about this, she took out a black ore. I have a decent god abyss rock, but even together, it's still not worth your bell. Yemo took the tree root back and said, I can sell you the bell, just give me all your god crystals and that god abyss stone. Then you write me an IOU for 40k top grade god crystals, is that okay? Yemo had heard of god abyss stone, but had never seen it. It could be used to forge storage magic artifacts that were beyond immortal artifacts. Yemo needed this. His storage ring was too low level. With this stone, he could reforge his storage ring. You're willing to accept an IOU? The woman looked at Yemo in joy. She didn't know Yemo, but he was still this generous and willing to accept an IOU. This thing had no binding power at all. Of course Yemo was willing. He just arrived in this realm and hadn't even stabilized his power. If he didn't quickly do that, it wouldn't be good. Now that this black-faced woman seemed like a nice person, he might as well try to get her god crystals. Plus, the bell had no use for him. Of course, you just need to tell me where I can find you. I believe your character. At least you saved me once, right? Yemo said. Hearing this, the woman really believed Yemo and took out a storage bag for Yemo. All my god crystals are in here, I'll write the IOU. She marked an IOU as quickly as she could on the jade slip and grabbed the bell. I'm no running from Hung God Corner. I need to say that in the short term, I won't be able to pay you back, Neorunan said. Since EMO let her write the IOU, he never planned for her to give the god crystals to him. He just needed time to convert his immortal essence to god essence. I know, since I let you owe me, then of course you can pay me back when you can. What are you doing here alone? EMO waved his hand. Neorunan said, of course to hunt Miss Demon beasts. Their beast cores are very valuable. I missed the time due to solitary cultivation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be coming alone. If you have nowhere to go, you can come with me to Hung God Corner. We can team up to hunt Miss Demon beasts and go to the Tuwa Dragon Castle to exchange for god crystals and god pills. EMO needed to stabilize his power, so he wouldn't be leaving now. I won't go now. I have some business. After I'm done, I will go to the Tuwa Dragon Castle and see. Perhaps I will go to your Hang God Corner, EMO said casually. Neorunan clearly wanted to go back quickly and spirit control the bell, so she said, in that case, I'm going. By the way, what's your name? I'm EMO, I'll come find you in a few months, EMO said. No problem, Neorunan replied and left. Seeing this, EMO left quickly too. 6 hours later, EMO found a cultivation home in a slanted peak. He went inside and set up a stealth formation before going in the Golden Page world. He carefully put 7 low-grade god crystals on the time formation disk and found that the time formation disk didn't go much faster, but the usage of god crystals was much slower. EMO started to use low-grade god crystals to convert his immortal essence. The god crystals contained god spirit chi and were constantly devoured by EMO. Soon, he pressurized his immortal essence into a new god essence. When EMO used the low-grade and middle-grade god crystals, most of his immortal essence was converted to god essence. With his immortal essence being pressured, his cultivation level started to drop while his power was increasing. As he devoured more god crystals, his cultivation level didn't drop very fast. A few months passed in the time formation disk and EMO used 3,000 top-grade god crystals. All his immortal essence were pretty much converted to god essence. His cultivation level didn't increase, but this powerful feeling shocked even EMO. Chapter 1992, Hung God Corner. EMO stopped cultivating and used the God Abyss Stone to forge a new storage ring. Although it wasn't a low-grade god artifact yet, it was a top extreme-grade immortal artifact. Due to this, he could put Zisu inside. Zisu's level was too low and EMO really wanted to reforge it, but he really didn't have many high-level materials. He got a few ores from the Void Palace, but he didn't know any of them. After he packed his things, he left the Golden Page world. As soon as EMO walked out, another dark figure dashed over. With his past experience, he knew this was a Miss Demon Beast ambush. His immortal essence had pretty much converted to god essence. He released Zisu the same time the black figure came charging. Red mist splashed out with a scream. A dark gray beast core fell to the floor. If there wasn't that laying on the ground, EMO would have thought he killed a gust of mist. The Mist Demon Beast was on par with the one that ambushed him before. Previously he was evenly matched with that Mist Demon Beast, but after 90% of his immortal essence was converted to god essence, his power increased so much. After taking the beast core, EMO left here quickly to find Neorunan. EMO walked for a few days and the land finally eased up. There were less messy mountains and ravines. There was more god spirit chi and less void crevices in the space. EMO had decided to take out his spacetime boat to travel. Rumble, a terrifying space chi wave immediately made EMO stop. Before he could scan his spirit sense out, a few figures dashed past him. The next moment, a huge palm print appeared in his spirit sense. At the same time, a fist print not much smaller than the palm appeared in his spirit sense. His sea of consciousness was bursting with pain. He couldn't even look directly at this clash. The explosion sounded and the nearby space immediately dimmed. The nearby rocks and rivers seemed to be tipped over a few times. As the fist and palm clashed, the flat earth was ravaged and the rivers were tipped over. After that clash, the two fighters were gone instantly. EMO took in a cold breath. The powers of these two fighters was something he couldn't even look at. Most importantly, this was where everyone lived. If these powerful beings fought however they liked, wouldn't this broken world be more broken? Looking at these terrifying ravines and cracks, EMO was speechless. He could imagine that if this continued, this broken realm would eventually cease to exist. Those few people running came back to EMO. "Dao friend, how do I call you? You're much bolder than us." A short-haired man came up and studied EMO. EMO saw that amongst the three, there were two who were just immortal monarch peak stage and the short-haired man was immortal emperor middle stage. However, their cultivation level was dense and might be much stronger than people of the same level in the immortal realm. I'm EMO, I'm not bold. It's just that when the two Qian Bais fought, I couldn't dodge at all. EMO saluted with his fists. That was two Dao actualization divine emperors fighting. You were lucky. If you were bound by a Dao actualization divine emperor's domain, you would have long since disappeared, the immortal emperor middle stage said. EMO quickly thanked him and asked, may I ask how to get to Hung God Corner? You're from Hung God Corner? The short-haired immortal emperor studied EMO. No, I have a friend there. I have nowhere to go, so I'm planning to join her, EMO answered. The short-haired man shook his head and took out a jade slip, marking a simple route for EMO. This is the map to Hung God Corner. I'll be straightforward, if it's your first time going there and your friend is an ordinary friend. Perhaps you won't even get a servant job there. Why? EMO asked. That Hung God Corner is around Tuo Dragon Castle, so it's a decent place, but they're very xenophobic. It's very hard for outsiders to enter Hang God Corner, especially the young mistress of Hang God Corner. She's not only extremely beautiful but also strong. She's just one step from Dao vindication. Her words are very powerful in there. She dislikes outsiders joining. Be careful and don't get caught in her hands. Otherwise, it may be hard to even survive. But if you can get a foothold there, you can get some cultivation resources and live much better than us running around everywhere. Then, the short-haired man shook his head and left with the other two. EMO smiled. He didn't want to join Hung God Corner. He mainly wanted to ask if Nil Runin had god crystals to give him. If not, he would ask for some information about the god necropolis domain from her and ways to earn god crystals. EMO spent another 2 weeks before he saw the outline of the Hung God Corner. It seemed like a distant village, but coming here, he could tell it wasn't. There were dense restrictions and formations. The God Corner was closely guarded. If one didn't go from the front, then they would be caught no matter which direction they approached the place. Other than a huge formation at the door, there was a wide road filled with blue stone boards. There were some trees on the two sides. There was God spirit chi seeping out from the trees, but GMO didn't recognize a single one of them. GMO was speechless standing outside the God Corner. Although this was a broken realm, it was still a realm higher than the immortal realm. Yet, looking at the design of the Hang God Corner, even an ordinary great immortal sect was countless times grander than here. Before EMO went in, 2 guards blocked his path. EMO quickly saluted with his fists. I'm Nyo Runin's friend. I came to find her, please report to her. Your martial sister Runin's friend? How come I didn't hear about you? It wasn't the 2 guards talking but a man behind EMO. His face was pale and long. Like a horse, there was a gray-robed man next to Horseface. Their cultivation level were both Immortal Emperor tertiary stage. Yes, Nil Runin told me to find her here, that's why I came, EMO said. Then, EMO felt a spirit sense scan over him. It came from inside the Hang God Corner, but when his spirit sense wanted to scan in, it was blocked by a restriction. With EMO's current spirit sense power, he could break the restrictions, but he didn't dare to do this. The Hang God Corner doesn't allow foreigners. Go, the Horseface said coldly, let him in. A cold voice sounded. EMO knew this was a woman and it was the one who scanned him with spirit sense. Yes, young mistress. The 2 guards said and bowed. The Horseface sneered and went past EMO, going in the door first. EMO didn't mind. He came here to ask about things and collect some debt. Then he would leave. EMO walked along the path and soon a figure flew over. It was Nyo Runin. Why did you only come here today? If it was a few days later, I was going to leave Hung God Corner. Good thing you came today. By the way, when you see the young mistress, you need to thank her. If it wasn't for her, you wouldn't be able to come in today, Nyo Runin said. Chapter 1993, Muhua God Mountain. EMO could only say, I want to go check out Tuo Dragon Castle, so I came by Hung God Corner wanting to ask. Nyo Runin interrupted him and said, you don't need to tell me, and I know you're coming to ask for debt. This isn't the place to talk, come with me first. EMO followed her and left this blue stone road. Immediately, he felt a sliver of spirit sense sticking to him. He knew this spirit sense, it was the spirit sense that scanned him at the door. His 3 birth chant had great sensory capabilities and his instinct was very powerful. There was no way that he couldn't sense this spirit sense that scanned him down so much. When Emo followed Nil Runin into her room and Nil Runin closed the door, the spirit sense left. Emo breathed easy. He really didn't being secretly watched like this. He just came here and didn't know most of the people here, but he was planning to leave already. Nil Runin's room was simple and tidy, like her. There was just a jade bed and a small stone table with some cups. Nil Runin poured a cup of tea for Emo and said, Emo, I know you came to ask for god crystals from me, but I get limited amounts each year and I need to cultivate too, so I don't know how long it will take for me to pay you back. I'm thinking that I can ask for the young mistress to help you get a job here. At least you wouldn't need to venture out and find your own cultivation resources. Emo drank the tea and found it was worse than some sex immortal teas. There was not any god spirit chi nor taste. He put the tea down and said, I've always been in the cultivation home and solitary cultivation. I don't know a lot of things, so I want to ask you about some things. As for the god crystals you owe me, we can talk about it later. Okay, ask me. The bell you sold me is quite good. Even if I paid you all the debt, I still owe you a favor, Nil Runin said. I only know that we're living at God Necropolis domain, but I don't know how big it is. I heard it was a complete realm before, but for some reasons, the realm is broken. Is this so? Emo asked. As for the 40k she owed him, he really didn't care. He trusted with his capabilities, he would earn it sooner or later, Nil Runin thought and said. I don't know very well. When I was born, this place was the broken God Necropolis domain. As for borders, it's boundless. No one knows where the border of the God Necropolis domain is, but this realm is indeed broken. There are very few habitable places in this realm. There aren't many safe havens like the Han God Corner and Tua Dragon Castle. Then can the strongest person here dominate the God Necropolis domain? Emo asked. He wanted to know what the strongest person here was. Nil Runin shook her head. No, Han God Corner is strong in this region, but compared to the boundless God Necropolis domain, it's nothing. I don't exactly know what the strongest person here is, but I heard it was Tao Actualization Divine Emperor. Isn't it Tao Essence after Tao Actualization? Yes, Tao Essence is divided into 4 stages, primary, middle, tertiary and peak. After Tao Essence peak, you can pursue primordial essence. I heard that the God Necropolis domain is broken and the laws are incomplete. One can't reach primordial essence divine emperor here. Was the God Necropolis domain called the God realm before it was broken? You can call it that. I've seen in ancient texts that the God Necropolis domain used to be called Divine Tao Realm. Only those immortals who vindicated Tao can enter here. Then something happened to the Divine Tao Realm and it became broken. Then whose power is the strongest in the God Necropolis domain? What degree is it at? Emo asked his final question. Nil Runin laughed. Hearing this, I know you know nothing. If there's a strongest person in the God Necropolis domain, would there be all this fighting every day? People fight for things every day, not caring if the God Necropolis domain is broken or not.
In the God Necropolis domain, as long as you have power you can do anything.
Hearing this, Emo frowned.
His cultivation level was at the bottom and there were countless people stronger than him. If he wasn't careful one day and encountered a murderous guy, wouldn't he be seeking death? You don't really need to worry. Those Tao Vindication powerful beings won't care about us little immortal emperors. Their level isn't something we can reach. Plus, most Tao Essence Divine Emperor peaks choose to leave the God Necropolis domain. Why are they leaving? Plus, where else can they go? Emo was worried those Tao Essence Divine Emperor peaks would go find the immortal realm. Nil Runin looked at Emo speechlessly. The God Necropolis domain's laws are broken, but the space is still stable. However, one can't reach Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Once you reach a certain level, you can leave the God Necropolis domain and enter the universal space. There are countless planets floating outside the God Necropolis domain. They go out in search of an opportunity for Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, but I've only heard Tao Essence Divine Emperors leave. But never heard of them really reaching Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. In time, many Divine Emperors rarely leave the God Necropolis domain even if they reach Tao Essence. Thank you for teaching me, Martial Sister Runin.
I'm going to leave now. Pay me back some god crystals, I don't mind how many you have.
I have no god crystals on me now.
Yemo got up and saluted with his fists. Nyo Runin blushed.
I really don't have much, but you used them up so quickly.
It has only been a few months. Yemo was a little disappointed. He didn't want to stay here anymore.
Just when he wanted to leave, he heard Nyo Runin say, "This time the Muhua God Mountain is opening.
Our Hung God Corner is participating. The mistress will definitely let me go. If I don't die inside, I can pay you back." Muhua God Mountain? Yemo repeated. Nyo Runin answered, "Yes. Sometimes, this mountain will open a few years in a row.
Sometimes, it will open after a few hundred years, but there are plenty of good things inside. There are large amounts of god crystals and ores. If you're lucky, you can find some time Dao fruits and magic artifacts for learning time law."
Why is it all time-related things? Yemo asked. Because Muhua God Mountain is formed by all sorts of time law.
Some places, you can feel time flow rapidly, some places you can feel time paused or even rewinding. If low cultivation level people encounter such a situation,
not many of them can survive.
If you feel time flowing too fast, then before you break free from that time whirlpool, your lifespan might be at its end.
Nyo Runin said, "There's such a place?" Yemo felt this place was like the Will Mountain in the immortal realm.
He was planning to go there to learn time law. If this Muhua God Mountain could really help him learn time law, then it was too perfect for him. Those god arts without laws were small god arts. Only with the use of law could a god art be considered great god art. Yemo touched on a sliver of space law, but it was far from initial completion. Thinking about this, Yemo said, "Martial Sister Ronin, I don't want the 40k god crystals.
I have one request, get me a spot in the Muhua God Mountain.
With this, I can find my own god crystals."
You want to go? Nyo Runin stared at Yemo dazedly and then she reacted and quickly shook her head. No, definitely not.
I can't get you a spot, but even if I can, the young mistress won't let you.
It's seeking death if you go.
Chapter 1994, Participation Spots. Seeing Yemo frown and not talk, Nyo Runin could only continue, "No one will team up with you. Even if you enter the mountain, it would just be suicide." Yemo immediately said, "I won't go near the time whirlpools. I'll just stay at the safest area."
Nyo Runin rubbed her forehead and said, "Even if you want to find such a time whirlpool, it's extremely hard. You can't even see time whirlpools at the outskirts of the Muhua God Mountain. You would have to go to the deepest part of the mountain to find them.
Only those who learn time laws would go in. We don't dare to go deep in the Muhua God Mountain, at most to the outskirts. The reason I'm saying you're seeking death is because there are many god beasts in the mountain. And if you encounter another squad and you're alone, then no one will let you go.
You will die for certain."
Yemo's main purpose was to actually go to the time whirlpool and feel the time law. Now that Nyo Runin said this, he could only say, "Martial Sister Runin, I want to go to Muhua God Mountain.
I will be responsible for my own life and death.
Please help me.
If you can't, then please tell me how I can get in there."
Then, Yemo picked up the tree root Nyo Runin wasn't able to afford and said, "You can have this too as payment."
Nyo Runin blushed. She wanted to reject it.
She already owed Yemo 40,000 god crystals and now she was going to owe Yemo even more. "How about this, you can come with me to see the young mistress and see if I can give my spot to you."
Nyo Runin's words troubled Yemo. It was a fortune to go there.
And if he took her fortune like this, he would be embarrassed. "It's okay, the Muhua God Mountain opens frequently.
If I don't go this time I might have better luck next time.
I'm just worried that young mistress won't let you team up."
Nyo Runin sighed, "In that case, thank you Martial Sister Nan.
Regardless of whether it works out or not, I owe you a favor."
Yemo really didn't want to let this opportunity go.
If he went to Muhua God Mountain, it would mean that his power would increase another level. Nyo Runin nodded. "I'll take you to see young mistress. She's extremely beautiful and, just don't stare at her rudely. She hates this sort of people."
"I understand." Yemo immediately nodded. He already has people he loved and could even just casually glance at someone as beautiful as Qing Ru. How could he stare at a woman he didn't know rudely? Runin, you want someone irrelevant to represent our hang god corner to enter the Muhua God Mountain? A blue-dressed woman asked Nyo Runin in front of Yemo. Yemo studied this young mistress. Sharp-faced, thin-lipped, she was indeed extremely beautiful, but her beauty was far lesser than Luoying and Jinbingyu in Yemo's heart, much less Qing Ru. But hearing this, Yemo's heart sunk. The young mistress wasn't so easy to talk to. Sister Wanman, I owe you quite some favors. He's my friend too. I want to give my spot to him. Before Nyo Runin finished, she was interrupted by the young mistress and reproached in a serious tone, Runin, every spot of our hang god corner is very precious. How can you give it away like that? Young mistress looked at Runin's disappointed face and said, of course I can give him a challenge spot. If he has the capability, then he can go in. If not, you've tried your best. There was disappointment in Nyo Runin's a Sister Wanman. Yemo is only Immortal Emperor middle stage. Those who passed the challenge to enter the mountain are at least Immortal Emperor tertiary stage. Most of them are Immortal Emperor peak or half divine. Making Yemo challenge them is, Yemo thought and asked, Martial Sister Runin, may I ask what this challenge spot is about? Nyo Runin explained, there are limited spots to enter the mountain each time. There are 16 god corner powers in this region and 5 castles. The spots are pretty much split. But in order to take solo cultivators into consideration and some powers feel they don't have enough spots, they left 20 spots for challenge. Those who could pass the challenge are at least Immortal Emperor tertiary stage. Yemo immediately understood what this was. He actually was confident in winning, so he quickly said, thank you Martial Sister Runin. I'll just have a challenge spot. If I fail, then I only have myself to blame. I won't blame Martial Sister Runin. Sigh, we can only do this. But those challengers are crazy. They won't show you mercy. If you feel you can't beat them, then admit defeat and leave. Nyo Runin felt very bad that she accepted so many things from Yemo but couldn't even get him a spot. She felt even worse that the challenge didn't need a spot. Anyone who came to the outskirts of the Muhua God Mountain could sign up and challenge. 3 days later, Yemo followed Hang God Corner's people to the Muhua God Mountain. After these 3 days, he realized he was scammed by the young mistress, but Yemo didn't care, he just needed to follow the group to the mountain. Without them, he wouldn't even know where the mountain was. From Nyo Runin, Yemo learned that each time the mountain was open, the number of people entering from the different powers were different. It was distributed based on their power. The stronger a power was, the more spots they had. Hung God Corner was ranked upper medium, so they had 20 spots. These 20 people could form 4 squads. Yemo stood in one corner of the flying ship. No one talked to him. If it wasn't for Nyo Runin, he would have been kicked off already. That horse-faced cultivator disliked him a lot. Nyo Runin seemed close to the young mistress, but couldn't really take care of him. Yemo didn't mind. He noticed that the leading man and woman of the flying ship were far beyond Immortal Emperor peak stage. Yemo didn't know Tao Actualization Divine Emperors, but he felt even if the two weren't Tao Actualization Divine Emperor, one of them was at least a Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor. 5 days later, Hong God Corner's flying ship landed on this ancient desert. Yemo hadn't got off from the flying ship yet and felt the ancient chi of this place. Then Yemo followed everyone off the ship. The chi of time flowing was so deep that he could even touch it. Yemo was very shocked. This wasn't even Muhua God Mountain yet, but there was such chi if one entered the mountain. Just how powerful would the time chi or the time law be there? The time here seemed to flow towards the distance and there seemed to be a whirlpool that spirit sense couldn't touch. Yemo guessed that place was the Muhua God Mountain. There were many cultivation homes here. Yemo saw a decent-sized marketplace. Yemo, sorry. I wasn't able to help you with anything, but don't worry, when I come out of the mountain, I will repay your god crystals, Nyo Runin said. Yemo smiled. No need, I'm already very grateful that Martial Sister Runin can bring me here. I will deal with the rest myself. Chapter 1995, God Heartstone. Nyo Runin took out 100 top-grade god crystals and gave them to Yemo before saying shamefully, I only have these crystals on me, good luck. When you fight, if you find yourself outmatched, surrender immediately. There are no limits here if you don't admit defeat. Yemo wasn't dumb. He wasn't going to keep fighting if he clearly knew he was outmatched. That was asking to die, but Yemo didn't reject the 100 top-grade god crystals. Yemo came up to the challenge sign-up place alone and found there were many people signing up here. There were at least a few thousand people and there were more coming. After coming here, Yemo realized that the sign-up fee was 1,000 top-grade god crystals. He couldn't even afford the sign-up fee. Yemo finally why there was such a humane management in this law of the jungle world. Clearly, it was for gathering money. One person needed 1,000 god crystals. How many would that be in total? That would be over 1,000,000 god crystals. Yemo was speechless and understood why No Runin felt so ashamed. She knew the 100 god crystals she gave him wasn't even enough for the sign-up fee. Speechlessly, Yemo walked out of the sign-up line, thinking about where to get the remaining 900 god crystals. What? You see, all these challengers are higher level than you, so you're scared? A bearded immortal emperor tertiary stage was behind Yemo and laughed. Yemo said helplessly, after coming here, I realized the sign-up fee was 1,000 god crystals. I don't have that many. How much do you have? The bearded man asked. I only have 100, Yemo answered honestly. The bearded man looked at Yemo in confusion. Dao friend, you don't seem too weak. You're at least an immortal emperor middle stage, how can you not even have 1,000 god crystals? If you're missing tens or 100 I can help you. But you're missing so many. I'm not wealthy either. I can't help you. However, I can point you away. You can check out Muhua Market. If you have good magic artifacts, you can sell a few. Such an opportunity is rare. If you go in the mountain and don't die, you will definitely get a huge fortune. Yemo was immediately interested. He got god crystals from Neo Runin with magic artifacts before, and he had plenty of magic artifact. Although most of them weren't high level, he could try. Thank you for your reminder, Dao friend. I'll go try now. Yemo quickly thanked him and left for Muhua Market. There were many people at Muhua Market, but it was disordered and chaotic. One stall here. Another shop there. Yemo entered a decent-looking shop and was planning to ask about the price about extreme-grade immortal artifacts, but when he saw the price list, he immediately gave up. It wrote clearly that the lowest price for extreme-grade immortal artifacts was only 100 top-grade god crystals. Extreme-grade flying immortal artifacts were 150 top-grade god crystals. Yemo didn't have a lot of extreme-grade immortal artifacts because the materials for them were rare, even in the immortal realm. Compared to that, some of the materials Yemo had never heard of were extremely pricey. Tens of thousands or even 100,000 crystals. Yemo thought about the ores he got from the Void Palace and called a worker over. May I ask if there are jade slips with information about the materials and spirit items in the God Necropolis domain? The worker glanced at Yemo with confusion and took out 2 jade slips for Yemo. These 2 jade slips contain information about God spirit items and some Dao fruits. As for forgery materials, it's even more complete. Each jade slip is 1 top-grade god crystal. Yemo didn't bargain and quickly threw out 2 god crystals and left the shop with the jade slip. Yemo left the shop and found a distant place before looking at the jade slips carefully. He immediately saw the names of the ores he got and was overjoyed. Flowing light cloud stone, top-grade material for forging god artifacts. The god artifacts forged with this material got a speed advantage. The rock was dark red and had a lightly numbing sensation in the hand. This was one of the things he got from the palace. It was perfect for upgrading Zisu, silver winglass, top material for forging flying magic artifact. God Heartstone, white jade stone used for nourishing spirit sense and empowering the soul. It can quickly recover used spirit sense and help improve spirit sense power. It was a rare soul material in the divine Dao realm. No wonder that when he got this stone, he felt a satisfying sensation holding it. After going through the jade slip once, Yemo found that everything he got in the palace was top-level stuff. Realizing what they were used for, Yemo put the jade slip away and moved his spirit sense onto that white jade stone. It was called God Heartstone. The use of this stone would be more precious to others than all the other materials combined. For spirit sense nourishment, he had corner soul weeds and dark weeds. After thinking about it carefully, Yemo had decided to sell this God Heartstone. Of course, he wasn't selling the entire thing. He cut off a third and found a spacious place and put up a stall. He only had one thing, and it was this 1/3 of God Heartstone. EMO didn't know its exact price, but he guessed it was definitely over 1,000 top-grade God crystals. EMO put a restriction on the stone and yelled, "I happen to get a God Heartstone that I want to sell it. Those who want it can bid for it." Without the need to call a second time, people flocked over immediately. There were even some half-divines, but not a single divine emperor. It really is God Heartstone? It's quite high quality. Wait, it doesn't seem to be complete, there's more than half gone. Good item, Dao friend, how much? A few desperate immortal emperors already started to bid towards EMO. EMO didn't know the exact price of this and thus couldn't name a price. He saluted with his fists. I only have this God Heartstone, so while there's a lot of people here, I want to sell it for a good price. I won't name a price myself, everyone can bid. I only sell to the highest bidder. I'll pay 10,000 top-grade God crystals. Someone immediately bid. EMO rejoiced, he didn't expect it was priced this high. Another voice sneered. A mere 10k God crystals dares to buy this God Heartstone? If it's not that it has a part missing, I would pay 100k immediately. Even though it's missing a part, I'm willing to pay 20k, wait, I'll bid 50k. A cold voice interrupted everyone. EMO didn't need to look to know who this person was. It was that young mistress of the Hong God Corner. She seemed to be called Hong Wanman. I'll bid 100k. A skinny-bodied man with a black mask walked over. EMO looked at this person and knew he was definitely half divine. He was very happy with 100k and didn't want to keep waiting. The young mistress's face sunk and she frowned at EMO. EMO, you came from our Hang God Corner. If you trust me, I'm willing to pay 100k too. I don't have that much on me now. I'll pay you the remaining 50k when I go back. I can even give you a few thousand more. Nyo Runan next to her also gave EMO a pleading look. Chapter 1996, No Rule Competition. Sorry, I don't take debts, EMO said plainly and then turned to the man. Pay 100k God crystals and the God Heartstone is yours. Thank you. The man threw a storage bag to EMO without hesitation. EMO scanned it. There were 100k God crystals, not one less. He immediately took the God Heartstone out of the restriction and put it in a jade box, giving it to the skinny man. The young mistress's face was green. She didn't expect that EMO dared to reject her. EMO followed their ship here, and even if he didn't, how could a mere solo cultivator dare to reject her? Shameless person, why did our Hang God Corner even help you that much? Put. The horse-faced man said furiously. EMO sneered. Help? What help did your Hang God Corner help me with? Did you give me a spot into the mountain, or did you pay my challenge sign-up fee? I used your Hang God Corner's flying ship to come here, but I paid 40k God crystals. You dare to talk about help with that horse face of yours? Do you have any face? That horse-faced man was going to fight immediately, but the young mistress sneered and turned to leave. The horse face glared at EMO and turned to leave. Nyo Runan was extremely shameful and said nothing. When the horse-faced man said that EMO didn't pay back their help, everyone despised EMO. Although it was the law of the jungle here. People took promises and favors seriously. When they heard EMO's explanation, they realized what help it was. EMO just used their ship to come here and paid 40k. 40k was enough to come from Hung God Corner here many times. If you gave 40k God crystals to any power, they would politely send you to Muhua God Mountain and sign up for you. EMO immediately paid the sign-up fee. After he left, he saw that bearded man again. The man saw EMO and immediately walked over. Dao friend, you had a God Heartstone, but it's such a waste to sell it. It's hard to find such treasure even in the Muhua God Mountain. I just want to see the Muhua God Mountain. I didn't think that much. EMO smiled, then, EMO raised his jade card. How come there isn't even a competition schedule and rule? There's just a jade card marked with a number. The man laughed and pulled EMO over before saying quietly, this competition is just for collecting God crystals. There are nearly 3,000 people signing up. There will be a few million God crystals collected. There's no law, they probably just mark a number on the jade card to see how many are sold. What do you mean? EMO asked. the bearded man said, when the mountain opens, it would be those God corner people going in first. After they go in, the challenge starts. So this means that after the challenge finishes, those guys would have searched the mountain for a few days. Even if there were good things at the outskirts, they will be all gone. Each time the mountain opens, it would be a different location, so there are many good things at the outskirts. Even if you go in by challenge, you won't be able to get some things. Yemo was speechless. They had no bottom line. They took God crystals and then went in early themselves too, don't be too disappointed. Even so, those who win are usually Immortal Emperor peak stage or half divine. I need to tell you that some cultivators who have reached Tao molding Divine Emperor also come. If you see such a person, just admit defeat. The bearded man said. Seeing Emo stop talking, the man pointed at a row of cultivation homes at the border and said, "You can use your magic artifact to set up a cultivation home there. I will be there too. 3 days later, the mountain will open. After people go in, the challenge tournament will begin." Emo heard this and could only set up his cultivation home. Just when he stayed in his cultivation home, he knew he was being watched. At least 7 or 8 spirit senses kept scanning towards his cultivation home. Emo was very speechless, there were no concerns here at all. These people were clearly onto him because he took out a God Heartstone. One could imagine that if he failed the challenge, he would be followed immediately, but Emo didn't care. He was very confident in the challenge. Even if he failed, he wouldn't be afraid of them. Out of the spirit senses that scanned at him, there was only one that was near half divine. The rest were just ordinary Immortal Emperors. Immortal Emperor was the peak of the immortal realm, but here, although they weren't at the very bottom, they were just ordinary. It was easier to reach Immortal Emperor in the God Necropolis domain because of the God crystals and the laws here. God crystals were much more powerful for cultivation than immortal crystals. 3 days passed quickly. Emo didn't bother to look what happened outside until the 3rd day. He felt the time chi form a clear flow and thus he left the cultivation home. The bearded man next door also came out. Seeing Emo shocked at the time flow, he laughed. This is the sign that the mountain is about to open. You see that time whirlpool on the sand clearing up? That's the entrance to the mountain. Thank you for your pointers, Tao friend. Emo quickly thanked. The bearded man didn't mind and said, "This isn't a pointer." Those who came to the Muhua God Mountain know this. Muhua means when you go in you're very young, but if you accidentally encounter a time whirlpool, you'll immediately become an old man. As the two spoke, a huge formation door appeared. Emo saw that this formation door was made using top materials but couldn't last long. Emo immediately frowned. Even if he successfully challenged, he would need to go in 3 days later. Could this formation door last 3 days? Those from the God corners and castles already released their flying magic artifacts and went along the sand into the whirlpool, Emo counted. There weren't a lot of people going in, only 200 or 300. He couldn't see through the cultivation level of the strongest. They were definitely divine emperors. As flying magic artifacts went inside, that huge formation door dimmed down. A man whose power level Emo couldn't see came out into the middle and waved out 10 huge stages. There were powerful restrictions circulating the stage. Now, those who want a challenge, please enter the stage. The time is a day, when the incense burns out. Those who are still on the stage have the right to enter the mountain. Those struck off cannot go up again, otherwise is death. Before the man finished, people erupted. Isn't it supposed to be 3 days? There aren't 20 spots? How did it become 10? No matter what people said, the man didn't care and released a long incense stick that was lit up. There were no rules and anyone could challenge. They could even gang up on people. Clearly, those who went up first would be disadvantaged. The bearded man next to Emo sighed. It seems I have no hope. Looking at this, no matter how strong you are, you will be brought down in the end. Chapter 1997. Seeing the purple-robed man again, the man didn't say anything after waving out the stages. Even if no one went on the stage, he still sat there calmly. 5 minutes passed quickly. One blue-faced Immortal Emperor tertiary stage couldn't resist flying to the stage and placed his challenge jade card into the ring. When he landed there, no one challenged him.
but more immortal emperors flew up. In the blink of an eye, 9 out of the 10 stages had someone on there. Before the 10th person could go up, an extremely white-skinned woman charged towards the 6th stage. There was a handsome-looking man on the 6th stage. He had a metal fan. The woman charged up and said nothing. She released a huge pair of scissors. It instantly turned into a huge scissors shadow and sliced towards that handsome man. Even though the stage was covered by restrictions, people outside could still feel the powerful and lethal force of the scissors. One could imagine that without the restrictions of the stage, that pair of scissors would destroy the nearby space. This scissors shadow's remaining power struck the border of the restriction, creating ripples. When people didn't fight, no one came up. When people fought, it was this intense. Everyone knew that the woman probably didn't come for the spot. She came to kill this handsome man. The handsome man saw this and yelled in fury, "Bao Huaiping, are you crazy?" The woman said nothing and just attacked more and more crazily. There was even red mist appearing on her body. Clearly, she was burning her essence blood. Seeing this, the man released his metal fan that turned into a heaven-covering black cloud, stopping the woman's scissor shadow. Sword rays flew out of the black cloud, tearing Bao Huaiping's domain to pieces and even some of her clothing. Bao Huaiping didn't care and attacked more crazily. The blood mist surrounding her grew thicker. She was almost naked, but she didn't care and kept attacking the man like crazy. One could see how furious she was. Rumble, the scissors clashed with the metal fan as the scissors shadow dispersed. Bao Huaiping was struck flying out. Her huge scissors smashed against her. She didn't even have the power to take her magic artifact away and just kept panting. The handsome man was covered in wounds. There were multiple holes in his fan. He didn't look as mannered as before. He walked towards Bao Huaiping hideously and was about to strike with his metal fan. The audience saw this inside. Bao Huaiping's battle will was stronger, but the difference in power between them was too huge. Just when the man was about to kill Bao Huaiping, the scissors suddenly exploded. Countless shadows struck out. And in less than 1/10 of a second, they completely surrounded the man. The man reacted quickly and took back the fan, wanting to block the explosions, but even so, countless blood holes appeared on his body. Bao Huaiping suddenly jumped up and struck out thousands of sword ray shadows. These sword ray shadows formed a huge thick net that struck the wounded man head on. Splurge, blood light flashed, and in this short time, the handsome man was split into tens of pieces of meat. A terrified essence spirit seeped out. Bao Huaiping released a flame and burned the essence spirit to nothing. At this moment, she finally eased up and put on some clothes. She picked up the storage ring and fan and jumped off the stage. Disappearing into the crowd, seeing this bloody scene, the rest of the people were a bit dazed. Although all means could be used, rarely did they see such a gruesome battle. No one would burn essence blood and god essence to go in, because without top-level medicine, they couldn't be recovered. After the bloody battle, more people fought on the stage. People were starting to get killed. At the start people fought one-on-one, but later on, there were battle royals. The powerful being sat on the side and closed his eyes as though nothing mattered as long as you put your jade card in. An immortal emperor who was smashed down from the stage was extremely furious and wanted to go back again. However, a huge palm reached over and crushed that immortal emperor to powder. This immediately woke up the nearby people. There was at least one rule here, and that was everyone could only come up once. Gradually, the battle royale reduced, but GMO was in no rush. The incense had only burned less than halfway. He would only go up when it was almost out. Clearly, quite a lot of people fought like EMO. As the match went on, stronger and stronger people went up. An axe-wielding immortal emperor peak stage and a long-haired woman made GMO keep an eye out. He found these two beat their opponents in a few moves and didn't need to use much god essence. The blue-faced immortal emperor who went up first was still standing there. EMO also noticed a few half-divines who were planning to go on at the last moment. At this moment, a purple-robed man charged up onto the 5th stage. Seeing this, EMO immediately became excited. If he wasn't experienced, he would charge up. Luckily, he stopped himself. He would have to wait till the battle was over before he went up. Otherwise, he might be fighting a 1 versus 2. That purple-robed figure was the man he had chased from the immortal realm until here. The man that might have the 5th stone stool. Seeing this man, EMO made up his mind. If the man won, he would go to the stage and challenge him. If the man lost, he would give up the challenge and hunt this man. He wasn't going to rest until he got the fifth stone stool. The purple-robed man probably didn't expect EMO to come here. No one dared to scan their spirit sense around here. There were countless powerful beings, and those with strange tempers could kill you for any reason. On the fifth stage, the purple-robed man fought a gray-robed immortal emperor. The gray-robed immortal emperor had won 8 fights in a row, with one of them being 2 people ganging up on him. He killed 5 people and showed no mercy. His magic artifact was a blue lighting pike. It had a lightning effect. Ordinary immortal emperors couldn't stop it at all. EMO understood this way of competing. They would go on first and show their means to scare off people from challenging them. Seeing the purple-robed man come up, the gray-robed immortal emperor snarled. He killed 5 people quickly to scare people, and yet this insolent purple-robed man still dared to challenge him. He would kill the purple-robed guy quickly in case people came to challenge him again. Chapter 1998, Adamantium Great Vehicle Painting. When the purple-robed man just came up, the blue lightning pike was already released. Previously, his opponent used fist-sized lightning balls, but this time, there were heaven-covering lightning needles. Each one was a few inches long, and in the middle of the needle was a lightning ball that was larger than a fist. When these lightning needles and lightning balls fused together, the audience realized that they formed an 8-trigram formation. EMO didn't watch the gray-robed immortal emperor. He wasn't scared of lightning element attacks. He watched the purple-robed man. He probably would fight the man, so he would need to know his means. Although EMO didn't care about the lightning formation, the purple-robed man didn't have EMO's capability of devouring lightning. Before the lightning formation formed, he released a huge drum. EMO had how heaven drum and had only used it once. When he was weak, he didn't dare to use it. When he was strong, he didn't need to use it. EMO wondered which drum was stronger. With a dong, sound blades struck out from the drum. Even with the restrictions, some of the audience were affected. Those who were weak-powered moved back. After this initial sound, the remaining sound echoed non-stop, with each wave stronger than the previous wave. The gray-robed immortal emperor's lightning formation slowed, and the lightning needles and balls seemed to have been stopped by the sound waves. The gray-robed immortal emperor's face sunk. He could tell this purple-robed man wasn't so easy to deal with. If it wasn't that his foundation was unstable, he might not be a match for him. In that instant, the gray-robed immortal emperor used countless hand signs. The nearby domain space ripple could be seen with eyes. The drum sound only stopped the lightning formation for a brief moment, and then it swept at the purple-robed man again. The purple-robed man was very calm, as though knowing this would happen. He activated the drum again. Dong dong dong. One sound was already enough to stop the formation. These 3 sounds was each louder than the one before. The formation surrounding the purple-robed man paused and was about to cripple. The gray-robed immortal emperor's face changed. He didn't expect the drum sound was this terrifying. Only he knew how terrifying the drum sounds were. Each sound would cripple his domain a bit, while the purple-robed man's domain was a bit stronger. Most importantly, the drum sound seemed like a huge hammer that struck the bottom of his heart, making him feel helpless. It was as though he couldn't even use his god essence and could only wait to be torn apart. The 3 sounds echoed again, forming attacks like tidal waves. The gray-robed immortal emperor couldn't hold it anymore. He spat out a yellow mist that immediately smashed on his lightning formation. Immediately, the lightning needles and balls exploded. Huge explosion sounds came that instantly covered the sound waves. Tens of thousands of these needles were activated and exploded, tearing apart the purple-robed man's immortal emperor domain. The purple-robed man's face changed, and he struck the drum even more. Dong dong dong. 6 consecutive strikes, and the sound blades instantly blocked most of the lightning needles, but a small part still pierced the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man's heart sunk. He didn't expect this immortal emperor had such means. That yellow mist could activate the lightning formation attacks and make them tens of times stronger. The reason he came up was not just for the Muhua God Mountain, but for the blue lightning pike. Its origin wasn't ordinary. That's why he came up early. If he got the magic artifact, he would have reached his goal. If no one strong challenged him, he would stay on. If powerful people came, he would get off immediately. He had watched this immortal emperor for a few matches and knew his god art. He didn't expect the immortal emperor to have such a powerful god art up his sleeves. He received some injuries and couldn't hold back anymore. He struck the soul-robbing god illusion drum crazily. Dong dong dong. Foam foam foam. The sounds changed to a ghastly sound. Before it was murderous, but now it was ghastly, as though countless ghosts were passing by. Even the surrounding environment seemed ghastly. The gray-robed immortal emperor was calmer than the purple-robed man now.
Countless yellow mist sprayed out.
The lightning formation that had dimmed down due to the sound blade attacks were circulating with lightning again. In the rolling thunder, waves of exploding lightning arcs and lightning needles shot out. The Inchi drum sounds clashed with the needles non-stop and made all sorts of explosions.
The fighting sound was gradually covered by the Inchi. Ordinary people's spirit sense could no longer scan in. Yemo forcefully used his spirit sense blades to scan in and was very shocked.
The purple-robed man was strong, but that gray-robed immortal emperor was equally as strong. Yemo could tell that none of them used their trump card yet, but the battle was already of this scale. If they used all their trump cards, even he would need some means to kill them. If this continued, it would probably be the gray-robed immortal emperor to win. This was beyond Yemo's expectations. If the gray-robed immortal emperor killed the purple-robed man, he would go up first and steal the storage ring. Just when Yemo thought of this, the purple-orbed man patted his waist and a white scary huge skeleton wolf charged out.
Yemo's spirit sense scanned this wolf. Its chi was at least level 9 immortal spirit beast. Yemo had spirit sense so he could see the skeleton wolf immediately, but those who didn't have spirit sense cultivation method couldn't see the skeleton wolf.
They could only see from the rattling restriction that the battle was very intense. As soon as the wolf came out, it opened its white mouth and bit towards the dense cluster of lightning needles and balls. It actually looked a little like Shadowless, because the wolf swept the nearby lightning needles. The gray-robed immortal emperor's domain opened up, dong dong dong, 6 drum sounds came, and due to the wolf devouring the needles, there was a hole in the gray-robed immortal emperor's domain and thus the sounds charged at the immortal emperor through this hole. The gray-robed immortal emperor was struck by the drum sound and spat a few mouthfuls of blood before flying out. Just when Yemo thought the gray-robed immortal emperor couldn't do anything, he released another magic artifact. Yemo watched this gray-robed immortal emperor intently.
As soon as he released the magic artifact, Yemo saw it clearly. It was a painting. There seemed to be some monks.
As soon as the painting was released, the battle scene cleared up. Yemo heard the nearby voices call out in shock, "Adamantium Great Vehicle Painting." There were some Buddhist sounds coming from the painting that blew away the Inchi. At the same time, yellow-robed monks flew out from the painting and released their magic artifacts, surrounding the purple-robed man and his skeletal wolf. Rumble, a monk smashed a metal staff on the wolf and the wolf howled in pain, wanting to flee. Before it could run far, another monk appeared before it and smashed down. The wolf howled again and bit that huge metal staff. The monk twisted his staff and the wolf's teeth fell. The purple-robed man was dazed by this painting, but he immediately realized he was no match for the gray-robed immortal emperor. Before he could leave, 2 monks smashed down their staffs at his head. Yemo's heart sunk. He immediately knew that the purple-robed man actually lost. Yemo scanned his spirit sense at that gray-robed immortal emperor. He was shaking.
He definitely couldn't control the painting.
Even if he won, he would leave the stage. Seeing the nearby people seemingly wanting to go on, Yemo didn't hesitate and flew up immediately while putting his jade card in. Chapter 1999, Fleeing into Muhwagad Mountain. As soon as Yemo came onto the stage, the purple-robed man had the lower hand. If it wasn't that the gray-robed immortal emperor had trouble controlling the painting, he would only have to attack with the pike again and the purple-robed man wouldn't be able to escape. But even so, the purple-robed man withered under the 2 metal staffs of the monks. The gray-robed immortal emperor was still holding on, but there was bloody mist around him. Clearly, he couldn't last long. Seeing Yemo come up, the gray-robed immortal emperor suddenly woke up. This was the battle stage and one without rules. If he paid an extremely heavy price, then even if he won he wouldn't be able to stop this man. Realizing this, the gray-robed immortal emperor was immediately going to take back the painting. Meanwhile, the heavily injured purple-robed man used the opportunity of the monk disappearing to suddenly go up and grab the painting. The next moment, he immediately took the painting and turned to leave. He didn't even want to take his main target, the blue lightning pike. How could Yemo let this man leave the stage? He immediately expanded his domain and hacked out with Zisu's crevice god art. "It's you?" The purple-robed man immediately recognized Yemo and tried to escape the stage with his life. Clearly, he knew he was no match for Yemo, but he was already at his wit's end. When Yemo activated his domain with full power, how could he escape? Yemo collected the lethal force around the stage and formed a murderous lethal force, locking onto the purple-robed man tightly. Rumble, the crevice smashed onto the purple-robed man's drum, creating a heavy thud. You want to rob the five element? Before the purple-robed man could finish, Yemo's crevice turned around to cut the purple-robed man in half. At the same time, he stacked his spirit sense domain on top, completely suppressing his sound. In his worry, the purple-robed man wanted to expose Yemo's purpose and retreat. At this moment, the gray-robed immortal emperor recovered and smashed his blue lightning pike out without hesitation. The purple-robed man could no longer block this and made a hideous cry before being sliced to pieces. When his essence spirit came out, it was still caught by the lightning net of the blue lightning pike. A blue light flashed. Yemo, who had been watching, caught it. There had only been a few seconds between Yemo coming onto the stage and the purple-robed man being killed. When the purple-robed man was killed and Yemo grabbed the blue light, most people realized and charged onto the stage like Yemo. There were no rules and there was the adamantium great vehicle painting. Who would want to fall behind? The gray-robed immortal emperor was too exhausted. Yemo was much more powerful than him. When Yemo killed the purple-robed man, he already grabbed a blue light from the purple-robed man's essence spirit and took the storage ring. Leave my adamantium great vehicle painting. The gray-robed immortal emperor knew he was no match for Yemo, but when his painting was taken he went crazy. Yemo was planning to leave the stage now that 3 more people came up. When the gray-robed immortal emperor attacked him, he saw the Tao Vindication powerful being who set up the stage show killing intent. Yemo didn't dare to stay here. The divine emperor's target wasn't the painting but the blue bead he took. Yemo knew that no matter how powerful the painting was, it wasn't as valuable as the blue bead. Yemo didn't dare to keep challenging on a stage where there was a divine emperor lurking. He immediately brushed past the immortal emperors and used an instant transmission. A giant hand grabbed at Yemo, but it was only an afterimage of Yemo. How dare you, rat! The divine emperor saw that he missed Yemo and was furious as he chased over the space ripple. Yemo guessed right. This divine emperor not only wanted the painting but also the blue bead. When he saw the painting, he already messaged people to get the painting for him, but when the blue bead appeared he couldn't handle it anymore. He knew the value of the blue bead all too much. It might be a 5-element world that was higher level than a truth spirit world. Plus, the purple-robed man spat the words 5-element. Although he was a divine emperor, he didn't even have a truth spirit world, much less a 5-element world. That's why he suddenly attacked. Yemo decisively used instant transmission when he guessed the divine emperor's thoughts. If he was 1 second slower, he would have been caught. Can you escape? The divine emperor snarled and chased in Yemo's direction. Yemo was extremely experienced in running. How could he not know he couldn't escape a divine emperor's hunt? If it wasn't that the 5-element stool was too important, he would rather not rob the thing and leave. So when the divine emperor chased over, he chose the direction of the formation door. The dim door was still open. Yemo immediately charged in without hesitation and disappeared. The divine emperor came here and saw that Yemo dared to use this opportunity to get inside the Muhua God Mountain. He was even more furious now and charged in too without hesitation. Even if he chased to the ends of the world, he would catch Yemo and rob his items. See Yemo and that divine emperor powerful being both enter the Muhua God Mountain. The rest of the people all charged in. The door was already dim. After a few more people went in, its color immediately faded and soon there was a crack. The formation door collapsed and the tunnel inside was completely shut. Since they couldn't go in anymore, the tournament was pointless. Those who paid God crystals rushed towards the sign-up place. Moments later, a huge battle erupted. Countless magic artifacts and essence chi flows stirred. In the countless years, this was the first time something like this happened at the opening of the Muhua God Mountain. When another divine emperor came to hold the scene, the sign-up place was already beaten down and those who attacked all left. When Yemo entered the door, he felt time flow like water past his body. He felt he went from birth to maturity and then old age. Yemo was shocked. Luckily, just when he was still worried, he landed. Yemo knew he was in the mountain. His spirit sense scanned out and found he could only scan a radius of 1,000 kilometers. He didn't dare to stay here. As soon as he landed, Yemo instant transmissioned again. Doing that here was carrying his head in his hands. The space here wasn't stable and there was time chi everywhere. If he instant transmissioned into a time whirlpool, It would almost be certain death. Yemo had no choice, he knew that Divine Emperor would chase over. Yemo had no choice, but of course he could rely on the Golden Page world. If there was a time whirlpool, he would go in immediately. After a few more instant transmissions, Yemo used the 5-element mobility technique and kept changing direction. 2 hours later, Yemo used Earth mobility under an ancient tree. At an extreme depth, Yemo set up a stealth restriction and entered the Golden Page world. Unless a Divine Emperor specifically checked where he was, it would be impossible to find his Golden Page world. A few seconds after entering the Golden Page world, the Divine Emperor stopped it where Yemo last instant transmissioned. Yemo didn't know this, or else he definitely wouldn't dare to stay under the tree. He thought with all the time chi ravaging here, the space ripples he created would be extremely faint. Even Divine Emperors might not be able to find it after a while. However, this Divine Emperor did. The 5-element mobility technique created even smaller space ripples than instant transmission that would disappear in just a few seconds. The Divine Emperor stood for a long time. He even searched the ground carefully but found no sign of Yemo. "I don't believe you can get away." The Divine Emperor searched and chose a direction to keep chasing. Chapter 2000, Spirit Controlling the Blue Bead World. 15 minutes later, the Divine Emperor who chased Yemo sunk his face. He completely lost Yemo's tracks, but he soon said, 3 months later, when the Muhwa God Mountain closes, "I don't believe you won't come out." Yemo immediately checked his lifespan and meridians in the Golden Page world. When he went into the mountain, he felt as though his life was flowing away. After checking multiple times, Yemo was certain that his body wasn't damaged and he didn't lose any life. It seemed that tunnel didn't really harm the life of those who went inside. With this, Yemo immediately started to check the storage ring of the purple-robed man. Other than that huge drum, there were some god crystals and immortal crystals. There were also some ordinary immortal pill and immortal spirit herbs. Yemo didn't see anything he needed in the storage ring. He didn't even see the adamantium great vehicle painting. Yemo breathed easy. It seemed his guess was right, that Blue Bead was a decent level world. Since the painting wasn't in the storage ring, it was definitely in the Blue Bead. This purple-robed man's Blue Bead was countless times higher leveled than Ching Ru's Blue Bead. He threw the storage ring to the side and set up the time formation disk to start spirit controlling the Blue Bead. There were many Dao fruits and time whirlpools in the Muhwa God Mountain. If you were lucky, you could learn time law near there. Those Dao fruits could quite possibly help you break through or comprehend a god art. If it wasn't for the purple-robed man's Blue Bead, Yemo would have charged out to search for these things already. To Yemo right now, the most important thing was to spirit control the Blue Bead and find the 5th stone stool to complete his Golden Page world. If his Golden Page world was complete, then he would have hoping Dao vindication. The time formation disk spun rapidly. A few years later, Yemo had completely immersed in the process of spirit controlling the Blue Bead world. 10,000 km from Yemo's ancient tree, a small hill surrounded by lightning light had more than 10 people. More people were still coming over. There was nothing on the hill but a 3-meter-tall gray tree. It had no leaves or branches. Instead of a tree, it looked more like a wooden stick. There were 9 blue fruits on it that were surrounded by lightning. If you put spirit sense on these fruits, you would feel the endless ages of time. The surrounding people looked at these 9 fruits greedily as though ready to go up and rob them. 2 more immortal emperors came to this peak and a red-robed man called out in shock, "Lightning Sound Ages fruit?" As soon as he said this, he charged up as quickly as possible. "The Lightning Sound Ages fruit isn't mature yet, you can't go up." Before his friend finished. This man already charged up. This red-robed man didn't think much when his greed acted out. By the time he got to the middle of the hill, he realized things weren't right. He found that no one charged up with him. Those people didn't even stop him. Not good. The red-robed man instantly reacted, but before he could turn around he felt the endless ages press against him. He felt it was difficult to even breathe. At this moment, all he could feel was his life flowing away. The people outside saw this red-robed man slowly age. His hair turned white and his face withered. He turned very slowly, as though it took him tens of thousands of years to turn. By the time he completely turned, he was aged till he was only a skeleton. He looked at the people outside and slowly fell. When he fell, he still had bones. When he landed, his hair and skin completely dissipated. In less than 5 minutes, an immortal emperor middle stage died like this and couldn't even take a step before he died. The hill was still that hill, but those people standing outside had less greed in their eyes and more caution. However, no one chose to leave and waited for the lightning sound age's fruits to mature. For more dashing lights came, 2 men and 2 women.
If Emo was here, he could recognize at least 3 of them.
There was the young mistress of Hang God Corner Hongwanman, Nil Runin.
And the horse face, young mistress, this is the lightning sound age's fruit.
An old man called out in shock. He was the strongest of the 4 and someone Emo had never seen. It really is lightning sound age's fruit.
The young mistress gasped. Nil Runin clearly knew less and asked, Elder Nyen, young mistress, what is lightning sound age's fruit?
Elder Nyen said, lightning sound age's fruit is a Tao fruit that can help one learn time law. If you get one, you can use it to learn time law God art.
It's priceless.
It can grow under a 5-element environment or mutated environment. This lightning sound age's fruit is growing in lightning element chi. If you use this age's fruit to learn time law, you can have a sliver of lightning in your God art in time law.
It's extremely precious. Nil Runin took in a cold breath.
She had been in the God Necropolis domain. How could she not know the terror of the time law? There weren't many who learned time laws in the God Necropolis domain, much less those who were experts in it. Such a Tao fruit that could help people learn time law was insanely absurd. Just as they were speaking, a few people suddenly left. Elder Nyen, since there are lightning sound age's fruits, why don't these people fight for it?
Why are there people leaving? Is there danger on this mountain? Nil Runin asked. Elder Nyen nodded.
That's right, if you charge up to a age's fruit before it's mature,
then it's suicide. It's completely surrounded by time whirlpools. They will disappear when the fruit matures.
If you go up before the fruit is mature, it's suicide unless you're a powerful being that has complete mastery over time law.
However, those powerful beings are at least primordial essence divine emperor.
They wouldn't come here. Those who left know this, so they left here to find other treasures and come back in a few days, or they went to contact their friends so they can fight for one. There's at least half a year before the fruit matures, by the looks of things.
So that's it.
Nil Runin looked at the age's fruit and knew this was something that she could never get.
Young mistress, why don't we go look for other things too?
Staying here for half a year is a waste, Nil Runin said. The young mistress's face was full of uncertainty and trouble. Elder Nyen, I suggest we wait here. It seems that it's going to take half a year to mature, but look at the top of the blue fruit.
There's a yellow mark.
It might actually mature in 3 to 5 days. The young mistress sound transmissioned. Elder Nyen nodded to young mistress with approval.
You're right, you don't need half a year for these fruits.
I only saw those yellow marks later. It seems it's not just us who saw this, those who didn't leave probably all saw it. The young mistress smiled and said nothing. She just sound transmission to Nil Runin in horse face. When the lightning sound age's fruit matures, Elder Nyen and I will go up to take it. Runin and Martial Brother Wan Yen get ready to help us at the outskirts.
We'll leave as soon as we get the fruit.